Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
¿Dónde está?
Uy, uy, uy.
Krass.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died. Awaken, will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Away.
Welcome everyone to finals week right here in the LEC as BDS go up against Fanatic for a spot at MSI. I'm not getting the reference. What is it? Is it some anime thing?
I think that's My Hero Academia. I might be
Oh, Aragon gets it.
Good choice.
Yes, my name is Shox, joined by Aragon and by Finn. Finn?
Finn?
Oh.
Is he under the
Yeah,
table?
one sec.
Oh, this guy, man.
What's he doing?
You guys like this? Is this perfect? Wow, you guys are so cool. Oh my god.
Where is he?
Oh, we're doing this now.
I'm sorry to pull you away.
I'm so
we
sorry.
have a movie to watch. Sorry, guys.
sorry.
Finn.
Oh, you know how it
Give
is.
me some of that popcorn. Come
you want
on.
it? You want it?
Yeah, I
Okay,
do.
okay, cool.
Nice. Okay.
Cool.
The movie's starting.
Started? Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's
god,
the movie Fanatic versus Vitality.
You're late, man. You're late.
How are you
Hello.
doing? Want the
See you.
popcorn?
Yeah, sure.
Let's go.
Bite. Thank you.
Yeah.
I love this one.
Okay, guys, please be calm, collected. Be in position to pincer them. It's all about flanks, okay, guys? If we engage first, they can't win.
Nice sidestep. Again, the engage, the flash away. The bail out there. Do they take their time? Noah, he's going to heal back up there. Wait a minute. He's going to get it. Oh, my God. 1-2v2. Vitality against both.
They're so bad. I'm amazing, see ya.
Carry stepping up. Corsi doing a lot of work. Cleanse, flash out to finish Jun. Corsi playing like a psycho. He doesn't have the feathers in position. It's too much. But Noah now finally coming in, ready to play cleanup. Oscorn trying to buy his 80 carry space, and he'll buy more than enough. Good Bulldog can do nothing. Noah. Just straight.
No flash allá, no flash allá. Give him nice all, give him everything. Nice. Daddy, let's go. Come on, get Noah. Please get in there. Please get in there, guys. Get Noah. I can kill you. Go both, we can both, guys.
The feathers fly again. Humanoid and Noah, can they do it? And here comes Oscar. VTO not enough. Humanoid standing. VTO goes back in. Reset is there. Still going down. It's still going. Again, baby.
Saya no ulti, I can ulti soon. No.
That was the best played game of League of Legends I've ever seen.
I don't know what to say. That was insane.
Yeah.
Incredible game to finish the series on.
Wow.
Just amazing.
Wow.
I love the plot twist.
Oh
Yeah.
my
In the
God.
middle, I agree.
Absolute cinema.
Perfection.
Great
Perfection, if I
stuff.
can say.
Anyways, with MSI qualification on the line today, we're going to send it over to GB to evaluate our chances in China.
Thank you very much, Shox. And welcome everyone to what is honestly, well, I guess a tough reality that we live in. I get it, guys, I really do. The rest of the world is looking pretty damn good right now, and let's be honest, we're not looking that great. But it's not all doom and gloom. There are some positives. So think about it, right? How amazing is Caps right now? He's performing at an all-time high. Hell, maybe he's even in 2019 form. Maybe there's even an argument that he is one of the best in the world right now. But let's not get ahead of ourselves right now. Thank you. You know, now that I think about it, both Noah and I saw Korean AD carries, and they're pretty good. Regardless of who goes, they're probably going to do pretty well, right? I mean, Korean Ezreal, Korean Seri, to have that in our corner, now that I think about it, like it's actually pretty good. But like, hold up. Well, actually, now that I'm speaking out loud, how good is Bin really? I mean, don't get me wrong, I love Bin, great top laner, one of the best top laners, no doubt, but come on, he looks pretty beatable, right? Broken Blade about to break some backs, am I right, guys? Like, guys, I really think this is possible. There's a reason they're called Adam's Guards and not Adam's Dogs. This could be really, really good for us.
Oh, but now listen, I'm actually really seeing it right now. Like, guys, the MSI title might be ours. There's no way it's not. The vision is clear, I can see it. I can genuinely see it, guys. MSI is gonna be ours. I can barely write this. This is going all the way wrong for my bike, but it's gonna go right for Europe. It's Europe #1, baby. Europe all the way. I can feel it. Law, over to you, baby.
Thank you so much, GB, for this light of hope, at least I hope for the LEC, but I'm here with Nightshare. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of this series. How are you feeling? Because if I can roll back a bit, when I interviewed your players last week, they were not happy with the way they played. I remember Razork having some strong words after the game and Marek saying, well, I guess we're bad still. So, yeah, how was the frustration on the side of the players and maybe working towards cleaner games this week?
So, personally, I feel quite stressed today, right? Because it's like a long season. And it was like up and down, kind of emotional, right? The players are emotional, everyone is emotional. So it's kind of getting to you at some point also. But we have, like the final week, so we just push through. In regards of players, I think they are pretty confident going in. We had like 1 week of practice now, and I think everyone kind of in their head thinks, like we're better than BDS. There's no way that we should be losing against BDS in VO5, so I think that's where they're at, yeah.
What do you think made the practice good? Because when I asked this question to Humanoid last week, he was like, sometimes we win on stage, sometimes we don't, but Scream are not enough good sign of what is going to make good results on stage. So yeah, was practice good, and why do you think it was?
Well, I would say practice was okay.
We take those.
Usually it's, it's a 5-player game, so then everyone kind of has to be on top of their game individually. And then what makes practice the best you can get is usually discipline. A lot of the times, like it's fun to maybe fight here and there or do this and then not being like super disciplined. But whenever someone is like super disciplined, all 5 players, then they are always, like very on top of things. And they're like, oh, we do this, then we stop, we do this, and then it's like very, from one point to another, and it's like flowing kind of, right? And then you have the momentum and everything. So I think that's the most important thing in practice. Yeah.
All right. I hope we can see this on the Rift today. You said that you were stressed. And I want to know, how do you manage this stress? Because you have to stay strong for your players and you have to absorb their stress as well. And I saw that they were really excited, especially about going to MSI already. So managing their expectations so that they don't get too much ahead of
Oops, I don't know what happened.
Hello.
It's fine.
That's us.
Yeah,
Hey.
I don't know. We were trying to figure out what we were going to talk about next, because we were actually going to talk about MSI qualification first, but I would love to just talk about what we did hear from Nightshare in that interview, which is something that we have heard echoed also on Euphoria, also in the player interviews from Fnatic last week, Aragon, the fact that they don't even feel like they're playing their best, which is, I mean, I think clear to see, but they are winning the series that they have to.
Yeah, it's quite interesting as well, especially with it feels like a kind of a little bit of a lack of confidence, but then you see players like Jun play, and he looks so phenomenal. The plays he makes across the map, the way he's grouping up with Razork and Humanoid and winning games on his own. I'm really surprised to hear of a lack of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to notice as well that there are 3 teams left in the league.
Yeah.
There's BDS, G2, and Fnatic. So when Fnatic is scrimming, they're only scrimming G2 right now. Yeah. So if practice is rough, you probably know why.
Makes sense. You might be wondering, why are we showing you what we're showing you? Well, this series is for MSI qualification, and I wanted to talk about Fnatic and historical Fnatic in the context of when they are with their backs against the wall, they usually make it happen. You know, we've seen it at Worlds where there were games they were not supposed to win or runs they were not supposed to go on. We've seen it in the LEC as well, Finn. So they are always a team that kind of has that in their DNA, it seems.
Yeah, if you put it Fnatic against BDS in terms of clutch factor, I would give the edge to Fnatic. Mostly because there are clutch players in that team, we've seen it before, but also I think their support mid and jungle are a lot more active than BDS's. BDS has a slower game that they're playing, very methodical and controlled, but Fnatic's mid support jungle really has the opportunity to push these Eastern teams to their brink.
Oh, you relayed very well into my next question, which would be about MSI. Of course, the winner of this series goes to MSI because of how the championship points have laid out. Really, you have to win this match. You don't even have to win the final, Aragon. So who do you think would be best suited to take on that international competition?
That's tricky, but my edge would go to... Okay, so I think Fnatic have better overall players, but BDS have that factor of, you know, the classic Eastern teams don't have practice against Adam's champion pool. I know it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but we saw it happen last in Worlds qualifying series last year, and I do think that they could have the edge in that regard.
I actually is mentioning that because I remember an interview from last Worlds. I was like, wow, they were asking some Chinese top laner about Adam. They're like, don't worry, we see this every time in the Chinese super server. We know all the one tricks. So I'm not sure actually. I do favor Fnatic's overall strength as a team and as individuals a bit higher than BDS right now. But we will see. I think today will decide everything, of course.
It's all about ceiling, of course, and if Fnatic can hit that famed ceiling that we've heard, also in scrims apparently, Finn. But, you know, we know about scrims and how good your scrims can be from G2 at Worlds last year. It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
The word on the streets is that Fnatic is really good in scrims.
Okay.
I can kind of confirm that in the first 3 weeks before I started left. But now they did have some sort of slump, it seems as well. They had a rougher spot of games, and that kind of caused them to lose a little bit of confidence. You can hear it in the interviews a lot of the times. Razork especially was very vocal about how they're not playing to their strengths. I don't know what you think regarding this.
I think it's interesting. I do think they're playing to their strengths personally, which is quite interesting to me. Noah did pop off, so maybe they're thinking of maybe we should play more toward Noah. I think Oscar's always been the weak side player, so I don't think they play towards top side. But yeah, it's an interesting take.
I mean, let's talk about top lane a little bit. Oscar up versus Adam. Their champ pools and the way they have been approaching these games.
Yeah, so I had a fear that, okay, so there's going to be a lot of swaps coming in. Yeah. I think in scrims they're probably putting swaps every single day, and there's a lot of mind games happening here. Yeah. So my fear was that because of Oscar has been this kind of tank merchant, is banning a lot of the Sacs, the Casantes, and the Rek'Sais. That is very scary to do against a player like Adam, because he's going to hit you with the Olafs, the Dariuses, and you don't want to play those matchups. So what can you do? You swap out of them. And then suddenly there's a Darius without teleport suffering against your bot lane under tower for the next game.
And I just think Oscar's champ pool is made for lane swaps. We've seen him blind picking Cassante for a year now, I feel like. And it's just going from Cassante to Zac, and that sort of playstyle really isn't that much of a shift compared to going from Darius to, you know, Zac, Rek'Sai, and doing absolutely nothing and just trying to get the scraps. We saw it last week with BDS locking in Aatrox blind and just falling behind so far. So it's a question of if Adam can adapt in this last week we've had where he's been able to watch the LPL, the LCK, and seeing what they can do.
Yeah, and also for BDS and Adam, you know, to get to MSI would be absolutely huge. I think they're a team that doesn't get as much, I want to say, fan attention, obviously, comparatively to a G2 or a Fnatic, but they've been top 4 consistently in the LEC, Finn. I guess it's all a matter of how can they break through that ceiling where they find themselves right now.
Yeah, and I think going to an international event is by far the best way to do that, because when you go there, you play against all the best teams in the world. As someone who's been there myself, you really feel like you're leveling up a step beyond. And then when you come back to Europe, everything feels so much easier. It's like everything is happening in slow motion when you come back to Europe and you're playing against the European teams again. So I really think them going to MSI would do wonders for their summer split.
So how are you still teamless?
I'm not teamless.
You were for a while.
What do you think? Next point.
Next point. Let's talk about BDS. So we talk about how can they develop, what can be different. Obviously, Ice is new in that bot lane, or new, I should say. We're used to him by now. It's been a couple of months, Aragon. But do you think it will be enough to give them that extra edge in this context, and specifically in this matchup versus Noah?
I think the way they've been playing around Ice has been phenomenal. Just feeding them a bunch of resources. I know last series was a bit rough, but they were figuring out how to play lane swaps at the same time.
Yeah.
The way by the end of the series, the way they were playing was just feeding Ice a bunch of different kills, and I just remember distinctly this team fight, Third Dragon, BDS, Kai'Sa just absolutely popping up and 1v9ing. I think Ice has the potential to take the series.
Yeah, but it's also the way Fnatic is playing is they leave Noah alone in the bot lane on the Saya, and he's constantly outplaying these dives, 1v2, 1v3. Can he do this today again, like he did against Vitality? I think that's going to be a very important factor today.
It is. It's be interesting to watch for sure. There is so much on the line. You want to get to the final. You want to get into the position where you have a chance to lift that LEC trophy, but you want to get to MSI above all. What are your predictions, gentlemen?
I think BDS is taking it.
Oh!
I think BDS is winning 3-1 today.
3-1?
Yeah.
I completely agree. I was thinking on the way here in the taxi, I was like, I think it's BDS. Just from gameplay alone last week, I was way more convinced.
Okay, you have a little bit more time, so I'd love to hear a little bit more motivation for specifics.
I just think Fnatic right now are kind of scrambled. They don't actually know how they want to play. You can see in the Vitality series, it was very messy.
Yes.
And I think BDS has that aura to slow down the game and get back to control, and I think they're going to do that a lot better than Fnatic will.
I wonder if that Vitality series was a symptom of Vitality though, and Fnatic is going to be a bit more reserved today. I feel like, you know, you said last week Vitality dragged you down to the mud, so I don't think it'll be as massive.
Okay, 2 BDS predictions from my analysts. It will only be one team that will secure their spot at MSI and fight G2 for the spring title, and one team that will go home empty-handed until the summer split. It's time to kick off the LEC Spring Finals weekend.
We were practicing really well at the start, then we had some bad games and then we lost confidence. It was harder to come back to the discipline.
He's kicking that one off, maybe hoping to just get some summoners or some spells out of VTO, but he interrupts the first dash. That's going to be clutch. VTO pushed away, taken down. Oscar, the timing, absolute perfection. The pick onto VTO will end up costing them Vitality, hoping to get something back. The feathers out, but Noah off to the side. Uncontested, the knock up there. Carsey's got no room to play. And surely this is it. Oscar ridden, eyes on the prize. It's the most kills in a best of 5 in LEC history. And it's Fnatic once again taking down Vitality, moving into top 3 in the LEC.
They look really shaky. We'll try to abuse this if they're not coming well shaped this week.
Nuke comes in, saves the day. LeBron flips him out once again. A pentakill for Ice as he cleans up the fight. Shale he's in at 4K, the steal. He gets it. BDS just take it away to get you top 3 in the LEC.
I'm really confident that we are going to take them. They usually don't really deliver in playoffs. Actually, I hope you guys choke, because I want to go MSI.
They are coming, obviously, to take those titles away from us. If someone wants to be our rival, we are welcoming that. Make us stronger.
We need to stay vigilant, stay humble, and take it game by game so we don't make the same mistakes as we did in the past.
Will it be a flip to the side of the series? Who knows? Caps comes in, shoves there. It is a flip! BDS, you were the chosen ones, and you betrayed us. G2 are still Europe's champions, moving to another grand final. This team is the region.
I think against Fnatic, we are most likely favorites when G2 totally smacked them.
If they want to take that series as our level, that's fine, they will get stumped.
And here we are for the culmination of the spring split in the LEC 2024. BDS and Fnatic taking it to the stage. The winner takes a trip to Chengdu, China, and has a spot at MSI. The loser has about 60 days to think about everything before we come back for summer. Last year, it was tomorrow that BDS were denied their spot at MSI. They lost to Mad Lions Koi in the finals. It has been 6 years since Fnatic have gone to MSI. One of those teams' fortunes will change today. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Vedi and Dagda. I'm very honored to take you through the cast today.
I am so excited to see these two teams face off. I think this is going to be an absolute banger. I know the desk was more favored on BDS's side, but we had G2 on Euphoria during the week. They were like, look, honestly, this is incredibly close. They favored Fnatic. I think this is some series that could crash either direction, and I cannot wait to see it kick off.
Frankly, I think we've got an interesting clash of styles. I think that the discipline that we have been lacking from Fnatic is often very evident in how BDS approach fights. I imagine that these team fights are going to be crucial, along with how well these teams can set themselves up in the early game, and obviously that is largely tied to the draft. We're going to be jumping right in. Vi and Nautilus already taken off the board. BDS on the blue side mean that they will guarantee this first pick. My question is, where will this Zeri fall? We know that Zeri is a high priority pick for both of these AD carries. We've seen it prioritized throughout the LEC playoffs. Both AD carries have had it pretty consistently banned away from them. Who will get their hands on it today, if at all?
These are very different bans than what I expected coming into this, though. The Jarvan was not something I thought we'd get to see. It says to me that chances are Ice is going to be expecting a Zeri ban to come through, wants to go back towards something like the Jinx or a Varus, play that hyper scaling carry, and doesn't want the Jarvan to interact. But also I thought it would be the Vi ban by Fnatic, because I expected BDS to want to get Shay onto Vi so they can play the, or at least then they don't have to go back towards Volibear, and then Fnatic take away the Jax. So I'm surprised to see it's actually BDS that are banning away the Vi.
I mean, BDS is definitely looking at a Volibear and his priority pick here. With the Rumble taken off the board, Kalista is, of course, available, but that is a champion that neither of these AD carries in particular prioritize when it comes to the draft. So I'm very curious as to what that first pick will be. Bear in mind, Rek'Sai also up something that Fnatic love to get their hands on early when it comes to the draft.
Bear in mind as well, not pre-recorded drafts for our playoffs. So all these picks are real-time. Players have less time to discuss after the game, after the draft concludes at least, before the game starts. Taliyah, the first lock for BDS. First time we'll see Nuke on that in playoffs. Zeri and Rel immediately locked in for Fnatic.
I feel like Fnatic have gotten everything that they wanted, though, in this draft. Realistically, Humanoid can still play the Azir into the Taliyah. He's going to be perfectly fine. You don't have to worry about something like an Aurelion Sol or anything like that coming out. And you get that Zeri, which has been banned away pretty consistently from Noah, and the Rel for Razork. This has been the champion that I think has been his best, and has been denied from Fnatic so often over the course of this split.
Zyra Khan in the bot lane for BDS, I think it's a very powerful 2 versus 2. I'm curious to see, I mean, BDS clearly have confidence in Ice and Labrov in terms of their ability to bring some agency into that bot lane. Labrov, we know, is a big playmaker, looking to have impact on the map. We'll see how things pan out as we move into the second phase. The Volibear, unsurprising, going to be taken away by Fnatic.
Yeah, I expected kind of to see that coming through. They've actually first picked this in their last series a lot of the time to try and get that for Sheo, but probably going to be another, like, CC-orientated ban coming through here, and then you're kind of looking going, like, say, Maokai taken away. What do you pick then in the jungle for Sheo that can facilitate the Taliyah when it comes to the flickbacks?
Fnatic likely looking, as you say, towards one of those jungle bans. BDS can go towards top to make sure that Oscarinin isn't on a comfort champion, at least not on an easy champion to pilot, because Fnatic do have R5. They have the last pick of the draft, which means BDS will have to show their top lane hand before Fnatic have to lock in that top. So expect a top lane ban here from BDS. Fnatic then lock support or jungle, depending on where that Rel is going to go. BDS then obviously round out their comp, and Fnatic have Oscarinin or something safe likely in the top lane.
I like the bans here from BDS, really limiting the top lane tank pool available to Oscar. Cassante then becomes the standout champion that you obviously have your eyes on. The question is, do Fnatic want to blind that here?
This would be interesting, because I'm about to say one of the big things that we've seen is that Adam has been practicing a lot of those more traditional tanks in solo queue. So it could have been, hey, we're going to go back towards a Gragas or something along these lines, but actually going to be Oscarinin bringing out the Twisted Fate, which I thought was going to be on the opposite side, because Adam has been practicing a lot and it's looked really good for him.
You also called, Adam has been playing a lot of Kalista top with lethality, which is pretty good into the Twisted Fate. So we'll see if that comes out here. Obviously, does really change the way your team wants to play, so BDS would have to put a lot of pressure on that. Instead, it's Yasuo locked in the top lane against Twisted Fate. Oscarinin's first Twisted Fate of playoffs, not the sort of champion we'd usually see, and obviously first Yasuo top for Adam as well.
I mean, I think the hover of the Poppy is absolutely perfect from Razork. I was thinking about what supports you can pick right now, and it feels like that with limited options into the Rakan with a Zeri, you don't have the best, so just pairing the Rel alongside it I think makes the most sense. Then you get Razork on one of his most comfortable champions throughout his entire career, and it's into a dash from literally everyone except for the Xayah and the Taliyah. So all those engage tools are going to struggle to find those engages later into the game.
Definitely agree with you there, Betty. Adam has played Yasuo once before in his career in top lane. It was against SK last spring. They lost that game. I will say, having watched the LCK series earlier on today, I do wonder if BDS might look for a lane swap into the Twisted Fate to try and put him behind. Obviously, the Yasuo pick into it does also work.
Yeah, I think they just have such a strong bot lane that they can try and play around. Rel does really well into the Rakan. You will lose out on the pushing power because the Xayah will have the increase on the pullback feathers on push, but I still think you open up Jun to play anywhere on the map with Razork, and honestly I think Jun is the best roaming support that we have in LEC right now. He has been so good and was so crucial to the victory that Fnatic had over Vitality, and I want to see him have that impact here again when he comes into this series.
I think BDS have great side lane options, which I would say is out of character, but something we've been seeing more from them recently, where a lot of their strength comes from being able to shadow on the side lane, being able to create 2v1s or 2v2s and take those smaller skirmishes, whereas Fnatic are very much driven around playing more towards these team fights. While they do have some side lane options, the beauty of Yasuo being a counter into Twisted Fate is how well it scales into the late game. So very interesting approaches from both teams for our first game of this split, of the series, I should say.
You missed a few weeks there. Here we are into the first game of this lower bracket final. Winner plays G2 tomorrow in our grand finals and books their spot at MSI. Let's see how the team's set up around the map. Early doors, looks like it's just going to be the standard 5 players in a line strategy.
Just bouncing off of Eddie's point though, something that Fnatic has done pretty consistently is this overload a side lane and try and find a pick. It's something that Trimby brought to the team last year, and we're still seeing Fnatic heavily go for it with things like the Talia, as they would often bring it up and try and punish people overextending. We saw it a lot in the Vitality series as well. And I think this is actually a really good adaptation from BDS in this draft. As Betty was saying, like, you have the option to play 1-3-1. You have, in theory, a lot of the stronger sides in that regard. So you should be able to get the control you need if you can start out this early game well and shut down a lot of those plays from Fnatic.
Now, Sheo is no stranger to invading. When you have this type of pressure that BDS have, Talia can very easily get pushed in the early 2 versus 2. The Xayah versus Zeri in the early game should enable you to get the push in the early 2 versus 2. Yasuo versus Twisted Fate is a little bit more of a mixed bag. Once you get level 2 on the Yasuo is when you become a lot more dangerous in the 1 versus 1, but at level 1, Yasuo isn't that threatening. But you have to be cautious as a TF, because if you push in too early, you then set yourself up for failure. So we'll see how aggressively Oscarine approaches the lane. But I think BDS have a lot of advantages in the early laning phase. I'm very curious as to how Sheo utilizes that. Are they going to be looking to try and attack that bot side of the map? Are they instead going to prioritize trying to play through these 2 solo laners? Because from Fnatic's perspective, their best lane to play through is top. You have the best setup thanks to the Twisted Fate CC, combined with the fact that you have the Poppy, perhaps a little low in damage, but you're kind of getting an example of what I was talking about earlier. Starting with the E level 1 does give you a bit of trading power, but especially once you get that Q through is when you start to get a lot more control over that laning phase.
I think as well, just as you say for Fnatic, the option to go top is there. The option to play around Jun in this bottom side as well is massive. The opportunity, when you get the ultimate available, makes it very difficult for the Rakan to try and escape. Even if the Rakan tries to engage, you've got the Q to interrupt, you can get the crash down. So there are plenty of options here for Fnatic, but a huge amount of that is going to be, hey, we need to try and work together. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Sheo, as you already see the ward that's placed on towards the Raptors, trying to track where Razork is as this game goes on and making sure he can match wherever the Poppy
They're already
shows
threatening
up.
a dive top lane.
Yeah, a couple of pingers coming out around that red buff as well. Razork not spotted yet. He
Taking
might
a
just work
beeline.
his way all the way towards the top lane, as you say, Betty.
Great awareness from Razork there, because as we're talking about it, he's going to start off by doing his Krugs, and he's in a position to be able to mitigate the dive. Oscarinin recognizes the position that he's in, but Razork should be able to spot this out.
Knock up from Adam. Oscar at 300 HP. Sheo can look for the jump across the wall. Don't know if he saw Razork, who is now finishing up the Krugs. He will see that the Krugs have been done, so now they know Razork's waiting in the wings. Try and put the damage down onto the Poppy here. Another knock up onto Oscar, just trying to get him away from this wave, but it's not going to do too much yet. Chase continues onto Razork. There's the stun, does still have his flash. Nuke on his way up from the mid lane. Razork tries to dash back, flashes under the tower. Adam puts up a wind wall, and BDS get the summoner and get out.
BDS going to be very happy with that. You've also cornered off Razork into his topside jungle, so Sheo, I think, will try and steal away some of these camps. Nuke had push in mid, as you highlighted, medics who could have moved up into this top half of the map. I don't think he realizes that he's on a ward,
He
though.
definitely doesn't, but I don't think Razork is healthy enough to contest it anyway. Sheo realizes that Razork is going to go back to base, and he's going to take away the enemy jungle. Ultimately, great play from Sheo. Obviously, a lot of time committed to this top side of the map, but a lot of this comes back to the pressure that he has in mid lane thanks to Nuke, just keeping the wave pushed in, the fact that they have push in top lane. And I was expecting Ice and Labrov to have control over that early bot side, but whether they've conceded or whether or not it's a matter of Noah and Jun, the reality is that they're playing on the safe side of the map. They know the priority is on the top side, and BDS already starting to find these very small advantages, but Sheo not overstaying his welcome, trying to steal the red as well.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at where Adam's wave is, though. I think he'll need to get this crashed, because the only thing that realistically Razork can do right now is clear his red and go into that top side. Now, the ward will spot out that Razork is there, which is why you're seeing Sheo move up here to try and cover Adam as he shoves in this wave. or at least keeps a freeze for himself, which would be nice.
She also knows this hasn't been warded recently because Oscarini's been stuck in the lane, so it would have had to be Razork warding on the way out, but he was never able to get into that position. So just make sure that Adam can get the push out, then we'll go across towards his blue. Razork works his way down towards the bottom side of the map. There is a possibility of an early Drake if he wants it, but I think he's just going to target that Scuttle Crab instead.
You're seeing a great example of why this matchup is so difficult for the Twisted Fate, and Adam is playing it very well. Even if the goal difference doesn't look that dramatic, it's only going to get harder for the TF. Razork, though, knowing that Sheo should still be around the top side of the map, is looking to put pressure on the bot side, but there's no realistic dive here. He's likely just going to convert this pressure into a Dragon. Nuke going to use his control of a mid to provide safety for Sheo on the top side of the map. And ultimately, it's going to be a top side favored for BDS, while bot side gaining small advantages for Noah and Jun, simply because they know that their jungler isn't in the area.
I'm curious how much pressure BDS want to now turn into this top half, though, because just hit 6 for Nuke, he's just reset, picked up some boots for himself. He can start to roam, and I like the adaptation in taking the boots early here. So you're like, oh, I can actually get into top lane, zone off Oscarinin with my ultimate, and make sure he's going to be uncomfortable. So I wouldn't be surprised to see BDS really turn up the heat on Oscar in this top zone now.
Well, bot side camps are now respawning for Sheo, so he's going to be forced to reset, go back to the bot side of the map. With the Dragon not actually being secured yet, this does give an opportunity for BDS to start playing towards that objective. Adam, of course, yet to use his TP, but playing the laning phase incredibly well. You see that advantage really starting to mount. He created a slow push towards him, which meant that Oscarinin, in order to get those last hits, would be forced to overextend, and he's just losing more and more at a time. The only reason why this deficit isn't greater is thanks to the passive of the Twisted Fate, keeping that gold a little bit better. Humanoid going to deny the healing plant away from anyone on the side of BDS. And ultimately, I'm impressed with what BDS have been able to do in the early game. Start mounting into a significant goal lead, but in terms of the pressure, they're utilizing it well within the first 6 minutes of the game.
I also like the vision control that Fnatic have set up. So they did have the Scuttle Crab there, which get them control on bot side. They've also got a ward in behind BDS's bot lane turret, and then the ward placed by Humanoid. They basically have all their angles covered for, hey, where is Sheo or where is Nuke as they start to roam around the map. So keeping themselves safe, but BDS using that pressure on the bottom side and the control they had are going to start up this Dragon. Nuke did reset though, so I'm curious how much attention Fnatic want to put to this.
Nuke has no TP, Jun and Noah coming in to join the fight. Adam TP's to the top lane, and Fnatic might just look for the fight afterwards, but BDS can dash out across the back wall. Fnatic couldn't get there in time, couldn't collapse quickly enough to utilize their numbers advantage. Razork trying to step in here. Lavrov realizes that's a possibility and dissuades the enemy jungler from going any deeper.
Ultimately though, great control and great utilization of pressure from the lanes. Sheo is exactly where he needs to be, and his laners are playing to accommodate for what he wants to do on the map. Adam, now in a good position, forces the ghost out from Oscar. He's going to be happy with that trade. And ultimately, very little to criticize on the side of BDS in terms of how they are playing this early game. Of course, we talked a lot in terms of their draft, how they want to try and leverage Nuke on this global. We've seen Chovy is one of the best examples in the world at how to utilize the Taliyah ultimate to cut off objectives to help secure them. And we know that BDS can be a very objective-focused team, along with how you can use this Taliyah to collapse on side lanes. So they want to keep this pace up, hold on to the advantage that they have for the time being, set up Yasuo to be this side lane threat, while also being able to bring value to the team fights later on.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sheo, as you reset here, you go into your top side, you then try and put some pressure onto Oscarinin because grubs are coming up in 90 seconds. If you can get 6 grubs when you have side lane threat in the form of something like a Yasuo or even a Taliyah, it just helps accelerate. You can get some of those early plates, you can start to put Fnatic a little bit further in terms of gold. Nuke here, there's the Weaver's Wall, no Ghost on Oscarinin, burns the flash early doors, locks the stun card, but he's locked up with the last breath, and the chase continues. Destiny away from Oscarinin, he will escape. Well played by the Fnatic top to get his way out of a sticky situation.
I will say, I think Adam used his ultimate too early. He didn't actually get the maximum damage out of the W from the Taliyah. Fnatic now have their eyes on the bot lane. I don't know if they're going to be able to pull a dive off, though. Ice playing very respectfully, going to concede the farm, but he knows that his jungler is in the area. Oscarinin, well played, recognizes that all of the CC has been used, can use that Twisted Fate to get away, but ultimately the damage has been done. Plate secured for Adam. As CS continues to mount in his favor, and that's nearly a 900 gold lead now for Adam.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, Oscarinin kind of needed to use that ult to get back to lane. Cancelled his reset right before that play happened topside as well, so didn't get to go back and spend money. So very vulnerable now, loses a massive wave on that top side, so he is very, very far behind it all. Humanoid, nice interrupt. to make sure that Nuke actually can't come to the
Look
reset.
at how awkward the wave is in mid as well. That's slow pushing towards Humanoid. Nuke now has to overstay in mid lane, so he's going to have to get some assistance to help push this out. And fortunately for him, Sheo is here to assist.
Adam's here too. Humanoid's going to get knocked up. No last breath. There's the Glacial Prison though. Humanoid trying to dash away, uses the flash, and will escape. Summoner's burnt for the Fnatic top and mid. Nuke now looking for that reset. Sheo's going to path towards the top side and perhaps has his eyes on the grubs.
I think that's it, especially when you start to move Labrov up as well. You can commit a lot of members to this. Labrov is just hovering in river, trying to spot out exactly where Jun is. So then there's no play onto Zai in the bot lane, but he can be in position if Fnatic try to contest on grubs, but they're just going to back away. They know they're too low.
I mean, BDS just did everything right there. Yeah. You know, the fact that Sheo and Adam made their way into mid, knowing that they could translate that pressure or push into control over the grubs. And then look, he moves back to top and he catches that entire wave. Right now, the control over the waves from BDS across the board is looking very good in terms of this early game. But I will say that overall, BDS, discipline is often what I attribute to this team. Obviously, when we think back to last split, Adam wasn't a part of the roster when they were actually competing in these upper bracket. They did make that replacement. Now coming back in, seeing this level of discipline is exactly what you want to see from this team. But can they translate that? Because sometimes they are not the best at holding on to a lead and convert it into a victory.
We're going to get shoved back here. LeBob looking for the knockup as well. Jun on his way to join the party. Empress Divide not available for the Azir.
And there's that good discipline you were talking about. They don't try and all in. They don't end up using the ultimate from Labrov. They're just like, cool, we get the chunk onto Humanoid. We don't know where any members of Fnatic are. Let's just try and make sure we can get out of this with now the advantage to be picked up. This unlocks Nuke again as that ultimate becomes available and he can start to play in the map again. The only thing is a lot of that vision set up from Fnatic is now going to be able to spot exactly where Sheo is. And I think that's the big problem, is you're going to open up now Razork to say, hey, look, we know Sheo has to be on top side because he hasn't shown any of these wards. Maybe we can go for a play on boss, but Sheo is now spot on a ward on top, so they definitely have all the information.
It's nicely done by Jun while the top play was happening. Managed to get himself in there, get those wards deep, and with the Drake up in 30 seconds time as well, it gives you that awareness of how BDS are moving for what would be their second dragon of the game. Oscarinin just trading with Sheo here. Razork on his way. Nuke's coming across as well, though. There's the Weaver's Wall, and Oscarinin still no flash. Pops the Ghost early on. There's the knockup. Steel tempers. The seismic shot doesn't even get the need to get the knockback as BDS get their first kill. Emperor's Divide. Sheo tanking the tower first. Razork's going to knock him back. Humanoid dies for it, but it's a 2-for-1 trade so far. Another seismic shove into the knockup with the steel tempers, and it's 3-for-1 for BDS.
BDS come alive in the early game against Fnatic. What used to be a team that would only look for dragons is now diving side lane terrors 3v3 against Fnatic, and they are looking clean as they do it.
Great punish from BDS. It was Oscarinin that overstayed his welcome. He didn't respect Nuke's ability to collapse with the ultimate. And then they just turned it into a 3 versus 2, into a 3 versus 2, into a 2 versus 1. Always leveraging the numbers advantage and coming out on top. We look back at this play and Oscarinin, he's ultimately just overstaying when he shouldn't be.
Yeah, the fact you have Nuke on their own, we already touched on it. This was the advantage they picked up from getting that play onto Humanoid early. They immediately pick off Oscarinin, and then Humanoid tries to make the play, and it is nice, but no one's actually really hit him yet to actually tank the terror aggro. And then Razork does secure the kill onto Sheo as soon as that aggro is picked up, but then this is just clean from Nuke. The flick back sets up perfectly for Adam to slice and dice his way through.
It was a really nice Glacial Prison as well from Sheo as the Emperor's Divide came in to lock Humanoid down as he dived into the enemy team. And BDS now 3,000 gold ahead. They have a 2,000 gold lead on Adam in the top lane. And before this series, we asked, where is one of the key weak points for Fnatic? Where can they lose the game? And one of the key factors was, well, if Adam gets ahead of Oscarinin, that's going to be a challenge.
And the problem for Fnatic is you don't have any way to lessen that gap, because you don't have dragons, you don't have control over objectives. So what are usually your fallbacks for a composition like this, where, hey, our 4 on the bottom side are really strong when we look for a team fight, well, BDS don't have to team fight you. They have 2 dragons, they have opened up the map. Adam is only getting further ahead now with more terror plates, and you are then isolated in these 1v1s. And one of the big character arcs we've seen from BDS over the course of this split is how good they've actually become at macro, how well they are playing sides, but Adam is going to have to play this one.
He gets the knock-up. Adam has no flash. Sheo has worked his way into this bot side bush, and Fnatic don't overextend for it. LeBob was coming across as well, so it would have ended up being a 3v2 if the fight continued. 8 plates to 1 for BDS. Fnatic have thrived in fighting, but BDS haven't really given them the opportunity so far this game. Maybe they're looking for one here. Sheo still unspotted. I will remind you guys, that's Sejuani. Very difficult to catch out. Jump with the Magnet Storm. He manages to flash away. Good knockback with the Keeper's Verdict as well as now Adam's on the front line. Razzle diving in and Adam falls. Fnatic starts to turn things in their favor as the ties perhaps are going on their side. Lebrov dives in, gets the charm. The knock-up, the roots on Razzle is enough. Ice with a good Feather Storm gets himself out of dodge. The TP was invested, but Nuke was stopped by Oscarinin in the top lane.
BDS. Bit of a questionable execution, holding on to the Sejuani ultimate for so long to set up for the Yasuo ultimate.
The top lane being used as well. Nuke is looking for Oscarinin. Does find him in the 1v1, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Fnatic force BDS back in the bot lane.
I mean, you look at that goal gap in the top lane. It was 2k earlier, dropped to 1.5. Oscarinin going to be happy to get that trade, and Fnatic all of a sudden looking a lot more alive here in this game. We talked about how BDS can sometimes overforce these plays. The idea looked good, but the execution ended up falling short.
And I think a lot of that was they were reliant on, hey, we have that TP advantage for Nuke. We can try and play for that. But Nuke overextends in that side lane, doesn't get out of range of Oscarinin or invest that TP early enough. And the whole plan kind of falls apart. And yes, you get the 1v1 kill on the top side, but Nuke had a bounty. So it actually ends up being a positive for Oscarinin because he gets a bit of extra gold and managed to finish his Shiv. And now BDS will enter back onto this top side, at least pick up the Rift Herald. And if you can crack open mid, this is definitely going to secure a bit of an advantage in this game.
Importantly for Fnatic, Noah has the most gold in the game, or at least did a couple of seconds ago. If you can get this Zeri to 2-3 items, he can carry a fight.
So we look at how this starts, and Sheo utilizing his Q to create the knockup for the Yasuo ultimate. Doesn't actually connect onto Noah, who's completely safe. Then the ultimate from Sejuani actually connects onto Razork, and now they've got nothing left. Good ulti from Razork knocks away a member, creating a 2 versus 3, but then Ice joins the fray. And at this point, BDS, while they do get a kill, they're kind of forced to retreat because they know how threatening Humanoid is. And the amount of health that Noah has meant that so many resources going into Jun, and the fact that Fnatic were able to find a 1-for-1 in a 3k gold deficit is definitely a great position to be, on top of the fact that that TP also got interrupted on the top side.
Yeah, and the fact that it's Adam that falls as well is massive because it just gives you so much control down in the spot side. But you see here, right, backing, easy ward, and Nuke just needed to back away. He ended up playing up, trying to punish Oscarinin. Now, does end up getting the kill in the end, as you said. He used a Weaver's Wall now in a second to just follow up onto Oscarinin as Oscarinin flashes away from the boulder. But I do think Nuke, if he'd been able to get in a position, would have been all right. Oh, just barely got.
I mean, it's well played by Nuke in the end, but it feels a bit greedy, firstly with the back position, and then also with going for the kill. And it does give some gold back to Fnatic, about 2,500 gold, the lead for BDS. They used Rift Herald in the bot lane to charge in. Mid lane, I think they used it mid and then drove it bot, actually, looking at, because the mid lane tower was relatively healthy before we went into that replay.
And I think the reason they did it is because they know Noah has no flash from the last play. So if you can push in that bot side with Adam, push in top with Nuke, Weaver's Wall across the mid lane, you can isolate Fnatic from their mid lane tower and trying to take that in a few minutes. But Dragon in a minute's time, and with the position that you have on the map, it feels very BDS favored. But again, you don't even have to commit to this as BDS if you don't want to. You can just commit for mid lane tower instead and pick that up. Although, is it gone? That might actually.
Mid lane tier 1 went. I think they held charged in and then drove it to the bot lane to take both those towers. So BDS could commit for the tier 2 if they wanted to try and crack open the map even more. But I think the Dragon a more likely target. In terms of item, both the mid laners have finished their first. Haunting Guys as well for both of them. Humanoid, you know, about 800 gold ahead. He has an extra blasting wand. 80 carries though, Noah. Runelands and Static complete. Doesn't have the flash, but does have the lightning crash. Summoners available for Ice.
I will say, I feel like the biggest strength of BDS's comp right now is how strong Nuke and Adam are. And I think that they should just try and utilize the map pressure to control this Dragon rather than trying to force a fight. Even though they do have an advantage, I think that a 5v5 is probably one of the better scenarios that Fnatic can find themselves in to actually win, because again, their composition is very front to back. They have the Poppy ultimate to create a numbers advantage within a big 5v5. They have so much utility provided by Jun. On top of the range, it could be difficult if the right targets aren't connected by that CC in order to actually lock down Noah and Humanoid. So I think what BDS is doing right now, I prefer much more. Just utilize the pressure that you have on the map to keep Fnatic away from the Dragon entirely, secure it completely uncontested, and just keep chipping away at these towers.
Yeah, I do think this was a bit of a mistake from Fnatic, though, where they end up showing Humanoid too early on the top side. So BDS are able to go, right, well, we can have our cake and eat it too. Yep. We can get Dragon and play on the mid wave.
And play on the bot wave.
Play on the bot wave as well, but that will back away. They have to be a little bit careful, because I don't think they've spotted on the bottom side is just that little ward that's in behind.
Yeah, just
BDS
in the bot lane bush. Yeah.
So they do have to be a little bit careful there.
No TP is going to come down, though. Only Humanoid running TP. Remember, the Destiny enough for oscarinin to move himself around the map. There's also a threat for BDS later if they do commit to more of a split push style, that the Twisted Fate can join a fight very quickly, as can the Taliyah. So we might end up seeing, just full investment into trying to play on those side lanes. 2,000 gold to lead for BDS. 3 Dragons to 0, 6 Grubs to 0. And Fnatic are building up towards those second items. From here, expect to see the game slow down a little bit. BDS likely to look for some top side vision to allow Adam to push up, but really we are waiting for that next Drake to spawn.
Yeah, I think it's going to be try and shove in mid and then establish that vision, but I think I'd actually probably see them put that vision into Nuke a little bit more, because I think Nuke is a little bit more vulnerable on the side, and especially because they've spotted oscarinin on the bot side, they want to try and keep him in check.
Where's Noah going?
They're going top here.
Stands in the bush, can try and dash away. That's the safety of the Zeri. Thought maybe he'd take a shortcut through the jungle, but wise enough not to do that. With this ward, he would have spotted them walking in, so would have been a big whoopsie if Noah had got caught out there.
Ultimately, I think what BDS is doing is the correct play. Just keep control over mid, move into top side, start threatening that tower, and they don't have anyone catching bot right now, which looks like that's going to be Nuke's job, and they'll do the exact same thing on the bot side of the map. And basically, they just keep playing through mid into bot, mid into top, and they just suffocate Fnatic out of their jungle. You keep stealing away camps, you create a larger lead, and it is very like a slow and methodical death in a sense, because the pressure falls on Fnatic as they realize that their vision is being suffocated, that BDS could start Baron at any point, and that becomes the part that forces Fnatic into a mistake.
I do think, though, that was the mistake by BDS, was not actually catching bot wave. I think you can keep all 3 waves shoved in pretty aggressively, and then as Vedi is saying, like, move those shifts from lane to lane, but I think you need all 3 lanes to be in that position. So basically you can move Taliyah to mid to shift your 3 members top, and then look for the play on the tower and just keep the pressure up at all points in time. But I think BDS letting that bot wave go now buys more time for Fnatic before the next Dragon comes in.
I think the only reason why you would bring 5 up top side is because it increases the threat of the Baron. If you have 1 person bot, then the possibility is slightly lower. And Fnatic are just leveraging their numbers now to try and...
just walking in, put the control ward in, they spot LeBron, Sheo diving forward, Adam across the wall as well as to try and lock up Humanoid. He's stunned, gets the Emperors to buy down, but a good quickness from LeBron means Humanoid has to flash the wall. Noah gonna dash away as well. Another stun on Sheo, Adam kills off Humanoid, and he's gonna look for more as Noah's isolated with the enemy top, and Adam brings down the guillotine. Jun tries to dash away, but BDS will not let him escape today. 3 for naught, and a Baron to boot.
I mean, BDS find the fight that they were looking for that's forced by Fnatic. Nuke continues the hunt as he's caught oscarinin isolated.
Ghost away from oscarinin, but where you going, fam? Nowhere really for him to get out of that. Nuke gets his vengeance for the 1-for-1 earlier. Another kill to BDS, a Baron, and a minute and a half before the Infernal Soul.
And this was great play coming through from BDS. Everyone thinks that they caught Labrov, but he's very tanky, not able to go down. And then it's just a follow-up from that, from the Rakan. Jumps in onto everyone, buys the time that they need. Nuke's able to come back in. And from that point on, Fnatic have basically used everything in the kitchen sink to try and make things happen. And when Zeri is falling at the back, they just don't have the consistent damage they need with oscarinin this far behind. And BDS just have to sweep the fight.
Ultimately, BDS's target selection was just great there. So much space for Adam and Labrov to just kind of play the fight exactly as they wanted. And you can see the damage that Adam is doing on this Yasuo. A champion I think no one really expected. We're going to have to keep finding names to add onto his Gods acronym at this rate. But great start to...
It's a new English drill artist.
Yeah.
You've heard of Banksy. You've heard
Stormzy, now Godsy.
BDS find themselves in a commanding position 23 minutes in. They had a solid early game, and now they're looking to siege Fnatic.
Glacial Prison's gonna land. Humanoid locked up for the moment. Adam stunned. There's the Emperor's Divide. Knocks Sheo under the tower. Sheo tanking for days, and Humanoid will pay for it with his life 1-for-1 as his jungler for a mid lane trade. Adam eats a stun card. Nuke and Labrov clearing out vision, can look for more. Bound up minion wave, still a long way away for BDS in this bot lane.
Bit of an awkward state for BDS, just because they did abandon mid in order to collapse in the fight, expecting it to be something bigger. So Nuke kind of wasted a little bit of his own time trying to move from mid over to bot, but now he's caught that wave. They're going to begin the pressure. Now they're already setting up this 4-1 approach, or I guess 3-1 in this situation, given that they did lose their jungler. The BDS likes to play over-investing numbers on one side of the map to guarantee an objective and control.
TP in behind, though. They want to get Oscar in here.
Ice has the Feather Storm, doesn't use it initially. There's the stun as well from Razork into the wall. Blast Cone out. Ice still holding on to that ultimate. Pulls the Feathers back. The charm coming in from LeBron, and Oscar is melted by Nuke and Adam. Lightning crash out from nowhere. Everything on him in this team fight. Humanoid can look for an Emperor's Divide, but it's not up yet. The fight would have to last for an absolute age, and BDS will not let it do so. BDS find another, and now Infernal Soul is their prize.
Man, Ice does not melt under pressure. That man the entire time chilling, as I thought he was going to go down, but holds on to the ultimate, starts to turn around and fight back as Lavrov comes through, and they get the pick onto 2 members, and immediately that soul for BDS off the back of it.
We look back at the fight, and it's another force from Fnatic. They think they found a pick onto Ice, but he really just stares him down. He's not worried. He has the ultimate available while his cleanse isn't up. He doesn't care. He plays at the very limits, and he realizes, all right, I've tested my limits enough. I'll play safer. Once the wall comes down, he knows that he's safe to approach and assists his team in securing that kill, which goes over to Adam. BDS punishing the aggression from Fnatic. They felt desperate over the last 5 minutes. But BDS, they've held calm under the pressure, under the desperation from Fnatic's forced fights, and they've shut them down at every turn.
Mercurial Scimitar now complete on Adam as well. Going for a little bit of safety alongside that damage. 7,000 gold, the lead for BDS. And although I think some people saw BDS winning this series, I don't think we saw the first game being this convincing from them. Fnatic have got 4 kills across the course of it. One of it was because BDS over-invested on a bot lane play. They really haven't found their tempo yet in this game. They're suffering from whiplashes. Jun, X-Flashes back, the wave coming in. No Baron buff for BDS. 2.5 minutes before it spawns again. Keeper's Verdict. Charged up by Razork, helicoptering, but can't find it. There's the Weaver's Wall from Nuke as he forces Oscar in away. Razork on the wrong side of the wall, but he has a Hex Flash to escape to the safety of his teammates. But how safe will they be over the next couple of minutes? Another tower falls. BDS are doing it by the numbers. They've taken 6 and have yet to crack that inhibitor line.
I mean, there's no need to rush things at this rate. Sure, there's always a scaling element on the side of Fnatic that you have to be concerned about. Noah, 3 items, but can he really play the game? I just look at what BDS is doing and how strong this Yasuo is. Wind Wall does so much to mitigate the impact that Zeri can have in a fight, and BDS are just kind of, I don't want to say single target, but that's kind of how they're playing a lot of the fights. They just focus one target, then turn their attention to the next, and it's not this kind of chaotic brawl where they're dividing and conquering, where there's half the team focusing the back line while the other half focuses the front line. They just utilize their power to catch a single member off, and then they use their utility to chase the rest of Fnatic down, and it's being incredibly well done. Nuke, we haven't commented much on it, but his wars in these fights have also been very, very impactful, right? And so every single member of BDS is really stepping up in this first game. Clean control in the early game, and as I said, a single blip is all we've really seen from them, but this has been a near flawless game from the side of BDS.
And the thing was, the only way I really saw Fnatic, as Noah pops away, coming back into this was a big team fight with their 4 members, right? It's Jun goes in, you get a massive ultimate from Humanoid, Noah pops off at his ult and just shreds people in an AoE, but with the soul picked up for BDS, with how strong Ice is and how strong Nuke is, that feels pretty much impossible at this stage. Fnatic, they need to find some miracle pick after pick to slowly claw their way back into this.
And you can see the difference in map state between the teams just by their trinkets. 4 Oracle's alterations for BDS. They are about stepping in and denying vision. Fnatic have gone for 3 Farsight alterations because they know they can't step in to get any of that vision. Instead, they have to play from range. They have to look to just check bushes with those trinkets instead of face checking them themselves. Without a dedicated tank as well. I mean, Razork is tanky, but it's not Cassante or something for Oscar in. It becomes even harder to face check because you can always just be locked up by BDS. They're looking for Adam in the bot lane, but he has a control ward to keep him safe. Fnatic was seen pathing down towards this bottom side. 8 seconds on the Baron. BDS have total control of the top side of the map.
So look at Adam now. He's going back to base. I wonder if he has, I don't think he'll have enough gold to just pick up a GA straight, but BDS have full vision control over the top side.
That's what a coach likes to see.
Wards, all right. So now Fnatic feel pressured under their lack of information around the Baron. They're using their numbers to force their way into the river. They know that they should have 5 versus 4, so BDS is respecting that. Sheo As he overstepped.
Knocked against the wall. There's the Weaver's Wall from Nuke, as BDS might be looking for this fight. LeBron tries to get the charm in. He gets Noah on the back line, but he's locked up, and he'll be taken out. Fnatic find a pick, as perhaps Sheo was the one being caught out.
I have to question the discipline here from BDS. They know that they're at a numbers disadvantage. Sheo oversteps. Now Fnatic begin the Baron.
No Emperor's Divide, no Keeper's Verdict, no Destiny. Noah still has the Lightning Crash and both his sums. Humanoid forced to dash away, has the Flash. Ice has a Feather Storm, damage on towards the top side as Nuke is locked up, and Nuke gets one, and Razork falls second. Sheo diving in alongside Adam, they're looking for Noah, but they can't quite find him yet. The cleanse already been burnt. He still has the Flash, it's all on Noah to take down Ice, Adam, and Nuke. He gets one, but he can't get more. Ice now chasing Oscar in a way. Oscar should have the move speed to escape. Cleanse away by Ice, but I don't think he gets in range.
Just can't quite clip him with the feathers, but still, BDS have to come out on top in the 4v5, and that's just how far ahead they are at the moment. It looked a little bit dicey, but now BDS, they're the ones that will get the Baron off the back of this.
The Infernal Soul and Yasuo, they should be able to tank through this. In an ideal world, their Sejuani comes back alive as well. Are they going to hold? Are they going to wait?
I think a risk of TPs in if you hold too long might be a little bit too great.
They also want to be in position for the Elder Dragon, which does make sense. 50 seconds till that spawns. Get back to base. Lebrov likely going to drop what wards he can before resetting himself. But initially, misplay there from BDS. Fnatic, it makes a lot of sense that they would then try to force the objective knowing that they have a numbers advantage, but the reality is, as Dagda highlighted, the goal difference is just too big, and Fnatic, even though they have a numbers advantage, it's not enough to turn the fight significantly in their favor.
And also, Ice just bought a full rapid fire cannon off that last buy, so what was already a disaster is now a 5v5, and Ice just got significantly stronger.
Ultimately, though, Fnatic, by creating that element of chaos, of giving themselves an opportunity to steal this Elder, and if they can steal it, then the game becomes very different.
Definitely does. Noah still has his Flash, so does Humanoid. No summoners for Ice or Adam apart from that TP, but it doesn't really matter in a
Windwall
combat
already
situation.
used.
LeBrov's going to dash across the wall. There's the Windwall down, as you say, from Adam. Jun trying to keep Lebrov at bay. The quickness a possibility here. Sheo stepping into the pit. Fnatic looking at their last chance in this game to win it out. Nuke looking for that flank. The Weaver's Wall, his priority. Not back on Sheo. Weaver's Wall as Adam dives in. The seismic shove locks Oscar in place. Ice with a Feather Storm. Lebrov with the charm. And those feathers are going to get ripped through the heart of Fnatic. Beautiful team fighting from BDS. A 5-0 ace, and they look for the base.
Fnatic may have put up a fight, but in the end, BDS will shut the door in their face. They move towards the Nexus, and they move us towards game number 2.
And what a dominant statement from BDS. The only moments Fnatic were in it were misplays from BDS. Apart from that, they controlled the map. They got every neutral objective they could. And in 32 minutes, they will wipe Fnatic off the face of the Rift. It's 1-0 for BDS. They're 2 away from MSI.
BDS with a convincing game 1. Definitely a few blips, but ultimately an overall solid performance. Impressive stuff. Could this be the shift in BDS that we've been waiting for after all this time? A team that has often been defined as being predictable, standard, one-dimensional, showing a few different shades in this game.
I will say, though, the thing that brought them back was the team fighting, so maybe we're still in the same boat.
But they won the team fights because they were ahead, which is the macro, Dagda. Come on, give them credit where we can. Anyway, we're going to go to a short break. We'll be back with game 2 of this series right after this.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
I'm tired.
Me too.
So, what do you think? On to the next one? Let's go. Come on.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick.
Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
I gonna Zeri. I'm not here, guys. Try to play it slow. Oh, keep on. I killed the carry. Go flash weapon. I cannot reach weapon. Go Nash. Nice.
Pin no flash.
I'll flash on Azim. Yeah. I don't have combo, but you can look for it. Okay. Let's go. Go there.
And they're looking for Noah, but they can't quite find him yet. The Clean's already been burnt. He still has the flashes all on Noah to take down Ice. Adam and Nuke, he gets one, but he can't get more.
It's BDS that strikes first in this best of 5 for MSI qualification and a chance to play in the finals versus Fnatic, as Fnatic have a lot to think about. Nightshare was talking in the interview before how they do get a little bit emotional here and there. Well, I mean, I would too after that game. And I want to say first and foremost, excuse me, BDS, I was not familiar with your game because I was really impressed overall with the way, from their game plan to the way that they brought that game home. They played in this first game, Adam.
Yeah. I mean, neither was I. What a stomp, all right? It's absolutely crazy. BDS come out swinging. They draft so much early game to mid game firepower, and they just absolutely roll over the game, taking every single dragon, every single neutral. Fnatic didn't stand a chance.
No, talk to me about this draft and kind of what their mission statement was and how they had to make it happen and how cleanly they did.
Right, so, I mean, first off the bat, they had an answer into the Twisted Fate blind. They had a bunch of priority in multiple different lanes, the mid lane and the top lane. So this draft that BDS have made for themselves spikes really hard in the mid game. They can go to side and just one-shot anyone. It's a lot of single targets. So if they ever catch anyone side, like Oscar a lot of times, they can just blow him up. And then what they do is they transition that into every single dragon. And if they can get Soul, fantastic. But the side of Fnatic, they have a lot of tools to cross-map and stall for about third dragon, right? And hopefully get enough gold, because Azir and Twisted Fate can play for tier 2s and stall the game and hopefully be strong enough with item spikes for that dragon.
What is your read on what happened in the top lane in terms of that the TF got locked in, that then the Yasuo was answered by Adam, and the fact that the TF is now something we've seen a lot, you know, and this isn't necessarily the matchup you want to be in.
Yeah, Twisted Fate blind. It's surprising that he actually lock it, because Adam has shown in his historically, he has been playing Jax, he's played Yasuo one game before, so it's surprising that he would actually lock it in blind. It's not a nice situation. It's a very rough lane.
It is. The last time he played it was in spring of last year versus Gnar. He lost. This time he won. But to kind of break down what happened in that top lane and how on earth Oscar ended up 40 CS down, we have wonderful Goldberg and Finn to explain it to us.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yeah, honestly, Finn, that looked completely unplayable for the Twisted Fate. And I'm glad I have you here, because I'd love if you could break down what actually happened. So let's get into game. Let's start at the first wave and let's just keep going.
Yeah, nothing gives me more joy than a range chopper getting stomped. So I think BDS had a great plan here. You're going to see here, Adam's going to stack 4 waves while trading, trying to set up a dive here on Oscarinin. Eventually, he takes a really good trade level 2, meaning Oscarinin suddenly is in dive threat. So then what happens? Razork is informed, and Razork makes his way over to the top lane straight to cover this dive. And as we keep playing here, you're gonna see Shio walk and actually face Razork here. So now you have 2 goals. You wanna make sure they share this wave together, or you wanna push Razork off the tower and then dive him afterwards.
But then I'm seeing 2 junglers here from both sides. Who's actually benefiting of the shared XP and who's not?
Definitely Shio here. As here they try to go on Razork, they push him out of the tower so they can then dive the Oscar. Instead they flash to the tower, and then they're like, okay, we're happy with this. Adam takes the wave, and Shio then goes to take all those juicy topside camps that Razork is now giving up. And meanwhile, what happens? Razork is basing, and this wave is then bouncing. But what happens in the jungle here is that Oscar can never pretty much crash this wave, because if you pause, Sejuani just took Poppy's topside camps, and her topside camps are still up. So she can spend an eternity here if she really wants to. Meanwhile, Razork, he has to get out of here. He has to go and clear his camps. Surely he needs to farm. So actually, Oscar can never actually crash this wave, and we're gonna see a 4-minute long freeze here, which is basically a complete and utter disaster for the Twisted Fate.
But Finn, what do you ever do? Like, I see a back coming through from the TF now. There's still a TP available for the Yasuo. Like, it keeps going like this.
He comes here and gets his item spike, and he keeps holding this wave. And this TF is so sad right now. You cannot believe it. He's basing again on a frozen wave, man. And what's gonna happen next? The wave is still frozen. He comes back to the lane, and suddenly, what's gonna happen? Italia shows up. And he's just getting attacked on repeat, constantly having to drop wave after wave after wave, and of course he's gonna be 40 CS down. Like, he hasn't touched a minion for the last 4 minutes. Here I actually think they could kill him if they hold their spells a little bit better, but still, like, denying this wave, getting the TF ult out, they're still very happy with this end result.
I mean, this looked completely unplayable for the Twisted Fate, and I have to ask you, Finn, is this something you expect to see blind again?
I doubt we're gonna see the Twisted Fate blind from Oscar once again after a game like this. I expect us to see some more Cassantes, Rek'Sai, Sax to come back onto the Rift.
All right, well, that's perfect. I don't have much more to add to this, actually. Finn, I guess you can go... wait, it's still going?
It's still going. I mean, he will get over it later again. I'm just telling you. This is not where the pain stops.
All right.
The pain keeps on going.
It looked completely unplayable. Thank you very much, Finn. You can go back to the desk, enjoy the others for Jam Select later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that breakdown. I also love how, because you are a top laner yourself, you were feeling it,
I played these games, man. You go there after the game, you have a long talk with your jungler to tell him this is not happening ever again.
Ever again.
I don't care what happens. I'm not playing this game once more.
I mean, the clip that we saw of them talking outside was Oscar talking to Nightshare a lot, probably trying to kind of drive the point home of, oh my gosh, like, I mean, you never know what happens. Obviously, it's a team decision what gets picked, but maybe they will not consider that TF again.
Now, I've got to say, seeing those counters, now that Adam has shown he has answers into it, I imagine I completely agree with you. It's just going to drop, right? We're just going to see the Zac, the Rek'Sai, Cassante. These picks are going to come back and see a normal top lane.
I mean, I don't think you have to drop the TF per se, but I think don't pick it on R4.
A counter pick. Yeah, a counter pick.
Because you see they chose red side again, which was like, they're not this they're quite happy with the draft, but I think they want to change a few things. And I think we can know what the thing they're going to change is.
I think other interesting things are like picking the Azir into the Taliyah and just not getting any prio lanes. You can't play the Zeri lane down bot side either. It's incredibly under snowball, so you have no prio lanes to play for, and you're kind of just playing mitigation, right? And praying that you can get there with cross maps until third dragon. So I'd like to change it around. Get more firepower in the draft.
All right, let's see. Indeed, we did have a singular focus on that top lane matchup because I love that when we can really get like a little deeper into that specific matchup, but that doesn't negate the fact that indeed there were other things wrong with Fnatic's game plan. There were also other people on Team BDS stepping up, right? You know, it was a team effort all over, and I think they can be very, very confident heading into the second round.
Yeah, Nuke had an absolutely amazing game on Natalia. Like, we have to highlight him because I think he was a driving force behind actually snowballing that lead into the late game. I think Adam actually died quite fast with his lead, so I think the fact that Nuke was there with his Talia was such a boon for Team BDS.
Yeah, and I was saying backstage, I thought it was going to be Azir first pick. Nuke loves his control mages, but instead he picks out the Talia, which is not a standard front-to-back mage. In fact, it's like you accelerate through early game and mid-game spike. So, new look for Nuke. I'm very impressed with how he piloted it.
Yeah. I do think we're going to see a similar 1-3 as last game. I actually think Fnatic choosing red side does show that they actually did like a lot of things. Otherwise, they probably would have went to the blue side and tried to first pick like some of these power picks away from BDS. But they're most likely going to see another Talia first pick into another Seri, Rel, into another Rakan, and then the Serum free. And then we're going to see actually where the draft deviates from the previous game.
Okay, so we could just do nothing right now.
I mean, we can see there's going to be a Seri and a Rel, I think. I don't think they were I don't think they disliked the initial free here.
No.
But we will see. Maybe they will prove me wrong. Maybe they will pick Teemo. You never know.
I just hope it's not going to be Azir into Talia. I know Humanoid absolutely loves Azir, but if we get another Azir run back where they have no priority and it's another front-to-back scaling composition, I just hope the R5 Oscar potentially has more.
I mean, it's clear that it seems like exactly where it's going to go. The salty run back.
Yeah, they could actually set up for Lulu on free if they really want to. If they're comfortable playing the range support into Rakan with the Seri, I think Seri Lulu into Rakan is quite solid. Yeah. It's been played a lot over the world, and by not having that Rel, you get a little more flexibility into that draft. You don't want to like hold that Rel flex as badly. And you see it, BDS actually hesitating if they want to pick the Rakan up, but it's going to be locked in. And I assume we're going to see a support counter pick here.
Lulu Renata could be good as well.
There is the Lulu coming in.
Wow.
As expected. But
you can see him, he's leaning back a little. He's really proud of that.
Yeah, very proud of that, thank you. So probably we're going to see some maybe blind pick bans being targeted by Fnatic. Volibear, very strong jungler for early game dives. Very good with Talia, having the TC setup for the Talia W shove. A classic combo. And BDS are targeting the same tanks as we saw last time.
But not a Twisted Fate blind pick this time around.
Yeah. I mean, here, if Fnatic, you just gotta check. BDS, are you gonna blind pick the Twisted Fates? There you have to dare them a little bit here, and then they have to have an extra answer into it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Oscar's gonna play the Yasuo, but we will see.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be like a... Because once again, we were talking about this before, Zac is often a setup ban for something like a Cassante, right? Because he can out-sustain and free scale. I wonder if we'll see any kind of Cassante early pick for Oscar, because I feel like that's his mega comfort. And then we see the Twisted Fate on the other side.
Yeah.
And we just see a flip. But yeah, that could be interesting for an R4.
I would love to see what Adam actually blinds here, because you know he wants to play TF in the other team, clearly. So are you actually going to give him a good TF lane, or are you going to blind something that is a little bit more volatile, but maybe doesn't give him a free Twisted Fate angle? Or are you actually going to dare him to play TF again after the first game he had? There's a lot of mind games going on here, and it's a lot like the read on Oscar in his mental state right now. Is he actually daring to pick the TF again after that game?
In the past, what Fnatic have done is given Oscar counterpick just to pick a tank and just get a comfy lane.
Yeah.
Right? That's something he's done in the past. You blind pick a jungle like this, you give R5 to Oscar. Even if it's not like a direct lane counter, it's something he knows he can play and he can relax on.
Yeah. So we do see the Maokai for a very strong pick for holding areas of control, like the Azir soldiers with the Maokai saplings. Impossible to phase check for a lot of champions. BDS is going to go with a more skirmish-heavy jungler of the Xin Shao. Wants to fight a bit more in the early game, but maybe doesn't have that same frontline capabilities as another champion.
That was fast.
Yeah.
That's a lot of single target burst again with Talia flip, the Gragas cask as well, and the Rakan.
Yeah, the Gragas ban does really invite tank counterpicks though, so we're gonna see a Rek'Sai or Cassante here, whichever Oscar feels more comfortable, I guarantee you that. And we're gonna have a lot more stable game. There's gonna be a 2 carry comp from both teams with a skirmish jungler and a tank top.
Yeah, for sure. This is going to be a lot more slow, I feel like, unless BDS up the pace. It's going to be, for Fnatic, there's the Cassante, the classic Oscar.
It is, definitely so. But if it ain't broken, well, it hasn't always won.
Cassante is
But
broken.
yeah, exactly. So, what do you think about this matchup specifically then?
Top matchup, usually Cassante will get pushed by not really like, because Gragas wants to poke you down and then eventually get pushed that way, but Cassante doesn't really care about the poke. He has the shield to block the barrels, and there's a lot of MR. He goes Kanik Rukern or the Spectre's Cowl, and he starts pushing you after a while. But Gragas does have a lot of other value though. Like he has the cask, he has the setup for his team. Very boring matchup.
For the side of BDS, I mean, they have a bunch of single target, another early to mid transition team composition where they can play very proactively. For the side of Fnatic, you have to scale up, get these Maokai full clears off, and get to the front-to-back team fights.
Okay, we'll see if they get there, as you said as well. When they get to their objectives, Fnatic could have some very good cards in their hand. If they get there, of course, because that wasn't the case in Game 1. We will see what happens. What is your prediction based on the draft?
I like Fnatic's draft. I think it's very, very solid.
1-1?
I like proactivity a lot. I like BDS's.
Okay, here we go. My panel is split, but let's see what happens. Let's head over to our casters.
Yeah, for Game 2, proactivity on the side of BDS, a little bit more reactive, wait for team fights from Fnatic, scale up to level 6 at least, before you can really come alive. Reminder, winner of this series plays against G2 tomorrow in our grand finals and qualifies for MSI. We've only ever sent 3 different teams to MSI from Europe, G2, Fnatic, and Mad Lions. BDS could make it lucky number 4, I guess.
I would assume so. That's kind of all we're clinging on to at this point, Medic, if I'm being really honest. But I agree with Aragon. I'm going to have to say, I think that when I think of Fnatic, when I think they look their best is when Razork looks like a monster. I think that he is a player that thrives in being proactive in the early game, and this is a draft for me where he doesn't get to do anything. His responsibility is to cover for dives, he's there to farm, he's there to play the team fights later on. Fnatic's composition is very uninteractive for the vast majority of the game up until you basically get to those neutral objectives, where even then, I don't love their engage tools. I know that Maokai Ultimate comes across as an effective engage tool, but the reality is it's just a slow-moving, large AoE that other teams have ways of dealing with, especially if that slow-moving thing is running at you, and then Gragas just throws his ultimate, and you're like, oh, well, there you go.
Or so, Zinzao just blocks it, then ults it.
Also
like, cool,
true,
you
right?
can't hit me.
So there's like, I think that BDS have a lot of tools to be way more proactive. They have a lot more agency with their composition, just because you have the Talia ultimate to be able to attack side lanes. You have Lebrov being creative with his flanks. You have the disengage available for Adam. So I like the options that BDS have, but Fnatic scaling is something that you obviously can't afford to underestimate.
Fighting over the bot bush here, Jun going for the sweeper early. When you have double ranged into a basically melee Rakan, you really want to get the pressure and get into that third bush in the lane, because you can just step out, auto attack, step back into the bush to get the minion aggro off you, and it makes Ice's and Leblov's laning phase a little bit more tricky. You can see Leblov going for the Gleaming Quill first, because he knows this is how it's going to trade, so if he gets that little bit of healing back, it can make it a bit easier for him and Ice to survive this lane.
Still, Noah and Jun are going to get push in bot side, and I think this is where for Zinzao, that kind of sucks, because traditionally what we see with a lot of Zinzaos is we get push on bot, we get push in mid, we can look for invades on the bottom side. Yes, Nuke does have push in mid and is going to establish some vision on this bottom side for Scuttle Crab, but not being able to really use that early aggression from the Zinzao does kind of weather him back a little bit, where he's not going to have as much pressure in the early stages. And I do imagine that Razork, especially when you hit level 6, is going to look for these flash plays onto Nuke with the W to then lock him up for Humanoid to try and scoop him underneath the tower if he's pushed up. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes again on Razork and Humanoid to see what the mid jungle can do for him.
Both the junglers pathing the opposite way to last game. Last game it was bot to top, this time it's top to bot. No real surprises with, top lane being a grasp into grasp matchup. We'll keep a track of who has the most grasp stacks, or at least Shakarez will on Twitter, I'm sure. It's the battle. 20 minutes, who has the most grasp stacks? The most important thing in the game, Betty.
I see. That's a new battle to me, I will be honest. Top lane is the least interesting role in my opinion, so I tend to avoid it at all costs. The interesting roles to me are mid and jungle. I look at mid lane right now and I see Nuke with excellent pressure, very similar to what we saw in Game 1. Good vision as well, and the river will spot out Razork, so Nuke should be playing very, very safe. But in terms of early game interaction, I was about to say we shouldn't expect much, but BDS know that they can contest this Scuttle Crab and force Razork away.
A little bit greedy from Razork. He knew that when he was on the board, the chances are BDS were going to contest this, and they just seen our bot lane, just reset into a stalemate. So always having Labrov in position to start to come up. So he will be able to move topside though, but I think Sheo should be able to contest him on this as well, and you don't have pressure on the top.
He's going to get it low enough to smite. He doesn't have smite yet. About to come off cooldown. There we are. So he will get it, even though he had top and mid push for Sheo. Razork now, Bramble smashes back. Sheo looking for the Q3 knockup. Will be able to land it. 3 Talon Strike coming in. Razork forced away. Twisted advances to his minions. The chase continues from Sheo, but really he's just trying to make Razork low enough that he can steal away these Razorbeaks.
Could steal away the Krugs as well as the respawn comes through, because he will know Razork has taken 24 camps, means that he's taken all of his 6 camps.
That's a lot of camps on first rotation.
6 camps. Yeah. And then it was spotted on the bottom side, so he knows that his topside camps are coming through. So Sheo, nicely done. Just like, cool, I'm going to take Razork's topside as well, and is now in a great position to dive Oscarinen, who is not looking hot in this topside.
He should be fine though. I think the problem for Adam is his lack of mana. And
him and Freak both, Betty.
I knew you would. You hear those words and you immediately think
it's a core memory for me.
I just remember tons of damage.
That is an old school one. Tell me you're old without telling me you're old.
I remember lane swaps.
Yeah. I was there when they were invented. Yeah, ultimately Razork is just staying away from Sheo, exactly as Dagda highlighted, and it's just an overall relatively uninteractive early game. Fnatic primary game plan is to scale. Razork will spot out Sheo, and he's like, I wanted these raptors, but I'm not allowed to have them. So have a good day, sir. I'll be on my way. Back to my Gromp, which is spawning soon. Humanoid has hit level 6. Level 6 hit Fanatic as well. And everything largely remains even.
Not seeing the early focus on the grubs that we had in game 1 from BDS. They are up. Sheo's going to skip his Krugs, might go up towards there. Instead, it's going to go Wolves into Gromp, most likely. Build up towards that level 6. Humanoid, though, got the push in the mid lane off the TP out from Nuke.
Adam flashed.
Moving up towards top lane. Adam flashes because Humanoid was moving and there was always the risk that Oscarinen would be able to lock him down with the all-out.
To miss that one. Honestly, I was looking at Oscarinen and I was like, I don't know if he has the mana to kill you, let alone the damage.
Him and Freak both, Betty.
Did you?
I do think Humanoid's been doing a good job, though, of kind of keeping Oscarinen in check, where it's like, oh, if in game 1 we saw him leaning top a lot to try and relieve some of the pressure from Oscarinen, here again, getting the flash from Adam essentially because he had that threat. So Humanoid just existing is causing problems for BDS and may cause a little bit more as Razor considered going on to Labrov there.
And decides against it. The Dragon will be started, though, as Sheo is up towards that top side, doing a Scuttle Crab. He's going to work his way down here immediately, though.
I was going to say, this is super slow, because Razork obviously just working his way through the Dragon with Jun, but there's no reason for BDS to at all be scared of this. It's
Sheo's 6 and Razork isn't as well.
Wave is about to crash under bot side.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, Fnatic, way too aggressive. They didn't have Humanoid there to actually deal damage, and Noah was just coming out of base, so BDS just get to shove in the wave and now get the Dragon themselves.
Yeah, Noah not being there was my bigger problem. Yeah. The fact that they would even try and start that without their AD carry, with the bot wave being pushed in already by Ice, questionable play, but they're back at it.
Yeah, so they invested 3 people into mid to make sure Nuke was under his tower, get that wave shoved up. Nuke can join with the Weaver's wall, and Labrov and Ice have the shove in the bot lane. So it looks like Fnatic actually, they've just got their popcorn out right now. They're going to the movies, just watching what's happening on their screens, but not really able to interact with it.
This is absolute cinema, because as Nuke starts to move in, he can just use the Weaver's wall. He's way more threatening on a flank position than Noah realistically is, because BDS can just turn on him so effectively. So yes, Fnatic get to shove mid, but yeah, that was a bit too over-aggressive.
You ever seen the stare emote on Twitch?
Yeah.
That's what Fnatic was doing right there, just kind of watching. Sometimes pro teams love to be a spectator to other people doing their objectives, but the reality is that Fnatic can't really fight a Xin Zhao this early into the game. The fact that Talia also, with that consistent mid-control, you're right, Medic, that Fnatic did do a good job of gaining it, but this early on, they're just kind of forced to concede these objectives. Ice now in a great position to put pressure on the bot side of the map. Jun rejoining, not quite level 6 yet. Same for Labrov, but he's a little bit closer. Means that Sheo eyes bot lane as a potential target. Rather than look for a dive, though, he has his eyes set on stealing more camps away from Razork.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Razork just goes for the Void Grubs off of this. Adam going to pop his head in just to check exactly what Razork is up to. Could have Humanoid roam across here. Nuke immediately goes aggressive mid.
No flash on Adam, remember, but he can just dash across the wall. He'll manage to escape. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Sheo stole away this blue. Noah stepping forward. Lightning Crash out, flash away by Jern. They dive for Noah, who flashes himself. The chase now continues, but Noah doesn't really have the tools to get further in that fight.
4 summoner spells burnt in an instant. Exactly what BDS wanted. I'm sure they would have loved to have gotten a kill, but they'll be more than happy to get this off the back of it. And it comes back to a big thank you to Adam. Doing a bit of sightseeing in the enemy jungle, finds a lonely tree wandering around, and he gives the thumbs up to Sheo, say, hey, you can make a play bot side if you want. Should be uncontested as the enemy jungler is here busy with me. Razork, though, doing the correct play, cross-mapping, stealing away what camps he can from Sheo in the limited time that he does have. Should be able to get the Gromp alongside the blue that he just secured. Ultimately, his bot lane is alive, but in a precarious position without those summoners available.
Adam coming across. Razork can look for the Twisted Advance, has the flash as well. Knocks Adam back. Adam dashes across the wall. Sheo's on his way. Really just wants the wolves, but I think Adam was just making sure they knew that Razork was leaving the jungle, which is where Razork's going back up towards his Krugs.
Yeah, I'm still surprised Razork hasn't tried to take just one of these grubs, because the first one gives you so much experience and extra gold. It's well worth it, but I suppose with all the time that he spent taking blue, doesn't really have an answer to go for, but I think he maybe could have found some time. But
yeah, it's also, if he invests in taking the blue Gromp, now he needs to be on the bot side of the map, right? Because the Fnatic bot lane doesn't have any summoners, and they can be caught out like this as Nuke and Lebrov find Jernan. The Lulu's got nowhere to go. It tastes purple for BDS, a purple patch so far these last couple of games.
Noah's going to force to retreat away from his tower, knowing that it is no longer a safe space for him to secure any farm. Really nice pick found from BDS, and the great thing about that was Sheo was still clearing his side of the jungle, and Nuke knew, hey, I have pressure here. Lebrov was aware that, oh, hang on a second, Humanoid now in danger.
Lands. There's the stun as well. Emperor's Divide away. Humanoid does still have the flash. Sheo dashes forward, red buff slow. Now will flash with a Q3 knock up, and Humanoid is just dead. He's going to be put in the dirt by Sheo, who took his time about it, but eventually kills off the Fnatic mid.
BDS are just playing around their pressure incredibly well once again. We're seeing Sheo work with his laners, and the laners work with Sheo. All of this culminates in the fact that Nuke and Lebrov use their prio to move into the enemy jungle, find that pick on a Jun. Of course, because Nuke invested that time, he then has to come back to catch this wave in mid. But what does that result in? Humanoid overextending. But they knew that Sheo had control of the bot side river, so Humanoid was then susceptible to a gank. It all seamlessly connects together to guarantee BDS a nice 2k gold lead 11 minutes in.
Yeah, and the problem is that a lot of these mistakes are kind of just over-aggression on the side of Fnatic. Noah and Jun had Razork on the top side, they overextend on bot, burn their summoner spells, that creates pressure for BDS. Then Humanoid says, oh, I can get this mid place, but a good flick back coming through from Nuke means that he ends up getting punished as he's greeting for the turret plate. So BDS are just finding these little windows that Fnatic are giving them and punishing them exceptionally.
What I will say is that, I mean, it should be no surprise that some teams, when they believe that they're better, will just pick full scaling and believe that the enemy team can't punish the fact that you don't have that many options in the early game. But BDS is not that type of team. You can't just pick full scaling and assume that you're going to get completely through the early game unscathed, as they already demonstrated in game one. They're demonstrating once again. Razork can't do anything. He doesn't have lanes to play around. He doesn't have any early game tools to fight with. And BDS are just playing around the pressure that they have in their lanes incredibly well. Once again, you look pressure in mid into investment bot, easy setup for BDS.
No flash for Noah, no flash for Jun. The heal back up, the lightning crash. Noah locked underneath the tower. Jun the first target. Wild Growth will heal him up. But now the tower tanked perfectly by BDS. There's 2 more. And who cares if Oscarinen's getting plates in the top lane. BDS are getting kills and tower gold in bot.
Gentlemen, this is just clean league right now. Like, it all comes back again. All 4 summoners were burnt bot lane earlier because they spotted out Razork on the top side. They make a return play down towards the bot. They catch out Jun. They use the pressure that they have in mid to create a collapse onto bot. Invest the TP from Adam as well. He's not even going to lose out on that much because he gets the first tower gold. BDS with some great macro in this early game.
Razork's been spotted with the oracles, but I don't think anyone's there to react. Everyone was on that reset after taking the bot lane tower, so patience, at least from BDS, to not look for more, but this ward behind makes it so easy for Adam to TP in.
Yeah, this was just great. The ward set up earlier by Sheo, easy TP in, and as Betty tries to mute me the second I start talking, and then they get the bot lane tower off the
I'm sorry.
Betty's new to casting the LEC, so he's not quite sure how our
the button that I normally press is Dagda's button today, okay? I'm sorry. I almost coughed into the mic there as well, so that would have been fun.
That would have been great.
In any case, BDS 4-0 now in terms of kills. a 3.5k gold lead.
Oh, they're going to die again, aren't they?
Well, Razok is here to defend.
Here. The chase, possible from Sheo, but he backs away.
Because now the shift in lane assignments, right? Nuke doesn't have TP, so they're going to send him off bot to be relatively safe to have that push in there. Adam could start walking down now if they really want to try and contest this dragon. Fnatic, I don't think they're strong enough to fight this. We look at Noah's itemization, still yet to complete that first item compared to the Kraken Slayer on ice. Means that Fnatic forcing this should just give BDS a good opportunity to find another fight.
Especially with the position that Nuke has. He's going to be able to push in that bot wave and then come in from a great flank angle, which can separate Fnatic if they try to go for this.
Someone is available for the Fnatic bot lane, though. Those flashes up. Razor locked up. Crescent Guard comes out as Razor tries to dive in, but Nuke takes the Drake. LeBron goes into the backline. Humanoid trying to sweep them in with the Emperor's Survival. LeBron has the flash. Nuke almost dies, but he manages to flash out as well. And once again, it's just BDS coming out on top. Noah flash forward, but there is death alone for Fnatic as BDS are now 7-0 up.
Bot lane is the worst enemy of Fnatic this game. A second time at Dragon, they forget the wave on bot, and BDS play off it to get Nuke into position. Ice able to chase out Noah as well from that mid lane. Perfect setup from BDS, and then a great team fight off the back of it.
I just have to question why Fnatic is even trying to fight this. Like, we were just talking about the itemization difference, and look at the confidence that Sheo goes in with. Okay, Humanoid and Razok are starting off this dragon. Sheo doesn't care. He knows that he's stronger. He has the tools to fight this, and immediately Razok is forced to retreat. He tries to go in. If he can steal away the dragon, best case scenario, they can buy time. But then Humanoid goes in thinking that they can win out on the fight. The damage is solid from Noah and Humanoid, but the reality is that the itemization even this early is too big of a difference. Noah flashes in trying to get something back, and it just screams desperation on the side of Fnatic.
Great positioning from Labrov at the start of that fight as well. He actually cuts off Noah from being able to sync up with his team and connect with them. So forcing Noah into an awkward position, and then he gets a great engage off the back. So Labrov doing a really good job on the recon this game.
Yeah, BDS across the board just doing a great job. I wonder if perhaps some draft changes coming to game 3 if BDS do end up winning this one. It was the same last year against Mad Lions in the finals, though they went 2-0 up and then they got reverse swept. It's never done until that final Nexus falls, but for BDS right now, every lane ahead. Blue in the middle of the scoreboard, at the bottom 1,500 in the jungle, 1.3, 1.5. It's just all coming up BDS. I think after game 1 I wondered if it wasn't Adam getting ahead, would BDS still be able to do the same thing? Would they still be able to get this sort of lead? Oh, Sheo. Come on.
I thought he was going to delay it to hit the second tower.
And then shot
but no, I'm confused. Anyway,
He's just not going to charge. I was just saying, I thought after game 1, is it just Adam? Right? Is it just Adam and Sheo teaming up and punishing Oscarinin for the Twisted Fate pick in a matchup that is very difficult for the Twisted Fate? But BDS have shown us in this game, it's not just top we can win through bot. Nuke can move, he's winning through mid, 3-0-3 now. Everyone on BDS is really showing up.
But this is what we heard BB and Mickey talking about on the podcast. It was BDS are playing really well off of their lane states, getting their waves in position before they attack anyone on the map. Now, Labrov does need to be careful, but...
I mean, what I'll also say is that for fans, they want to be confident that the team that we're sending to MSI is looking strong.
Yep.
And right now, BDS are delivering confident performances, both in game 1 here and game 2. If they can round that out in game 3, I think it'll be undeniable that we're sending 2 of our strongest teams. And of course, people are going to peg G2 as the favorites, but at the rate at which BDS are going, we'll see how things pan out.
Flash over the wall here as they look for Sheo. He tries to flash away. Whimsy goes down. Humanoid Emperor divides him back, and Fnatic are investing a lot into this. They'll look for the kill. The knockback with the explosive cast. Sheo falls. The shutdown goes over to Oscar, and another fight continues as LeBob has to dash away. Dances his way to safety. 1-for-1 so far as Oscar dives in once again. Locks up Adam, but Oscar falls. Nuke's doing so much work. Another Whimsy will lock him up for the second with the South Shield. Won't be enough to keep him alive. Humanoid gets the shutdown. Noah still at half HP. Almost catches LeBrob, who dances back in. He's looking for more, but Noah will just back away. Adam seeing if he can catch someone out, doesn't realize he's on vision. Noah steps in. Jun there healthy behind him as well. And it looks like BDS will stop the fight there.
I still had the ultimate, which is why he's playing so aggressive against Noah. Really wanted to try and kill off Noah, but great turnaround from BDS. Fnatic invested so much to try and get the pick onto Sheo, but took so long, and BDS are able to collapse.
And this is the type of play that you realize you're quickly falling behind, so you've got to try and find something. Find a shutdown, find an opportunity, and this is a good one. All things considered, Fnatic recognize that BDS are just setting a vision control around the top side. They get that initial pick on the Sheo, and with the numbers advantage, no reason why you think you can't win this fight. LeBron a little too slippery though. They can't quite secure that final kill, and at this point, it's Nuke that's just doing so much damage in that choke point with Ice then arriving on the backside.
Great job from Adam here as well. Puts his life at risk, but goes on towards Noah to buy the space that Ice needs to finish off that fight. And Noah really can't continue to auto down Ice as that fight goes on. We get back into live Dragon in just a couple seconds, and BDS control this bottom area of the map.
Another Dragon likely going to be theirs. 10 seconds until it spawns. Fnatic really want to contest it. Itemization, though, still very awkward. You compare the two carries. 2 finished for Nuke, 2 finished for Ice, in contrast to Fnatic, who are still struggling with their components. They can leverage the Maokai ultimate to gain space and access into the river, but once that's down, BDS will control how the fight kicks off.
Really what you want to try and do is BDS is control this area of the map, though, with Nuke's ultimate, which is why you can see his positioning there. He wants to deny Fnatic entrance.
Grasp. Nuke goes in with Weave as well, locks up Fnatic, dash onto the backline by Adam. The quickness coming in from LeBron as well as he tries to chase onto Noah, but instead he changes his target onto Humanoid. Emperor's Divide, back Oscar in and falls low. He'll be the first to fall in this fight as Sheo keeps him out. LeBron going low as well, but a good seismic shove on Razzle. Keeps LeBron alive for a second, he dies. Now 2 for 2 in the exchange. Make it 2, well, it's 2 for 2 in the exchange. I had predicted Humanoid dying apparently, and BDS get the Drake out of it.
Ultimately, a one fight for BDS because they put themselves on Soul Point, but Fnatic showing that they definitely still have some strength left in their composition. This is ideally how their comp wants to work. Front to back, scaling team fight with a few more items. That could have been a one team fight for Fnatic, but they find themselves at just enough for disadvantage that BDS comes out on top. And this is where BDS need to be a little careful, because the longer this game goes on, the scarier Fnatic become.
It was a good ult from Nuke, separates Humanoid out, but unfortunately, because BDS ended up fighting up the wall, Humanoid just now has a protected area. LeBron tries to get involved, just gets some damage off, but Ice ends up being drawn back by Oscar Inin, whereas Adam and Labrov go forward, and they're just not tanky enough, especially with this more AP heavy build from Adam, to be able to tank up 4 remaining members of Fnatic. So Fnatic do manage to get some back. I think Ice could have also killed off Razork before turning over to Humanoid, but it is what it is.
I'll say the 2 crucial things is that Noah, while it looked like he got trapped, LeBron actually couldn't connect his ultimate on top of him. He used the wall towards the red buff to be able to create space. Alternatively, though, they did get Noah's flash, whereas Ice still has all of his summoners. So looking forward to the next fight, Noah's not going to be as safe as he was in the previous one.
And importantly for BDS, they're on Soul Point now. It's an Ocean Soul. They manage to get it in the next 5 minutes. Now they do what we saw them do in game 1. Step forward, get the push in mid, make sure that Fnatic have to capture under the tower and get this vision control. Fnatic will step in, try and deny it themselves. They have another sweeper to their credit here as BDS start up the Baron. It's only Nuke and Sheo on it. Nuke, enough damage. Sheo, tanky enough. Will Fnatic realize it's being snuck under their very noses as Oscar Inin now starts to step in? Has the Ghost, has the All Out. 5,000 on the Baron. Nature's Grasp coming out. Looks like a flip right now. The Nature's Grasp, the Weaver's Wall as well. And Razzle gets in, but Ice secures it. Stop, collaborate, and listen, because it's time for Ice to open up. Razzle falls. Labrov goes down in response. Humanoid now dashing in. Nuke is low, and so are Adam and Sheo. Ice still has the Feather Storm, but no Ghost to his name. Adam with a slow across the wall will stop Fnatic in their tracks. And BDS get the Baron and get out.
Ends up being a 1-for-1, but support being lost in exchange for 4 Barons. BDS are going to be happy with that. I was a little concerned with how close that was. Fnatic had a prime opportunity to get back into the game. Securing that Baron could have changed the whole dynamic, but BDS do secure it, and I got to say I like their confidence.
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked that they got away with this. The ult from Adam completely whiffing. I thought he was going to use it for Razork trying to get into the pit, but Labrov again controlling so much of this zone in front of the Baron, denying Fnatic entry in a lot of these situations, and Humanoid gets the shuffle over the wall but can't really chase people down.
I think Gaedril really believed that they could steal that.
Yeah. I'm sure the sentiments are shared by a lot of Fnatic fans.
Regardless of the outcome of this game, my biggest question is when do they stop giving Nuke to Leah? Because again, we continue to see these great walls that he throws out in these team fights. I mentioned Chovy earlier, I think one of the best in the world when it comes to utilizing that wall. Obviously, a lot of great players over in the LPL as well, but I think this Talia is proving to be a very effective pick for BDS in terms of what it can do in the early game and how it's impacting these fights.
Some interesting moves from Fnatic. They invested 4 players to make sure they could get that bot side tower. They got the Scuttle Crab out of it as well. Humanoid caught mid, so that wave did die. But BDS pushed through top, get the wave in as well, and now there should be a wave crashing here relatively soon for BDS in the mid lane. So Fnatic have to move across after Noah clears out top and defend this tier 2. Oscar has TP, no flank wards for him though, and Fnatic realizing that back away. One ward place, but won't be there in time for Fnatic to react.
Still, BDS, they get a big win. I can understand from Fnatic's perspective, it's like, look, at least we get some gold, get a bounty for ourselves, get something back. But and it will deny it, at least BDS being able to rotate down onto this bot tier 2 as well, just with a minute left on their Baron buff. But still, this is such a massive lead for BDS, and with just under a minute, I should say, until that soul. You just get to push in, boss. You've already got a ton of control in mid. You deny the vision for Fnatic in this bot side jungle, and it feels inevitable that BDS pick this one up.
What I really like is that Adam's likely now to just push in one wave top. He does, of course, have the TP, but he can just now let that create this slow push in the top side.
He literally went, put a barrel down, and eat away.
Yeah, exactly,
That's all he
right?
did.
And so it's just creating this extra point of pressure, right, which puts a little... Fnatic are going to lose a little bit more. I don't expect that wave to be like a huge issue right now, but it's going to be another thing that Fnatic have to deal with. No one has gained control of a bot right now. BDS are leveraging numbers to escort this wave very deep. Why? So they can move into the jungle, deny Fnatic all of this vision, and suffocate them from entering the dragon at all. They're not even going to give them the space for a fight. Love this control from BDS.
Oscar on the front line. Razzle forced away a little bit. Sheo looking for the engage. The Sun Disc comes down, and that gives Fnatic a new leeway on life as Humanoid tries to catch Adam, but a good body slam from Adam into the knockback. Is it enough? Adam has to flash. Humanoid still has that Emperor's Divide and has a flash of his own. Nuke looking for the flank position here. Remember, Weaver's Wall so powerful in this sort of situation. Summoners up across the board on both sides. Only the flash from Adam down. His ultimate expended as well. Nuke still positioning for that Weaver's Wall. Adam again with the body slam, but Humanoid gets behind him, and Adam falls first. There's the Weaver's Wall. Oscar and Razzle on the right side of it, though, with the Nature's Scars coming out. Humanoid and Noah get the blast cone in, but Sheo gets the Drake. The all-out pulling back as BDS are going to lose another member, and now Sheo, Ice, and Nuke need to get the hell out of here. Another seismic shot lands on 2. A great play from Nuke as he finds another in the fight, but Fnatic still 4-3 strong. Noah now steps forward. Do you have the CC to stop the Zeri ripping through you? The answer's no, as Noah and Humanoid put BDS in body bags.
When Fnatic look down and out, the soul goes to BDS, but the souls of BDS belong to Fnatic.
A very nice fight from Fnatic, gives them a shred of hope. The crowd comes alive as well. Fnatic getting some much needed kills, closing that gold gap. And while it is still a massive mountain to climb, they walk away ahead. And crucially, it starts with Adam making some serious mistakes at the start of this fight, losing his flash, losing his ultimate. Humanoid sees the opportunity, flashes in, creates a numbers advantage from the start. The fight, I will say, still looks very close. Nuke and Ice's positioning is great. They're getting good damage off, but it's Oscar tanking the majority of the storm. Buys time, brings Lebrov back in, turning it into a 5 versus 3. And at this point, it's a scary moment, but as long as Noah's alive, Fnatic are able to clean up the fight.
Yeah, I mean, even the flash from Humanoid at the start of that to get himself in front of the shuffle from Gragas, deny the blast cone, was crucial. And Fnatic chase down the members of BDS. That's such a massive amount to go for Noah, who just can finish his Infinity Edge off the back of that as well. Will we go again?
BDS got the Drake, though, so they have Ocean Soul. The seismic shove on Razzle into the knockup. He burns his flash early here. Still has that Nature's Grasp, but he's going to need the Honey Fruit to heal up. Baron in 30 seconds. And Fnatic will need their jungler for that. Sheo down to half as well. No camps for him to lifesteal up. Looks like a reset from Razzle, actually. Honey Fruit not enough to top him up. 20 seconds on the Drake. BDS starts to get a bit of vision control. You can see how deep Lebrov is trying to get that ward around red.
BDS have had great control over the vast majority of this game. They've made a single blunder. You can see how much more threatening Fnatic's team fighting really is right now. You look at the itemization once again. 3 items online for Humanoid and Noah. These carries are poised and ready. The problem for Fnatic is they don't see anything. BDS have suffocated their vision once again, and that Baron is a very terrifying prospect that Fnatic don't want to give away.
Labrov is trying to get in behind them. They don't know.
Quickness and flash available. Noah, no flash. Remember,
great
you said
tower.
Last bit of the fight, as you say, yeah, great Sun Disc from Fnatic makes it much harder for Lebrov to get round here. That ward will spot him if he steps out of the bush. BDS Stepping back towards the Baron. LeBron now on vision. Fnatic will be aware. Nuke looking for that Weaver's Wall as well, trying to split Fnatic in two. Sheo steps in, there's the Weaver's Wall, the quickness immediately, Emperor's Divide away by Humanoid. Wild Growth coming out as well, but Razork falls first. Oscar Rinnin pulls back one, an incredible explosive cask onto the two flashless bot lanes from Fnatic. And BDS find their marks. Adam falls 3 for 1 so far.
Just as the hope shines bright, it is snuffed out just as quickly by BDS. They find themselves 3 kills and they're gonna find a Baron.
Beautiful stuff from Adam, righting the wrongs of the last team fight. And now Baron once more for BDS. And it feels like in both these games, we've got to see Fnatic make one last ditch effort, one last fight that nearly gets them back. But BDS immediately snuff out that hope once again.
And again, we have to look at this Weaver's Wall from Nuke. We've seen how impactful it can be in these team fights, but keep track of him on the left side. It's an attack on 2 fronts. Labrov with the flank on the right, which Fnatic are aware of, but Nuke on the left, they don't have full visibility on. He traps Razork, he becomes the target, knowing that he doesn't have the flash available. The rest of Fnatic's carries are forced to disengage, and here Adam, nicely done with the ultimate, knocking the bot lane into the warm embrace of BDS, where they're quick to shut them down and secure the Baron.
After the mistakes he made in the last team fight, redemption there for Adam, finds the bot lane. Flash now back up for Jun. Noah still doesn't have his. Labov didn't even burn his in that last fight, and I thought when he'd been caught by Humanoid and stopped from getting in, would have made it a lot trickier for BDS, but they still found their marks. BDS pushing in this bot lane. Top lane from Adam being pushed as well. He has the TP. He'll be spotted on vision as he walks towards that tri-bush. Fnatic 5 members strong, trying to answer bot. Mid's just going to crash against itself. Basically a neutral lane there right now.
Yeah, BDS just need to not threaten until Adam gets onto that top tower. Fnatic want to try and find a fight beforehand, but as Vedi pointed out earlier, their engage isn't great. If it's just going to be Razork's ultimate, that's not really going to do a huge amount. So they have to try and back away, move in to collect his top wave, and it'll be Humanoid who's on that duty.
Looking to answer Adam. He's actually going behind him here. Maybe thinks that he can keep Adam from getting into the fight. The charm lands. Noah with the Wild Growth, knocked back with the Weaver's Wall into the seismic shove. Nature's Grass going to separate the team for the moment, but Ice still finds his mark in the back of the fight. Now with the tower going down, Humanoid still trading in the top side. Oscar Rinnin trying to get away. Gets knocked back, but can't quite get the damage down. BDS still looking for more. Another knockback onto Razork sends him to the floor. Adam died, but he kept Humanoid from getting into the fight.
It was a very close 1v1 on that top side of the map, but Humanoid just barely able to come out alive. But the problem is BDS on this bottom side with Ocean Soul, and now 3v3 looking to end the game.
Humanoid, no Emperor's Divide. And Humanoid takes so much damage. Shale going forward, trying to take out that Lulu. Can't quite send her packing yet. Ice now looking for the Nexus towers. The first one falls. Humanoid locked up once again by Nuke. And what a series this man is having. He has atomized Fnatic, and BDS are 1 game away from finals.
Nucleus is always at the center of everything, and it feels like Nuke is the center of everything this game as well. The man has been absolutely incredible. So many times he has not only found control in team fights, but he's also dictated the pace of the early game with these great runs.
I mean, what I liked about BDS's comp is that they just had options. They played with those options incredibly well. They play around their lane pressure incredibly well. And Fnatic, I need to see that reignition of early game aggression. When I thought of Razork throughout the year, it was his early game dominance, his playmaking, his ability to make things happen for Fnatic, which we are currently not seeing.
Just not happening on the map for Fnatic right now. We'll be right back with Game 3, what could be the deciding game of the series, right after this.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore, did you steal my Kit Kat?
Welcome everyone to the Kia Tilt-Proof Challenge. We're here to see if 4 gamers can stand up to the test.
Dios mío de mi vida.
I think I lost.
I'm so happy that I didn't eat before.
Red Bull gives you wings.
To be on the bot side of the map, right? Because the Fnatic bot lane doesn't have any summoners and they can be caught out like this as Nuke and LeBrob find Jernan. The Lulu's got nowhere to go. It tastes purple for BDS.
We kill Lulu first.
I'm bucking.
Nice, it's so clean, guys.
Good job. LeBrob goes into the backline. Humanoid trying to sweep them in with the Emperor's survival. LeBrob has the flash. Nuke almost dies, but he manages to flash out as well. And once again, it's just BDS coming out on top as BDS are now 7-0 up.
Get the Shin, okay? Get the Shin. Nice,
Ice now looking for the Nexus Towers. The first one falls. Humanoid locked up once again by Nuke. And what a series this man is having.
BDS are now 1 game away from MSI and also 1 game away to get into the LEC final for the 2nd time after they got there in spring last year. And I think it's so interesting to think about then versus now, because I remember thinking, Will this happen again? You know, what kind of growth do they have in them? Will they be the team that will consistently get to the finals? Will they be the team that will stand up to challenge G2? Of course, that's still a question mark, but the fact that they are so convincing in this series so far makes me dream.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the fact that they're so convincing back in spring was really what got them to those finals. Let's not forget, they were running everything in spring, 2-0 up in the finals then, and then they got reverse swept and could not make it to MSI. You're now sitting in the same position. This is not the finals, of course, but they are 2-0 up. They are looking scary. You are thinking back to that spring, MSI on the line.
You had to bring it up. You had to bring it up. I get it. I hope they're not thinking about it. But Finn, talk to me about this series overall and why you think that BDS has just been so much better than Fnatic so far.
You know who I want to highlight? I think Shio's had a great series. He's flown kind of under the radar.
Yeah.
But I think both games, he knew exactly what he had to do to make sure the draft snowball started going. I think the first game on the Sejuani, he completely outclassed Razork with the pathing to go to the top side. And then this game as well, he had those great dives on the bot lane, catching Jun off guard and kind of carrying that snowball. So I think it's nice to highlight Adam and it's nice to highlight Nuke, but I think Shio, great series.
A top laner highlighting a jungler?
Yeah.
Subscribe.
Yeah, but I also think that there's no one really to highlight on Fnatic right now. Every single early game, no one is really showing up. It's just in a position where BDS through Shio, in terms of where he's dictating the pressure in game one, it was up towards the top side. You just had to make that top lane matchup work. This game as well on the Sensao, where he's completely taking charge of the tempo of the game. And Fnatic's just kind of sitting back there with the scaling composition, not able to do anything. I mean, hell, I haven't seen Humanoid yet, which was the backbone of Fnatic, and he's getting out-roamed completely by Nuke on the Taliyah.
I mean, let's talk about this mid lane matchup just a little bit, right? Nuke is having a fantastic series, and Humanoid is always the guy that we talk about, Finn, usually in terms of, yeah, regular season we'll see, playoffs, big games, he's a big game player, this is where he makes it happen. Where is he?
I've sensed a bit of hubris in draft, maybe. Given this tally over twice now, while it has such a big impact, I think they need to take this out from Nuke's hands. I think he's just showing so much confidence on his champion. I think Humanoid said that this tally will not be an issue, he will keep it down. He hasn't really been able to do that yet. I think he had a really bad death this game to the Xinqiao gank, if you remember. And I think he needs to step it up for game 3, and I think they need to take this tally out.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also so weird, right? This is usually a draft where you would think they were reversed instead, right? But also Adam in general in a lane suddenly where we first saw him in Yasuo, but in this game specifically with the cast, I mean, it was absolutely amazing as well with how it went through. But I just think in general, BDS is outshining everyone at every caliber right now, and there's not one person to blame on Fnatic because no one's really able to be a standout player. But to take it back to the draft as well, the Asir, the Seri, like you would usually think this was BDS and Fnatic would be proactive, but that's not the case this series.
I think they need to kind of reset the draft and get some new perspective in, kind of change the bans and why they're changing side, not the blue side, which is great. I'm happy they did that because they run it back on the red side game 2, but I do want to see maybe a Talia ban, maybe a Vi ban, keep it there, and try to get something else for Humanoid.
Yeah, this is really backs against the wall. We set it up at the beginning of the day in terms of Fnatic. They are a team, or an organization, I should say, historically in the LEC. They also have a couple of clutch players that when it matters most, that's when they step up. Well, you can't cut it any more close than this. Goldberg, do you feel like the move to the blue side is the right move? And which are the crucial changes that they have to make?
I mean, I don't think so. Like, they look lifeless to me when I'm watching them play right now. I'm not seeing Razork that I saw of regular season. I'm seeing him be put on tanks, and while Razork's poppy historically has been excellent, it's been excellent when he was able to counter jungle with it and be facilitated right now. But there's nothing that can facilitate a guy like Razork right now. I bet you he would probably love to be playing the Sensao right now as well and be the one dictating the pace himself, because he's sitting back, he's playing the Maokai. When it comes down to objectives, he's also not winning the 50-50s on the smites. It's Shio again and again.
And Adam, we see him there. He's walking back into the studio. I just have to think back to Winter, where he was benched and he couldn't even vie together with his team for a spot to get into those finals. He's been pivotal. He's been doing what he needs to do, right, in the team cohesiveness that BDS is bringing, and it's just something I wanted to call back to.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the result of the spring split practice focus he put on himself. He decided not to rely on the Olaf and Darius blind picks as much. Now we're seeing him blind stuff like Gragas, but also in the first game he actually had the counter pick prepared into the Twisted Fate. So we're seeing both sides of him kind of shining right now. We'll see if he can keep it up for the rest of the series, but I think great showing so far. Absolutely.
Goldberg, I didn't get your prediction. I do know that Finn said BDS win 3-1, but do you feel like it could be as simple as a 3-0?
I mean, I absolutely do it right now. When coming into the day, I thought Fnatic, their players had a higher skill ceiling, but their problem had always been consistency, and it still is. But BDS, the way they're showing up right now with their individuals too, I mean, Nuke, for example, Sheo, Adam, I mean, even the bot lane, we just don't get to highlight them that much. It's a complete dumpster fire on Fnatic, and BDS is making the most out of it and making them look silly.
Because you said that so poetically, we're just going to kick it over to the casters. A dumpster fire so far. Will BDS close it right here?
Such way with words.
Eloquent.
Yeah, will they have to close, will you close the dumpster? Because that puts out the fire, which would be beneficial for Fnatic.
First of all, right, we're British. It's the rubbish, okay?
Oh, yes. It's a rubbish bin.
It's a rubbish
fire.
bin, okay?
The Buska Brewsker, yeah.
Yeah, a garage fire.
Yes, but I believe the protocol for anything related to that is you need to use, you can't just throw water on it because you don't know what's in the fire.
Well, if it's an oil fire, definitely not.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So you just want a really large.
You want to suffocate a flame. Suffocate a flame. Like BDS has been suffocating Fnatic out of these games.
Exactly that. So the person who I have my eyes on are Razork and Humanoid. We've just been discussing the draft. The first thing we were talking about was maybe Fnatic should just take blue side. They are shifting over to the blue side. Very nice. Next thing is Taliyah. Prioritize it. Perhaps Fnatic need to first pick it, because quite frankly, I think that the Azir isn't an effective enough answer. I think that Nuke is getting way too much freedom in the fights and control over this game off the back of this pick. So I really want to see that prioritized, along with something that gives Razork a little bit more agency. Will BDS ban the Vi, which I think could be a crucial pick for Razork to get his hands on?
Yeah, I imagine they still will. That has been something that BDS have banned all series long, and I definitely don't think you want to give that across to Razork. It just gives you such an easy go button for Fnatic, plus early aggressive junglers, which Razork has not had this series, and therefore hasn't really had a massive impact in the early stages. So there is the Vi. Will this Taliyah come through nice and early, or is it going to be, immediately taken?
So what is Nuke's answer to the Taliyah? BDS have to have been prepared for this. They must have some sort of jungle matchup. But now I want to see Razork on something like the Xin Zhao or the Volibear. The question is, will that even be a priority for them? Because we've already learned that BDS are a big fan of the Zyra Khan. Right now, they could just slam that Zyra Khan, get it for themselves, knowing that the Zeri is gone. And just as I say that, there's the Zyra. Now the question is, do they want to pair that up with the Rakan already, or do they want to pair that up with the jungler? Something like the Vi, oh sorry, I say the Vi. Something like the Xin or the Volibear is a possibility.
Yeah, just going to take the Azir.
Interesting.
Yeah, just going for the flip side of the matchup. And will give, as you say, a lot of push to Humanoid in that mid lane. So I wouldn't be surprised to see his Zin's out come out. And even curious to see if Noah wants to go for something with a bit of push in that bottom side to open up a mid-bot duo that could get control there. But it's definitely going to be a little bit tough with Zeri and Ashe already taken off the board.
We'll see where Fnatic decide to go. Jungle, though, is the Volibear. Gives you really good CC for the Taliyah knockback with the Seismic Shove and the Volibear Q combination. And likely, I wonder if you pick top really early. You just, you don't think so? You think you just pick support here or AD?
Truthfully, I mean, you could take Rakan, but I was thinking of Lucian Nami, in which case they would just blind pick something like the K'Sante. It kind of depends on what Fnatic's game plan for their bot side is. Varus, I think, is perfectly fine. A lot of flexibility with that champion as well. Something that both AD carries have obviously played a lot on.
As we said, you pick a top laner, right?
I was going to say, though, you can take the Rakan here for BDS. The other option I think that could be really strong is Jarvan. I think Jarvan, with the amount of immobile carries or immobile characters you're seeing of Fnatic right now, you could end up just locking up a whole bunch of them. So they're going to take a con. I still think as Fnatic you need to ban the Jarvan, because I think it's just so incredibly strong as what you are seeing on Fnatic right now, especially if you can imagine like a bunch of feathers going in there, a bunch of sand soldiers in the mix. It just makes things very uncomfortable for the Fnatic carries.
Makes sense.
I wonder what BDS' second ban will be. They already go to the Nautilus. Could get something like the Renata, even the Blitzcrank. A possible ban. Blitz obviously not the best into the Zyra, but if you can pop it ultimate because she's dodging a hook, you then have a lot of follow-up potential. Fnatic trying to make it a bit easier for Oscar and into blind pick top, which is what we expect he will have to do here. The Olaf taken away. Could remove things like the Darius as well if you just want to go down the Godzi rule. You know, Yasuo ban.
I'm curious if this is actually going to be a Lulu ban against Jun. It gives a lot of support to an on-hit Varus, but also, okay, going to be the Rata, but I still think you can go Lulu. Ends up being in a position where if you go for something like the Jarvan, you still got that ultimate to try and keep the Varus alive while he's in the middle of it. You can also lock up, it's a lot of follow-up or a follow-up dive coming through from BDS, so I think you still have options here in the bot lane for Fnatic.
Okay, so they're just getting rid of some of the strong top lane options for Adam. Does leave a lot of the jungle pool open for Sheo. he kind of has the pick of the litter of what direction he wants to go to. Quite frankly, I think he's keen to go Sejuani here.
Yeah, because then you play melee top, right? And
yeah, exactly. And I also just think that if I'm BDS, I'm thinking, okay, we want a little bit more engage, but also we have a pretty strong bot lane 2 versus 2, and we need a little bit more utility in our composition, and Sejuani just kind of fits the bill along with something that Sheo has played a bunch. So just kind of makes sense. And now Cassante is a relatively safe blind. The big question becomes the support. As you already said, Blitzcrank is a pretty interesting one. Alistar, I think, is also fine. It kind of depends on what they want more out of their composition.
It's hard to play Alistar into this style that BDS have, because Charm interrupts you as you go for the headbutt. You got the knockback that can come through from the Azir. Even a charge coming from the Sejuani can interrupt, plus Feather Storm as well. So trying to get value for this Alistar is going to be really tough. I can understand they need more engage, but just getting value purely from this Alistar, Jun needs to be coming in on flanks, needs to be coming in from odd angles to catch BDS off guard.
Garen into Cassante is a thing we've seen a couple of times instead. Darius now locked in for Adam, his signature pick.
Now, what I'll say is, before we get into the comps, the beauty of Adam expanding his pool is that you have to be worried about the meta stuff that he can now play, along with the fact that he still has his signature champions. And for those that will remember, this is his answer to Cassante, something that is more unique to him than many of the top laners, and a matchup that he's incredibly comfortable on. Darius, in my opinion, is his strongest of the Gods champions, just because it was one of the ones that he initially brought when he joined the LEC, and just something that he's continued to have great success on. So while I think that as a champion it does have its weaknesses, you know he's going to run things like the Flash Ghost, and when the Darius gets on top of the Varus, he's going to have a rough time.
It's also 3 melees. It's like, where does Darius want to be? Somewhere that he can heal off of everyone. Yeah, come on, what are you going to do, huh? He is very, very happy. So, yeah, I think this is a great spot for the Darius. And as you say, I think this is something that BDS have done exceptionally, where they do bring out an Olaf when it's perfect, because they're able to support it with a Karma. There's very little CC. In this case, you've got a composition that's very short range of Fanatic and a ton of melees. Let's bring out a Darius. This fits perfectly. I love the fact that BDS can bring this out.
Here we are, game 3 of our best of 5. Fnatic on the ropes, fighting for their lives, not only in the LEC Spring Split, but also their chance at MSI. BDS 1 game away from that which was denied from them last year by Mad Lions Koi in the finals. Last year, it was a reverse sweep that stopped them from going to MSI, going to London. Will the same occur today?
Now, we didn't really talk a huge amount about the comps. I know Dagda did mention a couple of things, but the concerns I have for Fnatic, along with some of the positives. Let's start with the positives, okay? They have great mid-jungle duo. Love Volibear for Razork, love Talia for Humanoid, because it helps them get control over that mid-wave, along with the fact that Volibear as a champion is just great at fighting early. We've seen it so much throughout the world. Early on, this champion is just difficult to out-bully. So Razork has something that he can be more proactive on, and I think he has a lot of champions available to him, both in bot and mid, that help support that. The downside of Fnatic's composition, and the things that concern me, something that Rob did bring up in draft, which is that you've got a lot of champions that kind of want to die. Volibear ultimate, you've got Alistar ultimate, the Alistar combo, right? Cassandra wants to close that gap into Azir, into Xayah, into Darius. A lot of champions that love it when you come into them, because their life gets easier and they just inherently have a lot of disengaged tools. So something to bear in mind when we come to the fights later on is Fnatic would love to be on those objectives earlier, so that it's BDS walking into
smart from Humanoid. He stayed around to see if Adam did step in here. Ghost's going to be burnt. He's going to try and chase down Oscar in. Just looking for the damage here. Doesn't have the Decimate. Has to flash away. Heals up just a little bit. Oscar in trying to walk back into the lane, and Adam's having none of it. He wins it. Hemorrhage stacked up. That's a bunch of extra AD for him. He needs another auto, but Oscar with the Ghost just able to get out of range.
So Oscar Innen is now incredibly low, but he also half health Humanoid. So the ability for Humanoid to actually step up in lane now buys the space for Nuke. So even though it looked funky, Adam just spent 2 summoner spells, but got 2 winning lanes now for BDS.
And junglers are like, top lane, top lane, top lane, top lane, because all the summoners are gone. Razork, look at his pathing. Rafters, red, immediately onto the Gromp. He's getting the fastest level 3 that he can, because he wants to be ready to go for this. He wants to punish the summonless Adam I don't know why that word was so hard, who's only sitting at about 50% HP after Oscar invests the TP. And that's the other thing. Oscar investing the TP so early means that if he ends up getting killed, this top lane matchup can become incredibly volatile. So both junglers making a beeline.
Adam getting the ward there, though, means Razork is spotted out. Let's see if Sheo skips his red. He's going to do exactly that. He'll do what we saw the opposite do in game 1, which is maybe start up these Krugs. Instead, he just walks his way towards the lane. Razork now steps in, won't have seen that ward. Oh, he did. He pinged it. Just enough time for him to lock that one down. Humanoid getting chunked out in mid. I will say Nuke's gone Grasp on this Azir. It's an Azir build we've been seeing a lot more, bit tankier. Noah's gone for the Halo Blades, which implies lethality perhaps.
I do like that Nuke is going that little bit tankier though, because traditionally you kind of become the swoop bot, but hang on.
I think he's just going to wait this one out. Frenzied Maul is available for Razork. He tries to dash away, manages to get the shield, and will escape. Doesn't have to burn a sum.
Yeah, so he's able to get out. But what oftentimes you see in the composition that BDS have is Labrov is kind of your one engage. Well, you got a Sheo and Labrov is your main engage tools, but a bit inconsistent.
Jun going in, hits the level 3, looking for the stun. Ice has to flash away from it. That's good for the Fnatic bot lane. Goes for flash exchange.
Now here's what I'll say. If you're a Fnatic fan, the fact that there's been this much violence this early on is a good thing for you, because Fnatic do find themselves thriving in the chaos. They are better at skirmishing than many other teams.
Razork has Smite. I believe Sheo actually got there. Razork smited about 40 HP too early. Sheo still has the flash to dash away from this. Razork getting chipped away at Adam across the wall. Obviously no way for him to join the fight. Was looking for an apprehend.
I think Sheo was trying to bait them in, just waiting around on low health, saying, hey, you can get me, but instead of flash, and could have pulled Oscar in and over the wall with no way to escape. So will still be Sheo getting that, but this is bedlam in the early stages.
See, that's where Fnatic want you. If you make the statement out loud, what is going on in this game, Fnatic's like, perfect. You're exactly where I want you, because if I don't know what's happening, no one knows what's happening. And ultimately, it's just resulting in a lot of skirmishing, and Fnatic trying to leverage a lot of their early power, saying, we know we're strong enough to fight, so we're going to try and fight you. And BDS are just responding in kind. A very close state of affairs between both sides. Ultimately, the gold largely remains even.
That's the thing, though, for Fnatic, you have to kind of do something you haven't done all split long, which is beat BDS. They have struggled the entire way through to get a win over BDS, and now with their MSI, with their finals on the line, they have to try and find that way. So trying to throw the game to chaos early is a very different look that we've seen in game 1 and game 2, but it hasn't actually netted them anything. It is a slight gold lead for BDS. It is a lot of summoner spells that were burned in the early stages, but not actually getting any of those kills.
This is where the pressure now falls onto Razork's shoulders. Labrov already out onto the map. Jun largely spending a lot of his early game in lane. Hasn't resulted in any significant advantage on the bot side of the map so far. But again, I turn my attention towards Razork. Where will his first significant play of the game be? I like what he did in mid, chunking out Duke to try and force him to use his TP to match that of Humanoid, so there's no significant advantage in mid. Sheo, though, with the pressure that he has on the top side, should be able to secure the early grubs once again, the 3rd time in a row for this series.
Risk for Oscar winning is the wave is stacking against him here in the top lane. Does have that Ghost, not yet level 6, about halfway towards it. Adam's going to step past the wave, use that Decimate for a bit of healing. Pathmaker out by Oscar in apprehend, just short, but Sheo will take the grubs. Fnatic will then know exactly where he is. Razork went Krugs and now is pathing towards that bot lane. Will Oscar be able to step past this wave when Sheo could be in the area?
I think this is a good trade for BDS, though. Darius will get chip damage, same on bot side because the matchup advantage that they have, so playing for that makes a lot of sense. And you can actually start to look at some of these turrets. Fnatic will push him mid though for Humanoid. Now that he has a health bar, can actually get control over that lane. It'll make things a little bit easier for Fnatic to go for Dragon. Maybe look for a dive.
No TP on Adam. No way for him to join this. Razork on the chase. There's the Weaver's Wall from Humanoid. Ice with a quick cleanse, but remember, no flash from earlier. Labrov able to dance his way out, but Ice does not have that same luxury. Noah on the board first.
Nice play from Fnatic. Exactly what they needed to do. Utilizing the pressure that they have in mid to move towards bot and find an advantage in the early game. This level of proactiveness we haven't seen from Fnatic, but we're finally getting to see it in game 3.
Nice little sight of that there. Labrov was on vision. Knocked back with a seismic shove. Adam and Oscar trading in the top lane. Noxian guillotine. Possibility all out already used. There's a hemorrhage stacked up, and Adam is very familiar with a guillotine.
Oh,
he's waiting, he can't get there! 1 for 1 in the end. Adam not quite able to get in range for the ultimate.
He would have gone down anyway. Just ends up chasing him to his death. BDS though, with the play happening for Fnatic on bot side, BDS actually get back out of the map first, push in bot, and move in towards the Dragon. You still will, I think, Well, actually, wave is kind of just frozen there, so Oscar will get back to catch a lot of the waves. So just a bit of a mistake there from Adam.
He actually just ran out of mana from his ultimate, so he didn't actually, I guess he miscalculated. He wanted to get the stacks up. Initial nice trade looks promising for Oscar, but then the second Adam gets the re-engage. He should get the heal off from his Q. There it is, and then all of a sudden you realize, uh-oh, I can't win this anymore. Flashes in, uses his W.
He would have just died, though. He could have just left.
Well, so Adam thinks that he needs one more auto attack, right? So he does definitely make a miscalculation there. But he's laughing because he realizes, I ran out of mana.
It was also, if he had just left it and pushed in the wave, he still would have got a win. So it was just, with the mana gone, it was just so sad.
There was no sound on that Cadro reaction, but I could hear the laugh.
What the hell?
Yeah. No, the voice he was doing was the that one, his cackle, his little...
Adam once again looking straight with Oscar in. Played his steel caps the first buy for both these top laners. Drake did go over to BDS. 1,000 gold lead though for Fnatic. First time we have seen them have an advantageous early game in this series, and a lot of that is sitting on the shoulders of Noah in that bot lane. 700 gold ahead. Sheo and Razork will meet. Sheo will hit level 6 off these Krugs, so that's that Glacial Prison. Razork now knows Sheo's in the area. There's the level 6. Razork has his Stormbringer. Sky Splitter comes down. Sheo takes a chunk. Adam coming across as well. Oscar in looking for the Demolish. Proc and will get a plate. Razork still stepping forward, stunned up. Where's Nuke? Can he get here? Can Humanoid get here? He has the Weaver's War, but it was cancelled because Nuke did the damage. Meanwhile, Sheo's just locked up by Fnatic, pulled across the wall. And it's easy enough for Fnatic to find another jump. Chain of Corruption going down. LeBron no way out of this. Dances, dashes, and the Guardian just enough to keep him alive.
Labrov barely escapes away from that one, but Adam stepping too far forward in that top lane, wanted to try and clear out the minion wave, but end up absolutely just pummeled by Fnatic as he's ripped out from underneath this tower. The El Casante Classic, we'll get to see it here. This is really nice from Razork. Goes on towards Sheo and constantly trading one for one. This is the advantage of the volley bear in the early stages, and all he's trying to do is make sure that Sheo can't be a factor as you already have the roam coming through from Humanoid in the mid lane. And as Sheo has to back away to the turret, it's just perfect timing from Oscar Rinnan. They knew they were going to have the numbers advantage, and they can always very quickly kill off Adam with no Q to heal up.
Nicely done from Fnatic. 2k now is their gold lead, and the shift that we wanted to see is exactly what we're seeing. And Fnatic are looking that much more confident as a result. The difference that Fnatic shows us when Razork gets to have a little bit more impact on the map. The top side going well. Adam's Darius not having the impact that he would have liked.
I mean, also when Humanoid can get across the map as well. The Weaver's Wall towards the bot lane set up the first kill here. He was moving. Weaver's Wall was cancelled.
I mean, credit to Nuke still, though, playing the lane very well. Saw a few comments online talking about the mid gap, and I feel like the Nuke definitely has Humanoid's number this series so far. And that's something I think that many would not have expected, especially when you consider Humanoid, the pedigree that he is as a player. And also in these high stakes environments is normally where we see the best of Humanoid, you know, with back against the wall. Definitely having a better performance so far in this game compared to the rest of the series. But Nuke, a mid laner that you definitely can't afford to underestimate, especially when we look at the context of the whole year. Someone who's definitely a shining star for BDS.
So a bit of a rotation coming through from Fnatic's bot lane. Noah and Jun moved up as the Void Grubs were there, so managed to get, I think, a clear play for themselves on the top side. They're going to rotate back bot, might be able to grab one more for themselves just before these fizz, or well, 3 minutes left, but before they run out. So nicely done. You can already see the match coming through from Ice and Labrov to try and get back down here, but I think you'll still get a turret plate here for Noah and a bunch of vision control in this bot side jungle for Dragon in a minute's time.
Jun already at that level 6 as well. Labrov yet to tick over to get his ultimate. 1,500 gold, the lead for Fnatic. Humanoid and Jun just going to make sure they get this mid-prio. Labrov is hovering, but isn't getting any XP right now, so still is slightly behind. Razork steps in, takes away the Scryer's Bloom. Ice joining here. Noah is shoving in that bot wave, and Ice is going to have to go across and match it. Takes the long way round, wisely, as he would have been caught out by Razork, who was waiting in that bush.
Yeah, slow push from Noah on this bottom side. So just going to try and create pressure on the map, but I think I should still be able to clear out this bottom side camp, or bottom side wave, match in the mid wave state, and then just be like, cool, we can actually go and fight for this next dragon as it starts to come up, as Oscar in it, taking a bit of damage here from Adam.
I think Adam's learned that Hemorrhage, you know, slowly ticks him down.
Yeah.
Obviously knew that before, but with the Drake up in 13 seconds, BDS are using bot prio to try and play around it.
Keep your eyes on Adam on the minimap as well. He's a player that, knowing that he doesn't have TP, will often move into the river to give this impression that he's transitioning over to be able to contest. The problem for BDS right now is Nuke has just committed to a base that gives Humanoid the ability to push in mid, and now Fnatic have secured numbers advantage. Oscar Ridden, as long as he's keeping Adam top, will always have the TP to join into any larger scale fight, but Fnatic should feel confident to force this objective.
I wonder if BDS will give it up. Adam's already down in the mid lane. Jun stepping forward. Drake down to 2,000. Ice coming all the way around. The Drake secured. Glacial Prism hitting the Bob, going in with the charm as well, and Adam's going to join the fight. Oscar and TPing behind them, and already one from Fnatic's gone down. Jun in the middle of them all. A Storm Splitter coming out from Razzle as he dives onto the backline. Nuke trying to survive. Adam in the midst of 3. Oscar winning down 2 for 2 so far in this trade, but Razzle finds another. Sheo has to flash out the Weaver's Wall to chase him down, and Sheo, even with the blast cone, can't get out. Fnatic ace BDS and get the Drake.
For the first time in this series, Fnatic will shut down BDS in the fight. A chaotic brawl explodes in the mid lane, but it is Fnatic that stands strong.
And Fnatic do such a good job of setting up this fight. Jun goes in, but he knows he already has the ultimate still available, so it doesn't really worry. It's as you see this engage come through from Sheo, immediately pops the ultimate, so he's too tanky. And with the flick back from Humanoid on towards Nuke, Nuke can't follow up as he swept everyone into the waiting arms. And at this stage, you just completely mispositioned the team. Ice not in a position that he can carry, gets shut down by Razork, and Humanoid is having a field day running through this fight.
I will say, Noah's positioning at the start of that fight was horrendous. Within melee range of the Sejuani, gets ulted into immediately scooped. But credit to Fnatic for being able to pull it back after losing their AD carry. Humanoid's positioning, on the other hand, was fantastic, and they're able to win out. Now, their Herald is alive. Humanoid chipping away at Adam's HP bar.
Nuke is in the bot lane though, BDS.
Have they overstayed their welcome?
Challenge a little bit. Humanoid trying to step forward. Gets the knockback. LeBron coming across the wall here as well. Look for the knock-up on Humanoid, but the flash away. Nuke still hammering at that bot lane tier 1. The Rift Herald will reset.
Nuke still has TP as well, so you force Fnatic away from the Rift Herald, and you can still bring Nuke into this top side. It's a little bit low. We'll have to reset and come in, but he's going to be able to pick up a good amount on this reset as well. So you kind of deny Fnatic a lot off of just that overstep from Humanoid.
Ultimately, that's exactly what it was. Humanoid testing the waters a little too much. Adam, definitely still a dangerous opponent, swimming around, waiting for that opportunity to strike. BDS now will be the ones to start off the Herald.
Jun's coming across, Oscar in no TP, he's in the bot lane. BDS have 5 members on the top side of the map. Revolve stepping forward, spotted by Razor. Noah picks up a blue buff.
No TP for Oscar.
BDS gonna force Fnatic away. Humanoid stepping in once again, no flash on him, remember. The arrow across the wall does a little bit of damage to the Problocks, but Humanoid dash in by Nuke. The Emperor's Divide comes back, the arrow secured by BDS. Featherstorm coming down as Humanoid falls first. However, Fnatic are going to fight back. Oscar in and came towards the mid lane and will join this fight. Adam left in the pit alongside Sheo. Fnatic find 3, they lose 1, but they win out on the fight.
They end up picking off Humanoid, but with the reinforcements arriving from Oscar Ridden, Fnatic are able to turn it around. Noah able to get some good damage off of this lethality Varus.
Fnatic taking a fight 4 versus 5, a very dangerous thing to do. And Nuke, again, making his presence known. We keep track of his positioning in the fight. Razork, naturally the person to walk up first. But then look at this play. Is able to find a 2-person scoop, clumps up Fnatic to allow for Ice to land a great ultimate. But then the follow-up from Razork and Jun was just incredible. These dive buddies, both bear and cow, a combo you probably wouldn't have expected, but working to great effectiveness here for Fnatic. BDS left wanting in a lot of these fights as the kills continue to get further away from them.
And Fnatic now 3,000 gold ahead, very much in control of this game. And this early skirmishing style, the style that helped them beat Vitality, is paying dividends.
I mean, this is the style that we knew them for most of the year, right? We touted Razork as one of the best performing, if not the best performing jungler from Winter because of how proactive he can be. You look at his scoreline, 3-0-7. He's been involved in 10 of the team's 11 kills. This team looks so different when he is on a champion that has agency, and in every single fight, he's diving onto the right targets and making stuff happen with Jun right by his side.
See the difference in the jungle as well. Sheo yet to even complete his jungle item. He's picked up as much health and armor as he can, but doesn't even have any first item complete, whereas Razok already has that Sundered Sky building up towards his next. Looks like it's going to be a trailblazer for him. Sheo basically walking 300 gold for BDS, a little bit of a loot pinata. Adam looking to see if he can catch this bot wave. Nuke once again in top does have the TP. Fnatic though setting up around this Drake spawn, 12 seconds away. And their soul will be delayed, it's one apiece so far.
I think that's why we're seeing Nuke just on the top side. Yes, he has TP, but for BDS, they're just trying to defend the bot tier 1. Not so interested in the Dragon, but with Fnatic having this many people on this bottom side, I actually expected Nuke to keep pressing onto the top tower and just take the trade of towers and give Dragon, because you just really can't fight, but they're going to go.
12 steps forward, Jun with the knock-up. Dragon started by Fnatic. Nuke pings back up towards the top lane. He's just walking there. No TP invested by BDS. Now Nuke invests the TP to top. So he's going to look for a bit more of a push. And as you say, he could have just kept pushing instead of resets. He's looking to see perhaps if he could join the fight, but another Dragon to Fnatic.
I will say, I think ultimately Nuke just, he wanted a base to be in a position that if the fight happened, he could contest. I think he should be perfectly safe here. He's just going to be Oscar. He wanted to use that TP to either fight or commit to the tower. The problem with committing to it later is he's now at risk of getting collapsed.
Razok looking for him. Nuke does still have the flash. Sky Splitter coming down. Nuke has already used his dash, remember. It's 8 seconds away from being back off cooldown. Noah coming in from the side, piercing arrow, finds its mark, and Nuke, Chain of Corruption. He was looking for the flash, but Nuke holds the flash and gets away from the hail of arrows. Patience there from the BDS mid laner. Riftail charge in mid, won't get enough for BDS to take the tower, as Jun is here to stop it in its tracks.
So it's a little bit messy. BDS end up having Nuke overextend on the top side, and now Fnatic try to punish, but they should be able to get some damage on the tier 2. But at least you get Darius being able to push in on bot side. They get control over mid as well, so at least getting some control back on the map is going to help out for BDS, but Fnatic a bit unfortunate that they don't end up getting that kill onto Nuke.
The main problem for BDS now is that by only running a single TP, Humanoid has a lot of options. You're going to be putting him, well, I was going to say, I expect them to put him in bot lane because Baron becomes the next major objective that's available on the map. He's actually making his way top lane, I guess because K'Sante is just reset on the map. But this TP advantage that they have could be a very easy way for Fnatic to force a neutral against BDS. Because in my eyes, I think that what they could have done is send Humanoid bot, have him push as aggressively as possible. You play through mid into bot to gain that vision control for him to play, and then you transition your pressure over towards top side. The moment that someone comes to address him, you TP top and you force a 5v4 around the Baron.
They're both caught, stunned, locked up, tries to dash away, down to 300 HP, will escape for now. Noah, arrow charged up, can't quite find the Rakan. TP to the bot lane, Nuke. He's caught out. Razok worked his way down here. The TP in by Humanoid. Nuke puts up a tower, but what you're doing, Fala slides them back. Stormbringer out from Razok. There's the knockback with the seismic shove, but it's Humanoid burned his flash to do it. But for it, he will find a kill. Humanoid, second kill of the game.
And I think Nuke panicked. I think he actually could have completed the recall he had started, but as soon as he saw everyone coming in, he was like, no, I need to get on out of here. So nicely done by Fnatic to punish the fact that that flash was burnt in the last play, but now Sheo on the top side could try and go for the dive, but you've got the Alistar for Jun on the way.
What I'll say is, they used their TP to just get a single kill. They also had to commit flash from Humanoid, and BDS could use this window to actually clear some of the vision around the top side, along with securing a tier 1 tower. So ultimately, I don't think that's the worst for BDS. I think that it was a bit of an overinvestment on resources on Fnatic's side. And imagine, they could have just sent Humanoid to bot lane in the first place and had the K'Sante actually matching top and then try to leverage that TP. Regardless, Fnatic still find themselves in an advantageous position. They want to try and unlock this mid tower, but I think the only way they're going to do this is by moving into either the top of the bot side jungle and putting pressure through a potential collapse onto this mid tower, which they're going to begin now. Let's see if it pays off.
Coming in, Humanoid looking for that Weaver's wall. Sheo steps up, Oscar in tanking the tower. Knocked back with the Intofo strikes, but the wave cleared out pretty quickly by BDS. Nuke, he knows something's up. Knows if you're Atelier, you're looking for these flank positions to put a wall down. Perhaps could have been at the blue buff, so Nuke checks it. Ice just recalled, has now got Navori alongside his Kraken Slayer. 2 items on Noah as well. There's the Weaver's Wall. BDS trying to get on the right side of it. Adam locked up, knocked back, stunned. And before he even gets an opportunity to move, he is deleted. LeBron, though, with a 3-man Tom. Nuke going in with the Emperor's Divide as well, but Noah and Humanoid are able to dodge away from it. 1-for-1, both the top laners have been sent to an early grave, and Jun will join them. 2-for-1 in favor of BDS.
Love the combo there from BDS. Nicely done, unfortunately for them. Noah was able to flash away to safety. I think Razzle alongside of him. They get 2 kills. They're going to start the Baron.
Oh, you got no ultimates for Fnatic. No flash for Noah, no flash for Humanoid, none for Razzle either. BDS not on vision yet. Fnatic now realizing they have to check it. As you say, very ambitious from them. With Ice's positioning, I think BDS have decided they don't really want any more of this action.
Can Fnatic now start this?
No,
right, they're going to play it safe. They're going to play it safe. All right.
Yeah, it means everyone's going to reset and they will go towards the Dragon, but this was initially a great play because Adam, he doesn't get a chance to play the game. As soon as this wall comes in, everyone dives onto him and makes sure he's just completely caught out, knocked around, hit up, they burst him down. But Labrov, this was an exceptional engage, knocks up everyone, Nuke follows through, and then Ice is just littering them with feathers as they come down, and you can't really follow through because Nuke's gone golden. And you're underneath the tower. Really good stuff.
A lot worse for Fnatic as well. Like Humanoid and Nowhere were just outside of the range of that Emperor's Divide. And once again, 5 members of either team in the mid lane. Mid lane towers open up a lot for the map, especially with the Drake up. You want this mid prio because then you can set up around these dragons. BDS stepping in. Adam can tank this. They might just look for the tier 1 in exchange for the Drake. And that's exactly what they'll get.
They could even move into topside and collect this wave for the tier 2 as well, especially as they hear it go down. Defensive positioning on the tower coming up from BDS. I think you could just go and catch top wave if you want to, but a little bit late now.
I think Fnatic are not utilizing their side lane pressure as well as they could be. They're kind of over-grouping to try and force BDS into fights, knowing that they should be stronger at this point.
I mean, he has a tower. Like, he was looking to try and sneak behind Fnatic. There's the Weaver's Wall. Humo's going to lock up Labrov. Quickness coming out. Noah tanks a tower shot. Labrov will dash to Noah, dash to Adam, can't get out. The apprehend just short, but now Razzle on the chase, and Adam has to pop the ghost to get away. What do we burn there? Chain of Corruption, Weaver's Wall for a quickness and a ghost.
It's not the end of the world for BDS, honestly. They can still look for a lot of these fights. Labrov can just play follow-up engage off of Sheo or Nuke. Fnatic just going to use this to get vision control over the barn area. They realized that not enough was burned to really punish BDS there.
Finally, Humanoid being sent to the bottom lane. Does, of course, have the TP available. Stand corrected. He's avoiding the bottom lane. Moving back to bot's mid. The problem that Fnatic are running into is that they want to unlock mid tower. Makes sense, right? Yep. If you take mid tower, it makes it so much easier to move into the enemy jungle because then what you can do is you can send someone off to a side lane, you overgroup in mid, you push in that wave, and then you move into one side of the jungle, right? Makes sense. The problem is that there's a lot of wave clear. Azir, Xayah, very difficult champions to siege against. Especially when you have champions that have lost their flash. So the alternative way that you can do it is you create this high point of pressure on a side lane, and then instead use that pressure from the side lane to have someone answer, and then you collapse to create a numbers advantage in mid. Unfortunately, Fnatic aren't really doing that, which means that you just end up in this 5v5 mid, where they're just kind of awkwardly looking at each other. They trade kills every now and then the game becomes more about these dragon fights, where both teams are just kind of catching waves on sides, and then utilizing the pressure mid to then fight around dragon, which Fnatic are, of course, winning, to their credit. But it is also giving BDS the opportunity to scale, farm up, and you can see these items slowly starting to come through as Nuke is nearly... I mean, he's on pace with Humanoid in terms of itemization and gold.
Yeah, and he's also not going to be very easy to burst out. No, he hasn't gone for the defensive items, but the Graspy Undying still makes him relatively tanky for an Azir. So when you're playing this melee comp that wants to burst him out, he'll have a little bit more survivability, time to hit that Zhonya's in a pickle. But Labrov spots out Humanoid.
Yeah, Humanoid is just marking Labrov in every single fight. Like, his job is to make sure that Labrov can't get in. The stun from Razzle. Labrov needs to dash away. Jun goes in with a headbutt pulverized, but Labrov battle dances his way to safety. Humanoid in position to put that Weaver's Wall down again. I think BDS might have to give up the ghost on this mid lane tier 1. Fnatic have finally cracked it.
Yeah, there's no way that you can protect this, especially with Ice being half health, but just the Weaver's Wall now to try and get the tier 2. They know the bot lane for BDS had to reset with the health bars.
And making it work. BDS is looking for a fight.
Apprehend! They get onto it with the Glacial Prism. LeBrov trying to get to the back line. Noah's able to flash away. Oscar is so tanky though as LeBrov dances away once again but can't quite get to safety. Sheo dashing in. Adam knocked back. Noah getting knocked all over the place by Nuke. Ice with the Feather Storm. Adam going in. The Stormbringer not enough to save Razork, and now Humanoid and Oscar in so low. BDS somehow find the fight.
An incredible engage from Adam. Apprehends 2-3 people to start off the whole fight, putting Fnatic in a very awkward position. The idea, utilizing the Weaver's Wall to unlock another tower, great in theory, but BDS do not go down without a fight, and with their carry still poised and alive to take it, they find a winning fight against Fnatic.
And now all summoner spells burned because of this in the back, as Fnatic might look for the next dragon. But
watch
as you
Adam
say,
here.
Great play from Adam. As soon as he sees that wall or the gravel earth goes down, immediately flashes in, gets Noah. Noah has to flash away, and then that opens up for Nuke to actually go on towards Noah. He has to play out of this fight, and Labrov just getting that knock up right before he goes down is perfect. And I mean, realistically, Humanoid is the only damage source because Noah's out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean,
BDS tried to close it.
Noah wasn't auto-attacking anyone in that fight. The second he stepped up to land a Q, that was the window that Nuke used to immediately engage onto him and find that kill. Great team fight from BDS. Definitely keeping this game interesting. It was looking very Fnatic favored, and frankly, it still is, but Nuke and Ice cannot afford to be underestimated as the third item now finished for Ice.
But look at the summoner spells. Flash on Razork, Humanoid, Noah, even Jun, all gone in that last one, where Sheo can still look, Labrov can still look, and they're going to go for it now.
Sheo locked up though, already down to half HP, tries to flash away. LeBrov going in with the quickness, but he's knocked back as well. And this could be a great fight for Fnatic. They've already killed off the enemy jungler. LeBrov has to dash away with the quickness.
Baron.
Just disengaging, as you say, the Baron. A very real possibility.
Labrov tried to get onto Humanoid at the back of it with the flash, but doesn't quite connect, and now no real engage tools. Labrov just able to move away before the Unraveled Earth came down.
Okay, Fnatic are abandoning on the Baron idea and instead focusing on the Soul. BDS want to try and catch this mid-wave if they can.
Weaver's Wall, Adam's on the wrong side of it, pops the Ghost early. Razork looking for the chase. Stormbringer forward, Thundering Smash for the stun. Serax, Noah trying to get away. The Decimate not enough to heal Adam up to continue the fray. Fnatic find another, and BDS are down to 3.
BDS are kind of playing keep away though. This is maybe buying enough time. No, Sheo won't get in here in time, but you get the reset coming through from Humanoid. Fnatic, they get the pick and they get the dragon.
A scrappy state of affairs for Fnatic, an environment that they often find success in, and they'll convert it into a Soul. Sheo's positioning gets quickly punished by Fnatic, and they'll use that to secure the Cloud Soul, and it looks like a Baron to boot.
Yeah, position towards
Will
the
they
Sheo
flip
and
it,
see.
is the question.
I mean, it's possible. Here we go.
Spotted. Nuke is in topside. This is very dangerous. Oscarin has ult to keep Sheo out.
Another force out alterations cleared away, down to 5,000. LeBrov going in, trying to give vision for Sheo, has the blast cone knocked back with the Intofus. Jun keeps him at bay and takes the blast cone as well. Well played by the Fnatic support to keep Sheo from getting into the pit.
Jun has been such a hero for Fnatic over the course of playoffs. His roams in the early stages, his engages have been spectacular, and being able to keep Sheo out of that pit there was heroic as well. Fnatic finally have life in this series.
So, Fnatic, they take a sigh of relief. Their fans alongside them, knowing that this series may not be over just yet. The reverse sweep possibilities are real, but they've still got to close out this game. Will they leverage some of the side pressure? Because quite frankly, from Fnatic, it's been a lot of grouping as 5 and just kind of running their face into the wall, which has resulted in BDS being able to find these opportunities to fight. They need to at least be playing through a 4-1 setup. Have your Taliyah sit in mid, use the wall once you've pushed in the mid wave to rotate over to bot, cut the enemy off from the tower and secure that objective.
Fnatic going to try and do that now. No wave in mid, but the Ice is out of position. He'd gone onto that mid wave, so now he resets, so outer turret already gone.
It still works.
Yeah.
They get the bot tier 2, but now with BDS grouped up, if they just keep sieging onto this one lane, the wave clear from BDS is going to be tough to get through.
Last chance saloon for BDS in their defense. The Baron up for another minute and a half for Fnatic. There's the Weaver's Wall, and BDS back away and give the pressure. They give the inhibitor tower, and they'll give the inhibitor as well. LeBrov still looking for that flank. Adam's going to go and catch mid wave to make sure Fnatic can't get 2 waves in, but he might be caught out if Fnatic react quickly.
Yeah, they're going to just back away though. Look for the reset. minute and a half on the Baron buff, though. Maybe they could stick around for a bit more. Humanoid decides he's going to go and catch that mid wave anyway, but it will give time for BDS to push at these last few waves. So bot turret exposed is the only real thing that Fnatic will get, but it's still a massive chunk out of BDS's armor.
It just creates this constant place of pressure that BDS have to deal with. So Fnatic now immediately back out onto the map. They want to push out mid and then move through the enemy jungle, exactly as you're seeing on your screen. They've been using the Weaver's Wall pretty well. Still on cooldown for now. But again, you look at the minimap, you see Nuke sitting on the bot side of the map. They know that they should have numbers advantage here, so they should be able to secure this tower uncontested as well. Really trying to make the most out of this Baron buff.
And they have an 8,000 gold lead from doing so. Looking for more, 30 seconds. And Topo strikes, brings back Sheo. He has to dash away down to 400 HP. Ice and Adam still standing underneath the tower, but Oscar ghosting forward, looking for it. Nuke unable to get in. And there's another inhibitor tower to Fnatic. Their march relentless right now. BDS found wanting in terms of an answer. Adam, flash, apprehend onto Oscar. Not the target he was looking for, but Noah's still able to survive off the back of the fight. The Emperor's Divide only caught a couple. Noah takes down Nuke. John able to escape. Sheo low, LeBron low. Adam doing everything he can, but he just can't do enough. Fnatic find another inhibitor and get all 5 players out alive.
John just barely got the passive heal off, so was able to keep himself alive. And then with the Crypt Bloom coming in as well, was able to keep himself up. So beautiful stuff from Fnatic to barely get away, but that looked like it was the moment for BDS. With Humanoid able to get so much distance, meant they couldn't just finish him off.
I mean, Fnatic are really just brute forcing their way into BDS's base, and credit to BDS finding these angles, these avenues to fight back. It just isn't quite enough. Sheo started this fight off sitting in the fountain, having to get his health back. When he makes his way back, that's Adam's cue to engage. He only connects onto Oscar Rinin though. It's Nuke that makes a desperate play to get onto the backline, but once Humanoid is able to flash away to safety, the front to back from Fnatic can come through, and BDS is forced to retreat once more.
Great flash from Noah at the start of that. I didn't catch it on the first one, where he predicts the flash pull from Adam, so actually gets just out of the way of the apprehend. So nicely done by Noah. Now he's feeling the brunt of Noah's damage, which will open up Fnatic for another tower.
There's going to be triple inhibs for Fnatic at least. BDS on their last legs in this game, and Fnatic not willing to go out of this series without a bit of a fight. Super minions in all 3 lanes, 2 of them each. We'll start pushing in. We have a minute before an Elder and a minute and a half before a Baron, so I think Fnatic are very happy to make themselves at home in the base of BDS. LeBrob looking for the flank. The one team fight the BDS have won has been off. That Rakan finding a flank position. Adam locked up once again. The Glacial Prison down. LeBrob going in with the quickness. Gets onto the backline, but Nuke cannot get into the fight. Jun keeps them all at bay. The Emperor's Divide now locks up one. Noah down. Ice flashing away, but Razork is ripping through him. The frenzied more enough. 2 for 2 so far. Humanoid and Jun and Oscar still alive. Oscar dancing in, but Adam surviving. Jun gets the knockup. Noxian Guillotine comes down. Adam doesn't get the reset and is knocked back with a great seismic shove from Humanoid, and now LeBrob and Sheo do not have the damage to stop Fnatic from making this a series. Fnatic fight back, and they will go to 1 and 2 and keep their hopes of MSI alive.
Incredible stuff from Fnatic. Dictating the pace of the early game. Controlling the mid game, controlling the team fights against BDS, and now bringing themselves back with 1 win in the series.
It is a very different Fnatic when I think Razork is something that he has agency on. But you imagine the BDS is going to go back to blue, so they're going to need to keep this game plan up to make the reverse sweep happen as they move back over to the right side, which is very much what we expect moving into the next game. So draft is going to be super important. Excited to see the adaptations that Fnatic can continue to make, as BDS still shows some strong stuff.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do after this break. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Possibility, all out already used. There's a hemorrhage stacked up, and Adam is very familiar with a guillotine. He's waiting, he can't get there! 1-for-1 in the end!
We can fight. I stun him.
You kill him.
Nice. I'm looking on verse. Second verse.
Stay with time. We win.
Keep going. Good.
Noxian guillotine comes down. Adam doesn't get the reset and is knocked back with a great seismic shove from Humanoid, and now the Rob and Sheo do not have the damage to stop Fanatic.
Fnatic dispose of one of BDS's match points and are right back in this series. And one can't help but wonder if that missed Adam Noxian guillotine at the beginning started to spell disaster for the rest of the series. I don't know. I'm probably being overdramatic, but with GB reminding me of the reverse sweep that they suffered at the hands of Mad Lions last spring. Yeah, no. I'm reading too much into it.
No, yeah, I don't know if my arm on, but essentially...
I can't. No, your mic is not on.
No, yeah, okay.
FN, now it's on.
Do you want to speak into my chest?
No, essentially what I think is really crucial for this roster of BDS is the fact what really kept happening since last spring was that every time they got broken down, their mentality would completely crumble on BDS. So what is really important to see now from BDS as a team is that that's no longer a problem and they can still keep up with this and have the match point available to them.
Okay, as your earpiece doesn't want to stay in your ear.
For me, is it?
I mean, I think right now as BDS you don't feel that bad because you know you go back on the blue side, you know you have the Talia first pick threats, and you kind of know the enemy will probably ban Talia, so you still kind of dictate the draft. You can kind of do whatever you want.
We'll talk about the draft later. Let's talk about the current draft now. Aragon, we saw adaptations coming out of Fnatic finally. What to you were the key adaptations that you saw even before the game began?
I think the biggest thing to me is that Razork actually has things to play through. Like, he doesn't have to just play Maokai, sit back, defend dives, and full clear. He can actually invade using priorities with champions like the Talia into the Azir, who gets priority for a very long time, and invade respawn camps continuously. And we saw it happen over and over again. It's really nice to see because this is something that they did throughout the entirety of the regular split.
Yeah, you have some replays that you want to show in that regard as well. We'll get them up in just a second. But in terms of Razork, who was considered widely as the best jungler coming out of winter, right? There was a lot of consternation about him being the first in All-Pro or Yike, etc. But that is really someone that has to be activated, Aragon.
Yeah, no, and you can see in this clip, he just can invade consistently, and this is partially due to the disaster that was BDS's early game, where Darius lost all the sums and inevitably then lost priority afterwards into the Cassante. They can just continuously invade, and there's almost a one-shot here onto Sheo with the base damages from the Volibear and the Cassante, and yeah, the invades just were a really good look for Fnatic.
I think it's just something we've really lacked from Fnatic. You know, I called them a dumpster fire in the post game of Game 2 here, but it's also just because we hadn't seen any one of them show up at all, and it's specifically a guy like Razork who's had so much support and obviously credit for how well he's done this split. You expect more. You expect to see these things from him. He was supposed to be the best jungler we have right now, and he's finally showing it in this Game 3 where it really matters.
It does. So Razork is feeling a lot better after that one. I think the whole team had a phenomenal performance. Humanoid finally woke up as well. You know, he really does play his best when his back is completely against the wall, Finn. But as you were starting to say, what have you seen in kind of this draft that makes you think, and also in the play of Fnatic, that they can replicate it, knowing that most likely they won't find themselves again on the blue side?
Yeah, I mean, what I assume to be happening is that BDS is going to take the blue side from them, and then they're going to first pick Talia if it's open.
It's confirmed, they will be on.
Yeah, they will be on the blue side. What I want to see Fnatic do this time is either they ban the Talia, or they give the Talia and they draft the Ahri and the skirmish heavy jungler into it, so you kind of don't lock yourself in this position where you're playing a Seer and a tank. Because the Talia is going to rush Mark's Lamont, and then it's just going to be unkillable every single time the jungler shows up.
Did you say Mark Lamont?
Mercury Fritz, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said get Mark Lamont. I thought you said get Mark Lamonted, and then I was like, what is he going to cancel it? Like, what is he talking about?
No, it's not cancelled. Nothing is cancelled here. The only thing that's cancelled is the Talia, because I think she's going to be banned.
Okay, we have our drafts here behind us.
I completely agree, and I think like you see it already, the tendency that's coming through, right? It's all the first picks of the Talia as well, but what I think has really been an important factor too has been these sires, but also the way that they've currently been dealt with. In the most recent draft we had, with the Sire coming to Ordeon 2, Fnatic has taken away the Seri, so it's so much easier for them to say, well, we'll just go back to what used to work against the Sire, which was originally the Varus as well coming through. So it's just been looking insanely good for them here as well.
Oh, sorry, I wanted to draw a heart, but it's only circles. Ignore
I mean,
me.
I can get you a heart if you want me to.
Okay.
But anyways, like, it's just the fact that it's been looking really clear-cut what champions have been coming through in general, right? We see the Sires again and again, we see the Talias. It's these champions that either one, let you have early game proactivity. So that's a term you need to remember. Whatever gives them this proactivity makes them work for them. And two, self-peel for an AD carry. Something that lets either AD carry have enough space for themselves to out-team fight the enemy opponent. Because some of these fights in this game did come down to hand diff.
Yeah, and I have to say, I think BDS can be actually relatively happy with the draft. I know Talia was really big this game, but their early game was meant to be bridged through the Darius and topside. And losing those summoners early meant that they just really had nowhere to play through. So they had to pray that they could scale up and get through that early game. So I think if they ran it back, I wouldn't be too surprised.
It was a bit of a stinker by Adam, for sure.
Yeah.
He won't want to have that happen again. Now BDS is back on blue, and all 3 games that have been won in these series have been on the blue side. You do start to wonder, of course, as we get into this draft about Fnatic. You know, we know they're a very emotional team, etc. We've heard it from many of the members on the team, but that coin also flips the other way, meaning once you start winning, once you get the momentum, maybe we see a different Fnatic.
Yeah, I would really love them to see to angle into these river fights, because I feel like the fights right now aren't happening front to back. There's a lot of angles. You can see Labrov always looking for a flank. You can see Talia's coming from the angles of the walls, and I think if we can angle in for these fights with like more Aris and more Vice, Xin Shaos, anything that come from multiple angles, and don't just autopilot into these front-to-back fights. I would love that in the drafts.
Yeah, that's a great point. So let's see if that happens in the draft.
Well, Talia already taken away, so we were talking about that priority too. So you're not going to see that first pick come through, which is kind of been the tendency of the series so far, right?
Yeah, what is open now is actually the Orianna that was banned every other game. By removing the Orianna ban, they give themselves the Talia ban, right? So that is a trade-off that they're doing. So will BDS actually first pick the Orianna, or was the Orianna ban a fluke all along?
I wonder if Ashe will be banned here as well. That's been banned every single game of the series, and they've been banning it against Fnatic too. So if this goes through, we might see something like the Varus Ashe, which is also open.
Yeah. Also, when you give enemy Varus Ashe, which doesn't happen, so I'm not going to go into that point, you can hit for the swap, but that obviously doesn't happen. So here you either ban the Ashe or the Orianna, probably, giving the other one as the first pick.
Wait,
but it's going to be the
Seri
Seri.
and Varus out of the picture as well. It just seems so much easier to just land Messiah as well in the beginning for them. I know it's been a while since we've kind of been in the first pick AD carry variety, but with Varus out of the picture, which is the counter, and Seri, which both AD carries have prioritized, could be coming through here.
Nautilus first pick would be interesting. Usually you're scared of the Brown when you first pick the Nautilus, but it is gonna be the I'm not gonna stop talking about hovers, okay? Because they're so much
toying
right
with
now.
you as well. It's really not fair.
Yeah.
Like, what are we first picking?
I see. Okay. I don't love that, but I mean they have it's a power pick in every region in the world. Like there is some logic to it.
Why is it losing here? Are we just so good?
Europeans are so good at playing against us here, just so bad at playing against everything else. No, I don't know. I think the champion just is a bit too slow maybe for our games. A lot of games get hard, worse or harder. Get decided in the early game, which are seriously the strongest.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Orianna for the humanoid unless they go the caps route and go ASOL to match the scaling. And they have, I mean, nothing outscales ASOL, right? So we're just going to see a long game, I imagine, for Fnatic.
And I do believe we've already seen humanoid on this one time before as well, so coming through with the SC first pick, it does make sense for them. On the other side, what are they looking to round out the comp with?
I just really want something that can gank this Aurelion Sol, because I feel like if you don't pick something that can gank the Aurelion Sol, it's really hard.
You've been one of the biggest Aurelion Sol Intercia haters. I remember we had to do a segment where you said, I don't understand how Aurelion Sol keeps winning. So why is that?
Because I think the Aurelion Sol actually gets really, he can get really screwed on the ult timers, on the shuffle timers. If you have a jungler behind you that's actually strong to fight, not just a Sejuani or a Maokai, but like a Xin Shao or a Vi or a Lee Sin of the sort.
Yeah, I'm wondering now, because Nautilus on 3 for Fnatic look really good into the potential fragile bot lane of BDS, although, because the Ashe is really good into Callisto, right, but if we see a double range bot lane, Nautilus can just create kill pressure there. So I wonder if we're going to see a Nautilus 3 here for Fnatic.
Am I silly, or I'm a little bit surprised by, you know, the Kalista here then, when we saw the Xayah popping off completely. We've seen the Zeri, of course, but it's banned this time around. Or it's just fine.
I mean, usually you don't see the Kalista when the Ashe is open. Ashe is usually the biggest counter to Kalista, but they say we just want to fight around bottom early, and they're kind of putting pressure on themselves because Aurelion Sol scales super hard, and Kalista is a really strong early game, so I think they were kind of well in that regard because they kind of bridged each other into their pressure points.
Awesome.
Jax Flex coming out. This is something we see all the time now in the LPL, LEC. They've loved it, and it's really good into the Xin Zhao in terms of the isolated 1v1. So,
yeah, you usually don't even see the Flex anymore. There's very few Jax stops these days. Most of the time when you see Xin Shao or Viego just match up with a Jax, he kind of wins the 1v1 on River at every single point of the game, and it's just a strong skirmish heavy jungler.
I mean, if you're a Fnatic fan, this is exactly what you want to see from Razork. We've already seen him pull out Jax into Xin Zhao multiple times before, and if you want to see Razork in the enemy jungle where we find him it most comfortable to see Razork going for these skirmishes, this is exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, okay, sorry. I was going to say that the Olaf blind kind of tells me that they actually want to pick top lane on 4 and last pick support for Jun. Because I think when they have this Kalista, they really want to prioritize that they have a really strong bot lane matchup. So by banning Olaf kind of shows that, okay, they're looking for either a Rek'Sai or a Xante pick on 4 here is what I would most likely imagine.
Yeah, I think Nautilus lockdown into the Kalista could be good. I think there's this whole dynamic right now. If they pick Naut, then there's potential for like Ashe Braum as well, which is kind of scary. So Maybe not that angle for Fnatic, but I do think the lockdown into Kalista is imperative, as well as the flight from Aesol.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think we might see a Naut, but you can also make the argument that the Braum on 5 could be very, very scary if you pick Naut yourself. So we'll have to see what the banner, because most likely Oscar will get a tank on 4, because both Cassante and Rex are open.
Exactly. Yeah, it's looking like Cassante set up bans once again with the Zac, with the Olaf. That's exactly what we saw, so completely agree.
Yeah. We will see what they go for here. It is the Cassante on 4. What a surprise. Or a Rex on 4.
They're the same champion. They're the same champion.
They're so interchangeable. It actually doesn't matter.
It is a tank on 4 that we're getting here. I think that's what we're looking at.
He's just looking for his book. Cassante, Rex, which one do I want?
The question is, do you think you run it back with one of the Darius, one of these champions, if you saw, and you were facing Adam? Do you think he'd?
I guess you're thinking I don't make the same mistake twice if you're Adam, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of picks you can play here. I mean, I'm happy they banned the Olaf, because I think the Olaf would be terrifying to play against. Maybe we'll see the Garen. You can also see a Gnar coming in. Gnar is pretty good against their champions. They're very short range, and you have a lot of long range in this here.
Do you think Adam would play Gnar here? I think he has in the past, but, you know, I feel like he defaults more back to comfort. But there's the Nautilus.
The thing what happens is when you blind Cassante, the draft becomes your oyster. You can actually pick whatever you want, and you will have a lot of fine matchups no matter what you pick, so you kind of pick whatever you're most comfortable on for the game.
One of the ways that BDS always shut down a Kalista with as well was Garen. They did it against Golden Guardians. They've done it multiple times before as well when they see this champion. And they were hovering it into Cassante earlier, so either you're looking at a Adam S champion, where that's straight up what you're going for, or you look for more stock standard, which is like the Gnar, the Gragas, that just mirrors the tank matchup.
Do you think they should have taken that gamble?
I mean, I think they're looking for safety here. Like, it's not a gamble where you need to rely on it specifically. You can still be happy about some of the lanes you had.
Well, my point is, should you have just tried to take it? You are on match point. You know that you've been successful for it versus Kalista before. There are other elements in the Fnatic comp that you think dispelled them from doing it.
It would have been hella fun if they did it. I would have loved seeing it. I love seeing Kalistas get blown up. I wonder how it works against Aesol as well, if you can get on him with the silence.
I just think it's a bit scary to pick Garen when all your lanes are losing, because your bot lane is probably going to get pushed in by the Kalista, your mid is probably getting pushed in, and if you have Garen on top of that, it's pretty hard, because it gives your jungler very low amount of options. You have to cover every single lane.
That's too dangerous. I agree.
That could be scary.
Let's round it out.
And I like the Blitzcrank. I think, and no one wants to eat the hook really in Team BDS team. Like, sure, you can hook the Gragas, but even Gragas will get one-shot by the Aurelius all late game. So no one is actually safe from the hook. You don't have anyone that just tanks that and walks out like Xante would with a W. So it's a very threatening pick.
That's a lot of CC to play against, though. You have Nautilus, Ashe, potential CC, and lockdown for the Kalista. I think that bot lane's going to be a little bit rough. But I imagine why they didn't go for Braum is the lack of engage and maybe synergy with the Kalista. So they go for the Blitzcrank instead. And we saw Jun on this Blitzcrank before, the volatility and how it's like a potential wild card.
Yeah, I think it's really on Razork to bridge them from early into the mid game, though, because there's so many lanes that Shio could influence from a bot lane to a mid lane perspective with the setup from ultimates and their abilities as well. But I really think as long as Razork can push Shio out of the jungle, make sure he doesn't get any of these early ganks off in the early game, well, it's going to be so much easier for Fnatic to play the late game with a scary dragon.
A tall order for Razork once again. See if he can do what he did in Game 3, also in Game 4, to bring us to Silver Scrapes, or if BDS is going to MSI.
Here we go into Game 4 of this series. BDS looking to make their first MSI, to make finals against G2 tomorrow. Fnatic looking to make it back to MSI for the first time since 2018, the same year where their last LEC title was won.
Same year where they won both splits as well.
Yep.
Fnatic, can they do it?
Have been hungry for a title for a while. And they are close, but they have to make the reverse sweep happen against BDS. And BDS would really hate for that to happen. Last year, they were reverse swept by Mad Lions. They lost their opportunity to go to MSI. And they were kind of sad. So today, one game away. I quite like what they've drafted. Again, we see a bot lane that gives them a decent amount of power. Ashe being used as an answer into the Kalista is definitely something that the analyst desk highlighted, but also just something we see commonly. The Azir once again for Nuke. I think he doesn't have to be as aggressive as was in the previous game, but it definitely felt like they were limited in terms of their playmaking options.
He's going Hail of Blades this game as well for a little bit more aggression, at least in the laning phase, as opposed to that grasp.
True. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Ice for some reason, but you were talking about Nuke, obviously.
Yeah, you were talking about Nuke, so I kind of piggybacked off your point.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually, Medic. That's a great point. So we'll see how things play out. Ultimately, I'm excited to see Shio versus Razork. This time, Razork on the Jax. I don't know if he can be as super proactive early game as he was last game. Volibear is obviously a very powerful early game jungler. While Jax does have some setup, he's a little more dependent on his lanes than someone like Volibear is. But with Jun on his Blitzcrank, we've seen what he can do on the champion. You give him the opportunity to roam, and he's going to take that advantage and run away with it.
Labrov able to get the hook into the wall, get away. But yeah, I think the nice thing for Razork is he just does so well in the isolated 1v1 versus Shale. And if you can play off of Noah and Jun having this pressure on the bottom side, I think he can look for invades and continue to just keep the pressure on towards Shale so he doesn't really get to a point where he's able to be relevant. And I think Razork has been traditionally very good on the Jax pick at doing just that. So I'll be keeping my eyes on him to see how he interacts with Shale as this early game goes on.
Just culling the minion wave there, getting himself his first 4 stacks of the game. Often you want to see an Azir and a Radiant Soul up around 200 stacks at the 20-minute mark, and then at least 10 stacks per minute from that point. Until he gets to, 100, 150 stacks, it's actually quite hard to stack up, so don't expect to see him having a huge amount in the early game, but we'll keep him on that 10 a minute from, around 18, 20 minutes.
Information trying to be gained, but I think our observers highlighted that Razork wasn't actually spotted, but they will see the bot side camp secured. You can see the ping coming down onto the walls, being a bit like, this is a bit weird. We don't have full information as to where he is, but with his bot camps up, it's very likely that he's going to be here. With this ward, in contrast from the side of Fnatic, they'll use that to spot exactly where Sheo is. Sheo is. Why is that such a hard thing to say? Meanwhile, in top lane, Adam, once again, with the early push, kind of as we expected. Nothing too crazy, but overall, a relatively slow early game compared to what we've seen in the first 2 games, where BDS were kind of off to the races in terms of the pressure they were putting down in the enemy jungle and what they were able to find in terms of early leads.
Yeah, we're going to see Shale move back up towards top side with Jun roaming. He could have easily set up with Razork to take that Skull Crab. So I think we're actually going to see if Razork really wants to contest on towards his top side. But I imagine he's going to do his Wolves, reset. But with Oscar being relatively low and Adam having mana, I'm not sure what happens after this Skull Crab goes down for Shale.
Let's see if Razork does Wolves into reset as Nuke kills Humanoid and flashes away. Just a solo bolo in the mid lane. Adam looking for Oscar in the top lane as well. Nuke's going to be able to retreat to the safety of Sheo. Razork flashes forward. Red Barb. Counter-strike dodge to the side. There's the knock-up as well. Razork no flash. Looking to get in range for another leap strike. Gets there in time. An answering kill as Adam starts to work his way down from the top lane. Razork has nowhere to go and will eventually be killed off by Sheo. 2 for 1 in the total exchange.
Sheo had to commit the flash at the end there because he was worried about the counter-strike coming back up, and if it had, then there's a way in which Razork can potentially escape. Removes that possibility, but great stuff from Nuke, starting that whole playoff by getting a solo kill onto Humanoid.
Yeah, Humanoid just taking that step immediately in and gets killed, and then the hook under tower!
The minions are tanking this though. Labrov gonna slowly walk away from the turret range, then get the auto down onto Jun. Noah flashing forward, there's a bunch of spears in the back of that Nautilus. He doesn't manage to get away as Ice tries to trade back in with the Ranger's focus. Noah able to dash away. Jun escaping as well. Summoner's burnt on either side.
Labrov getting hooked. Immediately gives that pressure to Noah and Jun because he just can't trade back with the tower in the way. And he was nearly able to escape with the slows, but just so unfortunate that Noah ends up pipping him with the Q and doesn't manage to escape.
I mean, what started off as an unfortunate situation for Humanoid and for Fnatic, the bot lane then comes up clutch. We've talked about how we've seen Jun with these incredible plays on his Blitzcrank just last week. He makes the same thing happen again here. I mean, did he bend a bullet there? I mean, what the hell, Jun? Makes the play happen. You can see Ice trying to slow Noah as much as possible and then do as much damage. I think the surprise here was that how much respect Noah was giving. He was saying, you know what, I actually don't think we can win the extended fight, so I don't think it's worth continuing. Chooses to disengage, and they're just be happy rather, with the single kill that they secured.
Yeah, I think it's the right call with the hook being as long as it is on Blitzcrank. I just don't think you have the follow-up cooldowns to finish that one out. Still though, Dragon going to be taken by Sheo with push in mid and push on boss. And I'm also curious to see what happens now that Nuke has hit 6, because you do have an opportunity to start playing around, well, I was going to say mid lane.
Oh, that's Humanoid check here. No flash, remember. Humanoid is going to get pulled back as well. No flash for him. Just kill the Azir. And that's what BDS do. Razork forced away. The Drake started by BDS already. Razork got some grubs in response, but BDS once again just take out the enemy mid.
I think this is something that we're going to see more and more, because Asol very vulnerable when his flash is down, and you saw how easy it was for Nuke to get in on top of him. So that cooldown, as soon as that's back up, I wouldn't be surprised to see Sheo in around mid again.
6 here. LeBron's going to get hooked back. Doesn't have the flash. LeBron's just dead. Sent to the depths below by Noah. A second kill for the Kalista.
So you imagine this is an example of the game plan that Fnatic wanted. Because my first question is, why are Fnatic even trying to fight this dragon? But if they're able to connect that hook onto a target, the amount of single target damage that they have with this comp this early is clearly very high. The problem is that Nuke was able to catch Humanoid on rotation and he ended up getting punished. So BDS secure the first dragon, Fnatic get a kill back in exchange.
I thought you meant they killed Aurelion Soul and that was the first dragon they secured. I was like, oh yeah, they
get two dragons.
That's a really good pun. Yeah, good job, Eddie. You've learned from me over the last 5 years.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I take great pride. I'm glad that you saw that one, Medic. Good job. Definitely deliberate on my end.
Sheo gonna go into his topside jungle here. Nice vision control on the top side from Fnatic has already been set up, so I don't think Sheo can actually make a play on mid. You even see Jun hovering mid because of how vulnerable Humanoid is at the moment. As long as the Humanoid can get his flash back up, they'll be fine. But Fnatic doing a good job of playing protective here for Humanoid while he is still vulnerable.
Still doesn't have that flash, as you say. Jun just covering it. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Noah's catching the wave. Can't quite see if he's got a freeze, but LeBron is doing the same as the arrow goes in. Nuke Emperor's Divide back. And even if Jun's here, it doesn't really matter. Nuke on the board once again.
They didn't even wait for Sheo. They're just like arrow from downtown, snipe the dragon.
Yeah, BDS are on soul point now. 3 Drakes already to them. Wait, they've got 4.
Wait, the 4th of soul.
8 minutes soul is the fastest we've ever seen.
Humanoid is having a rough game for 0-3 now, the scoreline, a 1.1k gold lead for Nuke. We already talked earlier about how Nuke has kind of been getting the better of Humanoid in this series. And while Game 3 definitely looked better for Humanoids, this is a scary situation for Fnatic to find themselves in.
It's not the first time we've seen Humanoid be on the business end of a solo kill either, but great arrow and just no respect from it. This is something that we see so often with the Ashe supports. We don't get awful lot of Ashe AD carries. We've seen a couple of times from knowing that, but getting caught out there, try to play it safe. They even brought Jun up, but it just doesn't matter in the end. BDS still find a way. And now that early game control that Fnatic had in Game 3 that set them up so perfectly to win that game, it's kind of gone astray, and it feels like it's fallen very quickly into the hands of Noah to step up for Fnatic and be the one to carry them with the 2 kills he has, especially if you can get a bit more of these turret plates, but losing mid control just makes it hard to play bot lane as aggressive as you want.
Noah is the Fed member of Fnatic. He will match up against Nuke later on in these fights, but he has to deal with, you know, an Ashe Arrow, the Riptide Slow, the hook, the depth charge, which is point and click, Sheo jumping in as well. And he doesn't
Adam Cask.
Oh, Adam Cask, yeah. And the slow from the barrel as well, I guess. There's not many disengage tools either for Noah, right? Like, you have Oscar in with the all-out, you have Jun standing on top of you and punching people into the air, and you have Humanoid's AoE slow field, but will it be enough to keep Noah safe in fights? He's running the heal as well, no cleanse for him, so if he's hit by an arrow, doubt we'll see a chaos from Jun. He's going to be stunned for quite a while.
At least you can play very aggressive as Jun to look for picks to try and get you back in, because we still have that ballista combo where you can take the hook, immediately get Fate's Call, and you pull people quite a distance. So you can always set up for something like that, pull people completely out of the play and try to find windows back in. But as you say, if you don't, it feels like a lot of this team fight is a little bit messy when you don't have that disengage and you're falling behind.
1 minute now until the dragon spawns. Fnatic will
Jun just flashed in the bot lane. Flash answered by Ice.
Oh. Well,
good catch.
We can make a pretty accurate assessment as to what happened there.
Yep, Ice flashed and then Jun was like, I'll do that too.
No, perfect.
It's like ARAM, you know, when you all log in, you're like, here, look, we all flash at the start. Yep. We all have nothing, and then there is one person that has a hook and leads everyone.
Jun wrote in all chat, flash DRF, and then he wrote the letter.
Press F to...
Yeah, exactly, and then you press, and he's like,
Press D to dance was the old school one.
Fancy dance.
But it's actually a good move from Jun, because even if you do just burn the flash from Ice, as Vedi was just pointing out when I spotted it on the minimap, it's 30 seconds before the dragon, right? So now Ice has one less tool to try and play around a dragon fight if BDS elect to go for the second Drake. Oh, here we are. There's a replay. Let's see if it was what we said.
Flash for flash.
Yep.
All right, well, BDS are clearing out this vision now that Fnatic have set up. The resets have come through from Fnatic. They don't actually have that many control wards in their inventory. Of course, Jun refreshing his stockpile. He said he still has 3 available, but it's BDS first to the objective. And observers, if you can, show us what Fnatic can see. A lot of the vision is being denied right now as the entire map is just being littered away. But then Fnatic, I mean, they just walk into the river for free, I guess.
Jun getting level 6 off that ward being killed. Nuke has pushed in mid. Humanoid answering that. Nuke already at level 10. There's the hook. Sheo. Crescent Guard down. LeBrob looking for Razzle. There's the Counter-Strike burnt. Depth charge available for LeBrob as well. Noah will be locked up by that. Point and click for the Nautilus. One of the reasons he's so good. Another hook goes down. There's the face call. TP's invested from both the top laners. Depth charge onto one. And now Razzle's on the front line, but a good hook. Once again from Jun. Sheo able to dash away. Ignite ticking on him, but he heals up just enough. LeBrob is met with a falling star, but not enough damage from Fnatic to lock him out of the fight.
It starts out well for Fnatic. They get the hook for the ultimate from Sheo. Great trade in the grand scheme of things, but the problem is, as Jun goes to get the vision that they need in river, they end up getting collapsed on. Jun has to play defensive, and they just don't quite have enough to finish Sheo off. I'm shocked Sheo got out after that second hook.
I think he triumph healed through the Ignite.
Truthfully, it was because of Adam's ultimate. So what happens is then Noah gets CC'd long enough that he then can't land his last auto attack, and Sheo is able to flash away to safety. So nice timing there from Adam to arrive at just the appropriate manner, as heroes often do.
And Adam is never late. Revives exactly when he means to.
Exactly.
He is a drunken wizard.
You know the old support item, Shard of True Ice? It's actually in Gragas's barrel. That's what keeps his drink cold.
Oh.
Yeah.
You just made that back, though.
No, it's true.
I don't know if I
No, it
believe
actually
you.
is. Actually is true. Or is it?
How many of them does he have? Because he's got to throw out at least 200 to 1,000
He goes through a lot of barrels.
If you just refill the... Oh, he throws them out?
it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Now, those are his pocket barrels. Like pocket sands.
I see. Right. That makes sense.
Pocket cherry.
It reminds me of this. Reminds me of this idea that I had for BG3, where I was talking with Rob about if you could open a dimension door, I would just use it to store barrels, so that you could then the explosive barrels. Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Mercer did that. He just climbed up on them and then jumped into the final city. Yeah. Anyway, there's League of Legends to be had. Shelly started by BDS. Fnatic trying to answer 1,000 gold between the two teams as Jun looks for another hook. Flash not available yet for Ice. Counter-strike from Razzle locks up Sheo. Jun gets the hook, but a counter-hook comes out as Ice starts to put the damage down. Explosive cast from Adam. Depth charge coming out of Humanoid as well. Ice is already dead and Noah has so much time in this fight to really open up. Humanoid tries to flash away. The falling star as the skies come down on the faces of BDS. It's a triple already for Noah. Sheo trying to chase Razzle out. Nuke dashing in. The Emperor's Divide dodged to the side by Noah. It's 4. Will they wait? Will it be 5? Noah has led them into the arc 2 by 2. And in the end, it's 5 for Noah.
A pentakill is secured for Ice at the Herald. A fight that initially did not look great for Fnatic. Humanoid was late to the party, but they're able to execute to perfection, and the crowd erupts.
BDS were so split in this fight, and it means that Fnatic are able to collapse so well. You see Adam is trying to walk there, but late coming into this, and then Nuke goes over the wall, so he's over on the left-hand side of the fight. Jun then working with Noah and Humanoid to collapse onto the bottom side of the fight, and all that Adam does is get a cast, but Ice has been completely left high and dry. Nuke then tries to reposition, but the ult just ticks over on the cooldown for Humanoid right at the end of that. And we already said it, Noah needed to be the hero for Fnatic. Noah needed to step up in this game, and when Fnatic needed him most, he pulls out a bloody pentakill in game 4.
So much gold secured for Noah. I'm curious as to what his items are going to look like now. A cheeky little smile, but he knows that the job is still at hand. Returns to focus and is looking to bring Fnatic to a game 5. 7-0-0. Blade of the Ruin King completed. Still working on that second item though, but you can see a 2.4k gold advantage And I will give huge credit to Humanoid in that previous fight. The fact that he was able to get that ultimate off just before he lost his life was so crucial to the success of his team. And Fnatic, could they make a repeat of Spring Split happen? Could they make the reverse sweep happen, deny BDS their shot at MSI, and secure a spot for themselves?
And that's the question that's going to be running through all the BDS players' minds. Only Ice different on this roster from that 5-man squad that was knocked down by MDK last year. Fnatic, a new look lineup since 2018, of course, has changed a few faces over the years, but are looking to make their way back to MSI for the first time in 6 years.
It is going to be a fight that Fnatic still have to keep going, though. 30 seconds until the Dragon. Noah, second item completed. He is huge. If he is left untouched, he will carry this fight. And Fnatic know it. They're just trying to get control so they can actually have a fight that favors him. But he has a target on his back, and BDS, they will use everything in their power to get onto him.
No flash for him, does have the heal, has Jun on the front line as well as Lebrov steps forward. Hook back, Lebrov already low, Dredgeline not able to escape, and Humanoid starts to fly in. The skies come down once again. The Fates call, lock up on Sheo, Crescent Guard enough to get him out, but Fnatic have got what they wanted. They burn the ult out of Sheo, they get Lebrov, and they will get the Drake and stop the stacking from BDS.
I mean, objective secured. Fnatic find themselves an initial pick. Lebrov not as tanky as he would like to be. Jun making the plays happen for his team. 8-0, the scoreline now for Noah. The biggest carry threat with the Rage Blade finished as well. Only a 2K, well, what, 3K gold leads? Quite surprising considering the position that Fnatic find themselves in. But BDS still have some options to potentially turn this game around. It'll ultimately come down to if they can shut Noah down, really. Can Adam find another nice barrel like he did earlier in this series?
I mean, importantly for Fnatic, Humanoid has started to stack up as well. 207 stacks now on the Aurelion Soul. He fell massively behind in the early game. Remember, 0-3-0. Nuke, the Fed carry for BDS, has almost got his Rabadons complete, but hasn't been able to influence the fights in the same way that Noah has over the last couple of minutes. We have 4 minutes on the next Drake, a minute on the Baron. Obviously, Kalista gives you a stronger Baron secure, usually, although we have seen that messed up by teams in the past. Sheo puts the Rift Herald down. Noah's going to answer this. Lebrov is looking. It's cleared out the vision. Sheo charges forward. Nuke here as well, and BDS will just take the tier 1 in mid.
Yeah, they can see Humanoid was on the bottom side, so no, there's not going to be any funny business coming through from Fnatic.
Yeah, there is. Sheo's driving.
Where is he driving it?
Backwards. It gets him to safety. You know, if someone was coming in, I'm out, you know?
I mean, that's the second time now I've raised some question marks around Sheo's.
He did hit the first tower, though.
So. No, I understand that.
Hang on, Sheo. Oh. Doesn't realize the Fnatic are in the bush. There he does!
Jun lands a hook. Crescent Guard again from Sheo. Adam trying to come in from the side here as well. Dredgeline knocked away by the explosive cask. I think that might have connected from Lebrov, if not for Adam's ultimate.
Probably for the better. If Humanoid had joined the fight, it would have been a dire situation for BDS. The first tower for Fnatic finally secured. Large reason as to why the gold is likely still relatively close. BDS unlocking both mid and top. Puts them in a great position overall still. The Dragon spawns in 3 minutes time. Baron, of course, on the cards. You imagine that the game is likely to slow down at this point as both teams work towards their next crucial item, ready for a big fight around the Dragon. But I believe that BDS could afford to give away the next Dragon if they don't feel strong enough to fight. We can see a number of components in their inventory getting closer and closer to those upgrades, but still quite a ways away from Noah and Humanoid in terms of the power that they have.
You've got 2 minutes, though, until realistically you have to try and fight a Dragon. So there's a lot of members of Fnatic on this top side. I wasn't sure how aggressive they want to try and play on towards Nuke, and you can see BDS kind of think of the same here.
Both Dredgelines away. Adam's pushing in the bot wave. Fnatic have set up around mid.
Hang on a minute.
Caught, Dredgelined in. Razok was able to dodge to the side of it, and Lebrov, he just hooked himself into his death, and following up, Nuke hooked back by Jun. Oscar being chased out by Adam and Ice, but Fnatic could just look to the Baron if they so desire.
Great positioning by Fnatic. So they threaten the dive on top, which draws multiple members of BDS to the top side. And Fnatic go, great, that's left your mid lane completely vulnerable. So as BDS try to reconnect in the mid lane, they attack, they pounce, they find the pick onto Nuke, and they net themselves a dragon off the back of us.
A Baron, in fact.
Including that.
I mean, BDS are kind of stumbling here. They're not prepared for the picks that Fnatic are finding. They're going to get another tower, and this is looking very likely that we're getting a game 5. BDS will try to cross map, but a hook comes through from the Brov. I'm not sure if he was expecting Jax to be in the brush, but he gets melted by the Red Insult. A fantastic flash hook comes from Jun. Nuke tries to flash away, but he misplaces it. Frustration on the face of the mid laner from BDS. As a Baron now secured, 22 minutes in. 4K is the goal lead, a Dragon 1 minute away, but I think Fnatic need to focus on unlocking these towers.
Yeah, they just get to extend this gold lead even further. Next wave coming in, they should be able to group with Noah, maybe look for a pick. Actually, Labrov is going to give it to them.
0-6-3, Dredge lines away, but the chase is on, and with Rylai's, Humanoid can just take its time. Oh, wait, Labrov falls to the breath of light from Humanoid. The chase continues in the top lane. Nuke TPing out, will escape.
And now they're setting up a top lane push. They secure the mid tower as well. Fnatic are starting to siege on multiple fronts. Nuke is actually TP'd to bot lane.
Oh my god!
Oh, it's disgusting! It's just dirty from Fnatic. Hook after hook.
It can't happen again. It can't be happening again.
Someone needs to check Jun PC, because I don't know, man.
That is not normally, man.
Not normally. Really nice hooks from Jun once again.
And like, Nuke was so far ahead, and now he just dies.
Now he just dies.
Just gets swallowed up by the black hole. And perhaps the player on stage hoping that would happen as well.
I mean, just like that, the game is crumbling for BDS. What were two convincing games from them, it feels like that Fnatic have completely swung the momentum. A pentakill from Noah has revitalized this Fnatic roster. They're going to get another dragon. I think they're going to stop the siege for now. The damage has been done. It's a 5K gold Baron power play for Fnatic.
And BDS, it's not only the fact that they're getting picked apart, you can see that they are falling apart individually as well. Nuke getting caught on the side lane. When you need to try and bring it back for a game 5, these are the mistakes that are only going to dig the mentality deeper of, we've really screwed up. And Fnatic, they know that they've got BDS by the throat, and they just want to close this game out as quickly as possible.
3.5K the lead for Noah. He has a Terminus, and things are looking terminal for BDS, at least in this game. Last year it was Mad Lions that kept them away from the Spring International. From MSI, the skies come down. And what can you do in the face of cosmic might from Fnatic? A stun from Razzle. Counter-Strike finds it. No, Oscar takes it. And Humanoid will get another, a triple for him. The Counter-Strike out. Sheo tries to dash away, but Humanoid finds him. It's 4. And Oscar stole the penta, Betty.
It will be denied, but Fnatic will not be denied MSI just yet. They're gonna smash BDS here in game 4. They're gonna secure the Nexus. And BDS with their backs against the wall as Fnatic is looking to make the reverse sweep a reality.
2 games ago, it was looking done for Fnatic. Now, they are on the precipice of a finals with G2. And a rematch that we have seen so many times in the LEC. On the brink of making their way back to an MSI. The first time since 2018.
And on the opposite side, BDS on the brink of making their first ever MSI. Last year, same position, reverse swept. This year, same position, game 5.
Queue up Silver Scrapes. We're going one more time.
Good set.
Yay!
Oh, reset as Nuke kills Humanoid and flashes away. Just a solo bolo in the mid lane. Noah's catching the wave. Can't quite see if he's got a freeze, but Bravo's doing the same as the ammo goes in. Nuke Emperor's Divide back. And even if Jun's here, it doesn't really matter.
About time, no mana, guys.
I go?
Fuck you!
Fucking! Venda! Get!
Noah has led them into the arc 2 by 2. And in the end, it's 5 for Noah.
Silver scrapes, baby! We've been dancing the whole time! Oh! Yes! Let's go!
Bangers!
Yeah, absolute banger! I love it. I have not often seen the crowd fired up that much, actually, this split, because we didn't have, you know, some of the usual suspects going as far, but the energy's pretty awesome.
Nah, I dig it. It's an amazing atmosphere today. Now 5 games. I mean, what more can you ask for?
What more can you ask for, indeed? I think BDS wanted to ask for a little less.
Yeah, probably, but I mean, it is what it is. Like, the ball was totally in their court, and I don't think that they, for example, that game 3, I think will plague them more than the game 4 did here.
Do you agree?
No, I think this game 4 is going to play them.
Okay.
Like, they had this game in their hands. I think the Nuke had such an amazing performance in the series, solo killing and Shane killing his Aurelion solo, and then their Ashe and Nautilus that were supposed to be winning lane actually got 2v2 kid level 3.
Oh, true, actually.
And I think that's very unacceptable. There's something that this should not happen. I think actually this will be very terrible for BDS mental state.
I mean, also when they look across to Fnatic, and Fnatic again not able to kind of string too many kills together in the early game. In fact, they were dying a lot, you know. Aurelion Stoll gets off to a horrible, horrible start, but then they turn it around.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it first off comes up what you're talking about, Welfin, the 2v2 down in the bot side, the fact that June finds that 2v2, the hook in that minion wave. I mean, it looked ridiculous, completely illegal, but somehow he finds it, and that really propels that bot lane ahead. I think the skirmishes that allowed the Kalista to get into the game made it so much that even though the Azir had the kills in the early game, it did not matter compared to the early game threat Kalista was.
No one, June, really was a light to the darkness this game. I think they squeezed water out of a stone, they created a lead for Fnatic when there shouldn't be a lead at all. And I think they snowballed so well. They managed to fight on the second Drake, and then eventually on the Herald fight where he got a pentakill. I think it was over after that.
Oh, I love the way you said that. Water from a stone in terms of the bot lane, and I like that you call out Jun alongside Noah, but let's take a look at his pentakill though. Super insane in terms of momentum also for this series.
But I think it's also the build-up for the fight. You can see how BDS is kind of splitting, but Fnatic is finding the perfect pincer maneuver with Humanoid just coming in the backline. And this A-Soul should have been completely useless here, but he's not.
And crucially, Aurelion Sol gets the big ult during the fight. He was 3 stacks off leading into the fight, and he gets the 3 stacks he needs it, and gets his massive ult in the end of the fight that just helps Noah get his pentakill in the end.
Yeah, I mean,
amazing.
I can't believe they even went for it here, because you're already 1 game down in a series. Going for a pentakill like this, like normally you just take the kill because you need to secure.
I mean, Razak wanted to take the kill. Razak really wanted to take the kill. He said, I don't care.
He got killed by it, yeah.
Did he want to, or was he setting up the penta? We'll never know. But when it comes to Noah, though, I think, you know, we've been a little bit hot and cold about him, I think. But in the postseason, in the playoffs particularly, also last week versus Heretics, where he had a clutch performance and that 1v4, etc., Finn, you know, he's really growing into that role, and he's stepping up when it matters most.
That guy is clutch. He is clutching so many games for Fnatic right now. I think he's just, when the crunch time comes, he always manages to find his crazy plays. He's bringing them back into the game when everything seems lost.
Yeah, and what seems even more impressive for Fnatic is normally they're an emotional team as well. So they kind of ramp up with, if it's going bad, well, it's looking bad for us. But if it's starting to go good, it's going to look even better. So a player like Noah getting a pentakill like this, the fact that you're on the verge of reverse sweeping BDS, this is where Fnatic is looking the scariest going into a game 5.
You said the words. You said them. Reverse sweep. We looked into kind of how many times Fnatic has reverse swept for some reason, because I thought they were so clutch. They do it all the time. Last time actually was only the first time.
Oh, when?
It was 2022 Summer Playoffs versus Excel.
Oh, no.
Finn, you were on Excel, so you are uniquely positioned to tell us both how Fnatic will clutch that game 5 and how BDS should repel it.
Oh, I hate you for bringing that back up, by the way. That's a terrible series to remember. But I do remember that Razak was very clutch, and Humanoid was very clutch, and they clutched out in game 5. And with the momentum they have right now, I really think it should be Fnatic favored.
You think so?
Yeah.
You're changing your prediction then.
I mean, I did predict 3-1, so
yeah,
my prediction is already doomed.
It's down the drain.
Yeah, I might as well switch sides.
I mean, Silver Scrapes kind of means all bets off, but we do have to look at BDS, and who they came into this series so incredibly confident. They were great games 1 and 2. They were on match point. You called it out then. They've been reverse swept before. To get back from that hole in terms of the mental is really, really difficult.
But that's why they have to show that growth, all right? As a team, you need to evolve, you need to get better. The failures need to make you better. What you've been through in the past has to define your future. So for BDS at a point like this, where they're on the verge to get reverse swept again, when they're looking to lose out on MSI, they need to find a way to mental reset, but not only that, find discipline in the game to turn an early game lead into a victory like the one they had in game 4. You can't let it get to your head. You need to go back to what works for you.
I would love to be a fly in the wall in the BDS coaching room now. I would love to hear what Striker is saying to BDS and what he said to bring them back into speed right now, because you need a mental reset. You need to get back onto earth, root downs in the ground, and just focus on what's in front of you. You're 1 game from MSI. You can still make it.
You can still make it. It's the best of 1 at this point, right? A lot of the Fnatic fans here are really loud. there aren't as many BDS fans, but they're also really loud. I know there's a lot of family in the crowd as well. And it's what you said, you only have to really win this game. Now, they made a change. BDS chose to move on to the red side for Game 5. What are your thoughts?
Very interesting, because I thought their drafts were not the problem, but now there's the Talia going back into it again. Like, are they gonna ban the Talia? Are they gonna give it over? I think they're gonna ban leave the Talia open and pick R into it. That is my theory.
I think they also just want some stability in the lanes, knowing what you're picking into, not necessarily blind picking every time, and making sure you can find your bot lane at an even footing or getting ahead as well, or finding Shio in a counter matchup in the jungle. I know it must have felt difficult or a little uncomfortable playing this Sao into a Jax, and even though the early game didn't go as well for Razork going into it, it's still something where you want to see Shio unleashed. You want to see Shio do what Razork usually does so well.
Okay, are they looking just for a counter pick on R5? And do you think maybe Adam says, this is my chance?
I mean, I think when you go red side, you can't choose what you play, but you can always choose an answer to what the enemy's playing, right? So they kind of value that high right now. In crunch time, they want to be able to choose their matchups. They want to be able to choose the champions they're playing in the most crucial game.
Okay, and maybe that is the correct choice. Only time will tell. This is the game that sends either Fnatic or BDS to the mid-season invitational. Who's it gonna be?
He's almost off the side of the camera. Better come this way. Come this way.
I'm just flabbergasted that I can't.
Chucked out.
It's an exciting time.
Yeah.
One of two things is about to happen. First thing is
a pause.
No.
Or a chrono break.
Yeah.
One of the two. It's
Why would
Fnatic.
you stop that? No, one of two things is about to happen. BDS is about to make history as being the 4th ever organization from Europe to represent us at MSI. Alternatively, Fnatic will once again reverse sweep BDS. I say once again. BDS will be reverse swept in a spring playoffs for the 2nd time.
In 2 years.
In 2 years. And Fnatic will return to the MSI stage, which has been a while. 2018 was the last time they were here.
So BDS either make history or repeat history.
Yeah,
It's the only two ways.
pretty much. Yeah. Well, here we go. We jump into the final draft of the day. Orianna and Zeri taken away from the side of Fnatic. You have to imagine that Talia is a very high priority pick. Will BDS choose to ban it away, or are they going to leave it open? Varus is a pretty important ban here because it leaves open. Well, what it does is it denies what is an effective answer into the Xayah. So BDS are telling Fnatic, you need to value the Xayah pick more. But the question is, Fnatic might have more tools in their kit to say, we're fine, we're dealing with the Xayah through our other options. But the question then comes, what happens to the Talia? Where does it fall in terms of the totem pole?
Well, with the Kalista ban as well, I think it feels very hard to just not go for an AD carry in the first rotation, unless Ice wants to try and fall back towards something like the Jinx, which we haven't really seen pop up. We know we saw it in a little bit of the other series, but maybe that's just the option, like, hey, you take Xayah, we'll still go with the Jinx, look to outrange you in a lot of team fights, especially if you end up taking the Talia here for Fnatic and you want to go with the Azir on the other side. I think you can play a range with the Xayah Talia.
Yeah. Oh, Talia is still available for Fnatic if they want to first pick
It's really the debate between Xayah and Talia right now. What do Fnatic want to prioritize? You can see the discussion is coming through.
Where will they go? Because they've really thrived when they've had this aggressive early game. They've been able to make plays in the early game. Well locked in for them.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that at all. BDS, if they want to, they can just grab Talia's Eye, which is exactly what they did in the first 2 games. I think if you're Fnatic, personally, I think this is a bit of a mistake to give BDS both. I imagine BDS was expecting both the Xayah and or one of the 2 to be taken away from them. So now the debate comes through as to what it's going to be, and they're going to, of course, they're going to grab the Xayah. Question now becomes, do they want to pair this alongside a jungler?
I think Talia just makes sense, no?
I mean, you would imagine so. The question is, have Fnatic come up with an answer of their own?
As I was going to say, potentially take the Rakan here. LeBron, the Nautilus didn't look so hot in the last game, so always the opportunity to just fall back and get some comfort for him. Rakan strong bot lane, and he's able to have a good amount of impact because they will take the Talia, but I think there is an option here to, okay.
Oh, don't play that.
Yeah, that was a... So the thing is, I was talking to Medic about this earlier. When Humanoid brought out this Diana, he then didn't have a good time, hadn't had a good time in solo queue. He then went home and tried to play it again, didn't have a good time in solo queue, so... I'm glad to see he's going to swap away over to Azir.
I don't love Azir. I think that Ahri would have been a better pick, especially into things like the Xayah as well. But looks like that's the direction they're going to go. Zeri isn't going to be an answer, which is what they usually used in the first 2 games. With Varus gone too, what is their AD carry lock-in? They want to keep the Rel as a potential flex, so I don't expect them to see, oh, they're just going to get the Rek'Sai for Oscar, and they're going to leave their AD carry to later on in the draft.
I think it's similar to what you said in Game 4. Maybe they're just thinking, hey, we can go for the Lucian Nami on this next rotation for the last one, but you are always worried that it's just going to be banned away coming into this next draft, especially with the Kalista already gone. Ashe still available. I think if you ban Ashe and you ban the Lucian Nami, you're looking at maybe a Kai'Sa. We're going back to, what was it, 2017?
So the other one is Ezreal.
Ezreal, true, yeah.
I mean, Jinx also a possibility if you want it.
Problem with
low
Jinx
mobility,
is it's also just like a really rough matchup into the Xayah. Of course, Rakan doesn't give you this. Potentially. I mean, sure, there's lots of AD carries in theory, right?
Draven.
Yeah, Tristana, Draven, there's a Vayne. Like,
if one of those comes up now, I'm a savant.
Venom.
But there's a Lucian ban, so BDS on a very similar wavelength to what we were discussing. The Darius going to be taken away from Adam. Olaf wouldn't surprise me if we also saw that come through. Just because when you think about some of the Rumble though, I think the Rumble is one of the best matchups into the Rek'Sai, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you, Medic. So they've got a few options available, and it's going to be the Jinx. All right. So BDS just taking away some of the comfort picks for Noah. He's been really limited now. That's 5 AD carry bans across the pool. So what is he going to go for? My instincts say Ez. The Rel is going to go into the jungle, and they're going to play like a long-range front-to-back comp with...
Yeah, I think there's an option to go maybe towards like a poke Kai'Sa as well. Try and swap the Rel down into the support role and then take an AD jungler, which
potentially
could be a Jax, honestly, if you end up going towards the Xin Zhao, so at least you have some on-hit damage in your build as well, or in your composition, but yeah, it's a tough one.
Xin Zhao, as you say. I see the Kai'Sa angle, although Razork, I mean, both these guys have played the Rel once, so we'll see.
So we'll just Ezreal.
Yeah.
All right, now the question becomes, what do you pair with it on support? Because I think Rel is fine, but I'm kind of stumped, I will be honest, because like Rel support to get yourself a better jungle matchup does make sense.
Over Nasa if you really want the disengage.
I actually think Bard might be the play, Medic.
No.
Norla's fine. This is also fine. Just providing more utility. You've kind of got a 2-threat composition with Azir and Ezreal. I think the value in Rek'Sai is that he's just very obnoxious, sticks to the backline. We're going to get a Zac out from Adam. A little unconventional, something, again, we don't see from him, but expanding his pool, acting as that frontline engage, top lane tank for the team.
It is a matchup we saw earlier today as well in the LCK, as they are bringing Zac into the Rek'Sai.
The thing is, though, I traditionally like Zac when you see less mobile carries. Azir with the ability to shuffle away, Ezreal with the arcane shift. It makes it really difficult to actually lock down these carries. Like, if you had a Hui or a Talia or something like, or a Jinx on the opposite side, I'd be more of a fan of it. It'll do fine, like you will control that top lane matchup for Adam, but the value he gets in the later fights may not be as high.
It does give you a good engage potential for the Rakan though, so if the Zac jumps in, the Ezreal dashes away, the Rakan then, you know, ults, ease the Zac and then jumps onto the Ezreal. So it's always going to be tricky to lock something like an Ezreal down.
Yeah. I think that BDS should be happy that they've gotten a winning formula. This is the type of draft that they've won with in their first 2 games. Having Nuke on Talia gives them so much objective control and their ability to attack sides, and Nuke honestly has had the better of Humanoid pretty much consistently throughout the series when it comes to the laning phase. Whereas for Fnatic, I think that Noah is really feeling it. He's in the zone right now, and we think back to when he's been able to have big carry performances. It was on champions like this. My concern for Fnatic comes from the fact that I don't think Razork is on a huge playmaking champion, so we'll see how effective Fnatic can be in the early game. It's do or die for both BDS and Fnatic. A spot at MSI, a spot in the finals tomorrow against G2, all on the line. This game is going to decide it all.
Winner takes it all. BDS, how many minds at the moment are thinking, not again? The same as last year. They went 2-0 up, lost to Mad Lions Koi in the finals, didn't make it to MSI. Fnatic, it's been a long time since they were able to make it to our Spring International Tournament. And what a fight it would have been for them to get there after being 0-2 down. They reverted to the style that has worked so well for them this year. And it continues to work for them. This comp, though, a little bit less towards that style than the last couple of games. A little bit less early aggression from the jungle. Can still obviously enact it, but doesn't have that same go power that we saw in games 3 and 4.
I do think, though, this is one of Razork's best champions, even though it may not be a, hey, I'm as traditional of engage and setup and damage oriented as, say, like a volley bear. Just his ability to track the enemy jungler, find these counter engages, set up then as well. He has been so strong on this rel, and it's been denied from him for so long. So I think this is the moment where Fnatic, can they piggyback off the success of the last 2 games? Or, as you say, will BDS finally be able to rewrite their history?
So, look at early pathing from our junglers. Starting on the top side for Razork, along with Sheo. Bit of information gained as to where he starts. Jun does connect onto with a hook, but nothing too crazy. That's just about Fnatic getting control of the bot wave in order to get pushed. Naturally, Nuke gonna have the push in the mid wave as we expect. 2 sustained bots on the top side. I will argue that Rek'Sai sustain much stronger for her in terms of the early trading, thanks to the Fury Bar, whereas Adam very much relying on being able to secure those blobs, which you can see Oscar in and fighting him for. But I don't expect too much volatility in that top side as both top laners just kind of hit each other with a wet blanket.
And Nuke there just checking the Razor Beaks to see if they could track Razork's path, a defensive ward as well. On those Razor Beaks from Fnatic, in case Sheo did look for the invade. And have been spotted on this ward. As you can see, they've hit it a couple of times, which means BDS know it's there.
That's the biggest worry for Fnatic right now, is that they know where Sheo started, but they don't know what his path was after that. Could have gone into his bot side, could have gone to look for an invade on the red, but with no real push in the bot side, they're not really going to be overly worried about having the defensive tools that they need to secure that. And now Humanoids just taking a little bit of damage there from Nuke in the mid.
Nuke on the Taliyah in the first 2 games really put Humanoid in his place.
I'm just going to say, Nuke has been beating Humanoid every single game in lane.
I don't know. Humanoid's scoreline at the end of the last game, he was really good. So.
I mean, he solo killed him on the Azir Sol matchup, and then when it was the reverse, Humanoid versus Nuke, it didn't help that Humanoid took a chunk away when he fought Adam in the top lane on his Darius. But even then, Nuke was very quick to take advantage of that and then started bullying out Humanoid in the 1v1 as well. So Nuke overall having a great series. Should be very happy with his performance.
Sheo. Oh, LeBron going in with a flash. Engage here. Sheo coming in from the side as well. Good double stun. Ice locked up. LeBron the first to fall. And Fnatic haven't even had their health bars tickled by BDS. Sheo has to flash away. The chase continues. Jun with a double. The Riptide ripping through BDS, and Fnatic pounce on an overeager engage from BDS.
BDS thought they saw their moment to take control in the early stages, but you just can't go against Razork on this rel. Great response with the double lockup, and the follow-up damage from Noah's clean.
A huge advantage gained for Fnatic in the early game. You have to think that when
Adam.
I don't know if Adam is dead here. He's too close to the tower, too close to the tower. He's going to take a decent amount of his life, but...
Do you kill him or return?
No, he has too much healing. But the question now, jungle. That's the call that's being made from the top laners. Razork on his way, Sheo here to cover.
Adam wards it, Sheo. And the vicinity. Adam still has the flash here. Razork looking for the stun. Flash, double knocker with a stretching strike into the elastic central. Beautifully done by Adam.
That was a nice outplay. Adam gets proactive on the play, connects the Q initially. I thought the knockup would ruin the play for him, but he's able to spawn a bunch of blobs off the connection of the 2 Qs, and that then gives him enough health back to be able to turn the play in his favor. Well played from him. We're going to get a look back at it and wanting to keep track. He connects the first Q, flashes in, does get knocked up, but it doesn't matter because he's able to get those 2 blobs right underneath the tower, and then he's able to sustain up. Very well played from Adam.
Just about. Not the reaction I expected. You see Adam
was reaction to the bot lane play.
Yeah, I imagine that was more so what we saw there. But Sheo on the invade, just getting some control on this bottom side. The opportunity for Labrov to roam is basically going to revolve around them getting a lot of control on this bot side river. He wants to try and move in and help Nuke as he gets pushed, or at least secure Nuke the roam, because you know Jun wants to be able to get out, especially when you're playing with an Ezreal. So having this vision control in river is going to be really important for BDS to keep track of Jun and keep him in his place.
Proxying from Adam. Nicely done. He had a nice stacked wave in top lane, forcing Oscar to go and catch that. So he can now get a really nice recall or even look for a roam. Maybe has his eyes on mid lane. Instead, he's staying top. A little bit surprising, but I guess he doesn't really have much money.
Wants to be in range for this play. So he jumps in with the elastic sing shot, gets the play. Oscar tries to trade with him, has the execution is calling. A bit of healing reduction. Let's bounce comes out from Adam. Oscar can look to chase this down. Adam with the grass proc. Oscar healing up once again. +50, flash, knock up. Oscar chases it in the void, rushing up. He sinks his fangs in. And Oscar gets a solo in the top.
He's going to be able to push this wave, reset, and he'll have TP for the Dragon fight as well. So Fnatic immediately set up that objective off the back of Oscar and getting that win, but BDS, they aren't even going to try and contest. They know that Fnatic have the numbers advantage in this play.
The fans can feel the momentum shifting. Fnatic, a team that when we saw a similar comp like this in game one, were passive. They were passengers on what was BDS driving the train, but now Fnatic are the ones in the driver's seat. They continue to hold push in the bot lane. Oscar is finding winning trades in the top. While it didn't go in favor initially, it's now paying fruition. Razork setting his sights on bot lane. It's Humanoid first to roam.
Ice needs about 5 more minions to get level 6, but he can't get it in time. Magnus Storm coming out from Razork. Weaver's Wall in. The Emperor's Divide slams the door in the face of Nuke. 1-for-1 though, underneath the tower.
Great knockup from Labrov just before he died. He interrupted the crash down from Razork, so the return damage from Ice sticks as Razork tries to get away, and they're able to finish him off. So yes, Humanoid stops them, but Labrov sets up the kill anyway.
I mean, crucially, that Ice is the one that got the kill, whereas Razork got it on the side of Fnatic. It's Jun that has all the goal lead right now because he was the one that got the double in the bot lane exchange. We look back at the dive.
Crab first.
6-4 from Crab.
Yeah.
That's what they're showing us.
Gets the 6, but watch as the engage comes through here. So Jun ends up tanking up, just about gets out of care range. Crashdown happens, Labrov just gets the knock up, and then yes, Humanoid denies the entry, but with the damage that Ice is able to turn down because of that knock up, they get the kill back.
Ultimately, you can see that Fnatic's rather happy about that sequence of events. 4-2 is now the kill score. 1K is the goal lead for Fnatic. As the saying goes, don't count the chickens before they hatch. And BDS have found miraculous teamfights before to turn this game around. And this is something that Fnatic have to demonstrate discipline on. Probably one of the biggest criticisms that we've seen from Fnatic in playoffs so far is them with a lead, taking fights with a numbers disadvantage. And you know that BDS is a team that will punish you for making those mistakes.
Adam being forced out in the top lane 1v1 though, you can see he just can't really trade with the Rek'Sai at all. Execution is calling early, seems to be working for Oscarinin. Maybe he's just playing the matchup that little bit better. Dragon up in 2.5 minutes. Sheo looking around this mid lane, but not really much doing for him here. Fnatic have got both of the neutral objectives in the early game. Adam's going to jump in. Oscarinin doesn't even get knocked up, gets another plate. Adam hits over to level 8. Oscar tanks a couple of tower shots, but he won't really care about that. He's going to heal it up anyway.
Yeah, Oscarin's been doing a great job in the matchup of constantly standing on these blobs, and it means that then you just don't get that healing coming back from Adam, whereas Oscarin's guaranteed to get that healing through, and even when you do, as you say, the Executioner's Column, the Grievous Wounds helping out massively, but control and top is Adam. Well, has the GA available.
Has that Soul Division passive, we'll bring him back to life. Razork gets a 4th grub. BDS trying to play around this. Jun the first to move. Labrov is level 6. 5th grub goes over to Fnatic as well. True Shot Barrage going wide. Humanoid looking to join the fight. Emperor's Divide into the Magnus Storm. Labrov in with the quickness, lands a double charm. Razork falling low. Ice the first to join the fight. And Noah's still in the bot lane. BDS have a man advantage now as Ice splashes forward. Blast cones Humanoid back, who has to flash himself. Labrov dashing in, and the Weaver's Wall will separate Fnatic. Humanoid tries to escape but can't get away from BDS's clutches.
Noah didn't roam. Ice started to move up, so BDS, they outnumber on the play and just about are able to claw those that go back. Will still get Noah getting some plates on the bottom side, so the gold lead is going to start to teeter with we'll still be in favor of BDS, but we'll start to teeter back as Noah gets some of these plates, but nicely done by BDS to find that moment.
So I will say that there are pros and cons to the play that BDS made. Yes, they did find themselves a kill onto Humanoid. And we'll look back at exactly how that happened. Crucially, as you both identified, the fact that Ice is already roaming up gives BDS a numbers advantage. Nice stun connects onto Humanoid, mitigating a lot of the damage he's able to put out on the fight. And he's basically chain CC'd for the vast majority of it, but it is Razuk that ends up falling. Humanoid then tries to escape. Nice auto attack from the Blast Cone, locks him up for the rest of his team to follow through. But they get Ice's flash, they get Lebrov's flash, and they get Sheo's flash. With the Dragon spawning in 49 seconds, Fnatic may feel confident enough to force this fight, knowing that they have a pretty healthy Summoner Spell advantage, and it could be an opportunity for them to win out on the long play.
Yeah, I think it's just with Ice having that ultimate available, I think they're still relatively fine to take the fight, and even how mobile Labrov is, I think they should be okay to go for this still, so going to try and push in mid. I think the only thing you have to be worried about is the control that Fnatic will have over mid lane, as they're just going to move Rel into position to help get that push, and we'll push on bot as well for Humanoid. Just BDS being a bit slow onto the map and moving nukes to the top side means that Fnatic will get into River first.
Adam is already here. They've actually sent Nuke up to the top lane, meaning that there's a 2-level difference now between the top laners. Adam with one more creep should be able to get to level 9. But Oscar building a very healthy advantage on the top side. Nuke with a nice trade onto Oscar, but he should be able to heal that back up. Jun sets his sight on getting control of the River. Lebrov a little isolated.
Very isolated. Good prediction from Jun with the dredge line. Lebrov can just dance away. We'll do it again. Noah looking for the Mystic shot across the wall and lands it onto Lebrov.
I don't know if they've spotted Zach though. Oh yeah, actually,
they saw him on the wave.
Yeah,
on that ward as well as Adam goes in, looking for Humanoid. No flash, remember, on the Emperor of Shurima. Flash away by Adam from the dredge line. Razuk tanking up the Drake for now, can just dash out of the back of the pit.
Ice has to move to get the wave in mid though, so that's why Fnatic are starting this up. And if he tries to move in, Noah and Razuk can immediately aggress on towards Ice, so Fnatic in a much better spot when it comes to just positioning and the link up they have with the team.
Nuke looking for the TP here. Oscar can try and stop him. The Drake already secured. Razuk in the back of the pit. Quickness back, but he can still Ferromancy over the wall and escape. And the TP was invested by BDS. Fnatic get the Drake and get out.
I will say the lane assignments confuse me a little bit, because by keeping Nuke top, you lose a lot of the zone control that this champion provides around this neutral. She's got great poke damage. The Weaver's Wall can be used to zone away the opponent to potentially buy time or stall. The idea overall being from BDS that I'm only going to TP in if I need to, because I actually have pressure on this top side of the map. But ultimately, it's Fnatic that secure themselves the Dragon, and they don't really lose much as a result.
And BDS burned double TPs in the sequence as well.
Yeah, I think what they needed to do was proactively TP with Nuke rather than reactively TP with Nuke. He'd already got the push from Oscar, and then if you then TP, which is why Ice had abandoned mid-wave to look for the play, I think you can then fight. But because they're late, it doesn't matter. Now, Fnatic in the jungle.
Sheo's going to meet Jun. Oscar in just around the corner. The chase continues with Lebrov. Jun falling low, no flash for him. Dredge line, Riptide, not enough to get him away as Lebrov takes the kill. A bounty going over to the enemy supporter, but Oscar in has his secret tunnels to escape to the safety of his tower.
No support though, with Riptide up and available means the BDS should be able to take this. Even with Ice being first in the mid-wave as well, they should get pushed. So BDS, you can go for this, but are they going to try and bait us? Look for someone as they go in to contest?
They don't have TPs and they don't really see anyone on the map right now. Oscar has TP, so he could come and join the fight. Jun already back out on the map.
I still think it's worth in a 4v4. You already have the positioning, you've got mid-push, so Noah can't really come in. You would have separated out Fnatic, it would have been 4 versus 4, but I mean, MSI is on the line, your finals is on the line. I can understand being hesitant, but it means you don't get much off the back of that pick.
Set to catch the bot wave, should be able to get level 11 relatively soon.
Nuke is moving up as well.
As the TP, and as you rightly said, Nuke has to make his way.
There's the TP.
Here we go. We're getting a brawl. Question is who will find the advantage.
Sheo on the front line. Crescent Guard goes down above with the knock-up. Ice tries to put the damage down onto Jun. Oscar in, look for that flank position. Jun's still alive. Magnus Storm on the back line. Humanoid trying to get in, but Nuke keeps him at bay for the moment. The quickness into the Feather Storm, into the pull back. You have to take from Ice. Razuk, Oscar in and dashes in, and Ice doesn't get the chance to pull the feathers back. It's beautiful from Fnatic. They found 2, they found 3. And now only Nuke can stand and watch as his team is routed, and he is 6 feet under.
That is a 5-0, 15 minutes in. Just like game 4, a clean ace for Fnatic around the Rift Herald will cement Fnatic's advantage in this game, who are looking to make the reverse sweep a reality.
They managed to pick off Ice just before he can get the pullback in the feathers. I want to watch this again because
I wonder if he already used it on Jun. I was trying to track it in the fight.
But as we go forward here, so I had to use it there on Jun,
yeah.
so just didn't quite have it up and available. But Razork, great engage. This is what I was saying. Razork in these skirmishes on rail is so clean for where he decides to take these fights. And even though you have the flash available for Ice, just not prepared for Oscarinin to flash in on top of him. So getting that knock-up, crucial to picking off Ice and winning that fight for Fnatic.
This is why I think that the Rek'Sai is such an effective champion against Zyra in particular, because even once the feathers are used, the moment that you've got another tunnel available, you can immediately commit to the backline once more. And it's such an obnoxious champion to have to deal with. We've seen it so many times. We've seen Broken Blade diving towers against Zyra on this champion as well. And Oscarinin is having a monster performance. 4-1 and 2 on the Rek'Sai, a priority pick in the draft, working wonders for Fnatic.
And after having such a nightmare in the first couple of games, what a step up it is for him. Fnatic, 17 minutes in, 4,000 gold ahead. Labrov looking for Noah. He still has the flash in the arcane shift. It's going to be difficult for them to catch him. There's the flash immediately. And the quickness from Labrov. Razork looking for the flank position. Doesn't really have the follow-up as of yet. Shadowing Strike going to get knocked up with the 3-talent strike from Sheo. Humanoid moving in from the side as well.
But Fnatic still control the top side. You can't really move in as Adam if you're going to run into a lot of members on Fnatic. Pushing bot for Oscarinin as well is giving Fnatic a ton of control in this bot side jungle and mid lane with Dragon just under 30 seconds.
BDS playing so reactionarily now. Flash, hook, death charge onto Nuke, the Magnus Storm in as well as BDS look for something. Jun tried to get the engage, Adam dives onto the backline, Razork the first to fall, but so down will go Sheo, another kill as Noah goes down. Oscar gets onto the backline though and somehow salvages something from the fight. BDS though come out on top as Fnatic dived way too deep.
Nuke just barely got the Unraveled Earth off before he went down, and Humanoid thought he was dead, so Humanoid launches himself in, stuns himself, and BDS close out the fight.
Unbelievable throw from Fnatic. A huge misplay from Humanoid at the very end, but an overcommitment that Fnatic didn't need to make. The safe play is to get a bit of damage, retreat to the Dragon. But the flash in from Jun, I think at this point it's okay, but at this point you're overcommitting. Keep your eyes on Noah. He's going to make one step too far. Oh, the knockback in from Nuke. That I didn't see. Well played from him. And then you're going to see the Earth come through again. It stuns up Humanoid. No ultimate available. Great punish. Adam secures a triple kill.
And even as the crashdown goes to come through from Razork, Labrov again gets the interrupt with the knockup. Yeah. It means they can't get the CC that they need, so BDS finding a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. They got to try and see if they can use that to claw this game back into their favor. They're going to try and push out side lanes, make sure Fnatic haven't got access, but at least the Dragon going over towards them is big.
Even though has no flash here, BDS trying to collapse, they'll just clear out the control ward and back away. It is 1,500 gold between these two teams. BDS have given up ghosts on this mid lane tier 2, and it is on a knife's edge. Every fight feels like it could be the last of either of these two teams' spring splits. Remember, G2 await the victor tomorrow. And a lot of very good teams wait the victor in Chengdu, in China, later on this month. Actually, next month. Adam jumps in, Oscarinin tanking the tower, pull back with the stretching strike. Adam doesn't have that cell division passive, but he does have a lot of healing. Nuke going in with the Weaver's Wall, and all of Fnatic will be able to get on the right side of it. Labrov was looking for the flank, can't find it. He's spotted on a ward. TP in by Humanoid as he joins his team in this bot lane. Ice not there with them as BDS will try and cull this wave, but Ice is clearing out mid. Can he get across here in time to help out? Because there's a cannon minion here, tanks up a couple of tower shots. The tower's still standing though. Still 3 casters. Makes it difficult for BDS. Flash forward from Nuke. He thought he had Humanoid, he couldn't find him.
Fnatic continue to just try and brute force their way down mid. They do have a bit of control. Sorry, bot, I should say. They do have a bit of control over mid, but they're just continuing to chip away. They're trying to rely on Noah's poke here.
Adam.
Primarily using his wave clear. Oscarinin in the engage.
Storm in, the double stun. It's beautiful for Fnatic. That's what they were looking for on the mid lane tier 2, and they find it. in bot. Sheo forced away. Fnatic buying 3. Only Nuke and Sheo left standing.
20 minutes. They're not going to push for the inhibitor, but Fnatic with a well-executed dive find 3, and all of them survive.
As soon as Adam had used that elastic slingshot, Razork knew there was not really going to be any way to disrupt his own backline, so immediately goes in. Adam used it, just try to put pressure on, but you can see Razork responds instantly on towards ice, immediately shuts it down, and he's so tanky. And with the chase down that this Rek'Sai has with the ultimate, so nearly get Sheo, but just not quite able to get it.
Oscar and Razork finding some incredible engages throughout this game. The story of this game really has been about those two. 14 kills to 11, it's close, but the gold is not. 4.5k now the lead for Fnatic, and just like that, they're going to start off the Baron.
Razork smiting early, hoping it will be back up, just trying to pull BDS into this fight. TP into the mid lane from Nuke, has that Weaver's Wall available. Ice has Flash from Featherstorm. The quickness, a possibility from LeBron. All of Fnatic on this side of the wall as Adam looks to try and engage. Jun going in, stretching strike, pulls back to the Emperor's Divide is good though, but Humanoid knocked back with the seismic shot. Baron's going to go over to Fnatic, but they've already lost 2 members, and Oscar Winner might be next on the menu for BDS. The dash in, the knock back as Oscar pulls low and will fall down. Buried in the ground with his 2 teammates. Razork failed the Hex Splash across the wall, and the chase continues for BDS. He tries to get away, but he's knocked up with a 3-talon trike. Noah trying to get away as well, and perhaps Fnatic once again have been a little bit too greedy on this. Only Noah left standing with the Baron buff.
That is not worth at all. You're going to lose so much gold off of all those kills. You're going to lose the top tower, lose the mid tower, and you can already see the Red Bull Baron power play is in deficit to start with.
I mean, it wouldn't be a Fnatic series if we didn't have a bit of a fiesta, right? Game 5, MSI on the line. They forced the Baron. And the game plan was to just deny BDS
TP.
access into
Joe's
the pits.
Gonna catch this. Oscar Winning trying to get in behind them. No flash on him. Lebov does have the quickness back up. Oscar Winning just doing the damage here. Knock up from Lebov. He'll dash back to Sheo. So TP invested to hold on to that mid lane tier 1. Hasn't fallen yet. Adam got the top lane tier 1. So less gold bled out from Fnatic than could have been.
Did stop the resets though with 30 seconds of the Dragon, so Fnatic should be able to get into that. But you see here, Razork and Noah are the only ones in the pit, so BDS just collapse onto the rest of them and completely take them on in the fight.
Humanoid standing on the other side of the wall. He's thinking, I have ultimate, but I can keep DPSing the Baron. But then the flash in from Adam was the crucial play because Humanoid just couldn't react in time. Now this is even worse from Razork because he tries to leap over it and then he fails the Hex Flash as well. 2 attempts, 2 failures, a Baron gone. Only Noah left standing as BDS. What?
Yeah, I think that
sums up. Yeah, that's a great. Thank you, Kadril, for that analysis. The crowd chants. The game is not even. Fnatic still in the lead, 3k. But you look at the bottom of your screen and you have to look at the itemization as it slowly starts to get closer between the two teams. 3 fully completed items for Noah, 2.5 for Ice, 2.5 for Nuke, 2.5 for Humanoid. The carries are catching up on the side of BDS, and Fnatic can't afford to make any more blunders before BDS find a way to turn this game around.
Still though, Fnatic have the advantage in wave states. They're going to start pushing in. BDS don't really have vision. Labrov doesn't really, I was going to say, have someone to dash to, but still has the W to try and get out of here. BDS now fully committed towards this top side. Fnatic have just kind of abandoned every other lane. They're like, we are just going to try and brute force again. We have 1 Baron buff. Let's see what we can do with it. 10 seconds before that leaves, they will get top tower. BDS not willing to fight for it.
BDS give it up. 4,000 gold in the hole. The Baron about to expire. 500 gold lost from it by Fnatic. And the game, once again, takes a second to breathe, as we all do, with 3.5 minutes on the Cloud Soul for Fnatic and 3 minutes before the Baron comes back up. 3 items on Noah. Question is, can BDS get onto that back line? Because that's been what's happened. Like, Fnatic have over-invested in trying to kill BDS, and so BDS have had access to that back line. If Fnatic don't dive in, can BDS actually kill them?
I think it's going to become very difficult for BDS, not only from the perspective of, oh, hang on, Labrov.
Don't know if that's the
I think Razor's just playing for the control ward, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that you're not going to be able to move outside your base. Oscar in, pushes in boss, Fnatic already on the mid wave. Yes, you'll have top wave pushed out, but realistically, as long as Fnatic threaten both mid and bot, you just can't move out of your own base. So trying to find these moments where you're not just face checking into Fnatic is going to be next to impossible with the next dragon, which almost guarantees soul. So I think these next 3 minutes are going to be relatively quiet as Fnatic just continue to steal the jungle, plant vision, deny BDS access to the map.
It's very much a dead state, but it is Fnatic's map for now. As you rightly said, Dagda, BDS are forced to play defensive. The base is the only safe haven they have to play around, as Fnatic's vision denial only continues to grow. 1.5 minutes until Baron, 2.5 until Dragon. Fnatic continuing to mount up the damage that they have. And we've said it once, we'll continue to say it again, MSI on the line, a spot in the finals tomorrow against G2. It would be an opportunity for both these teams to rematch G2. But it all comes down to this final game. The tension continues to mount. 1 minute until the big purple worm returns to the rift.
Fnatic push through the mid lane. You can see BDS have invested their vision defensively in their own side of the jungle. No wards past the halfway mark of the river. Razork steps in. There's the Abyssal Mask now as well, just to help the damage output of Humanoid.
We continue to see Oscar controlling the bot wave. Has the TP available, ticked over to level 15. It's keeping that pressure up and going back to base. I'm curious as to what he's going to have enough gold for.
There is a couple of wards that you can use for BDS to try and TP in. You can see this one up here and one in behind on the bot side as well. So they are aware that if Fnatic try to brute force their way into something, they have angles of attack. You can set up for Nuke to have a Weaver's Wall from that position. Adam can come in onto the back line just to disrupt them there without having to use his leap to get in. So BDS trying to get this moment where they can set up a team fight against Fnatic.
I wonder if Nuke has just got another needlessly large rod, if he's actually managed to finish the Rabadons. It's just a second. Doesn't quite have his third item yet. Adam, that wave in the top lane, will slowly push towards Fnatic. Sundisk going down in the mid lane as Fnatic continue just to try and deny vision around this Baron. 40 seconds as well on Soul. Wait for that seismic shove just behind Noah and in front of Jun.
Yeah, I think Fnatic basically want to try and get both objectives up at the same time so then they can play off of both. Labrov in the pit, going to dodge back out to Shale, but if Fnatic can basically control mid-wave, they can decide essentially what they want to do. Play in the darkness, maybe even have a single member finish off Dragon as they just keep up the pressure on BDS. But BDS without the vision to understand what Fnatic are up to will never be able to respond.
Objectives rather, are returning onto the map. BDS continue to play defensive, knowing that for one of these teams it is the last game of the spring, the first half of their year. It's BDS with control and it's BDS to start the objective.
Humanoid's doing the Drake with Noah. They're both on the bottom side of the map. BDS are going to start out the Baron because they want to call Fnatic into a fight.
Fnatic have information.
Yeah, Noah and Humanoid already sprinting up here. It's down to 6,000, as you say, pretty quick. Labrov keeping Oscar in at bay. BDS looking for the Baron. They peel off it. It sticks at 3,000. They look for Jun. He flashes away. Death charge on the back line as well. Adam falling low. The Cell Division still available to him, though, as Oscar winning, just trading with Icy Void watches forward. The Baron secured. It's Shea who takes it. Ice kills off Oscar in. Adam's going to fall, though. 4 members of BDS still alive. Their Weaver's Wall out, and Labrov was knocked back into the waiting arms of Fnatic. The BDS get the Baron and get out.
BDS can probably hold with that. Having their minions just in front of their base with this Baron will make it very tough for Fnatic to end it. Fnatic will get the soul, but that could be just barely enough for BDS to hold.
I mean, incredible stuff from BDS. I respect the confidence in a high-pressure situation like this. They have to make the call, and they commit to the Baron. Ice gets locked on by so many members, sidesteps that, uses
the stretching strike actually pulls Razork back out. So Ice isn't caught in the Magnet Storm anymore. Nuke went for a push here, and Noah just immediately shuts him out. TP in by Humanoid behind. Adam's going to try and push out midway, but Nuke was greedy. He didn't reset after the Baron.
Yeah, he gets punished. It's a shame we didn't get to see the end of the replay because I wanted to highlight how well Ice played it. You're right, Adam once again providing the peel that he needed for his AD carry. And thanks to that, Ice was able to actually shut down Oscar, but now Nuke gets punished on the map, losing a crucial Baron buff. The gold gap has closed dramatically. BDS suddenly back into this game.
Fnatic have to go for the play on mid, though. This is the only wave that they can actually make a play on before Nuke comes back up. Ice going to be able to clear this one out before it really connects. So you've got top wave, but 10 seconds until Nuke is up. I think you can just clear this out as well as BDS. This is the big benefit you get from those barred up creeps. It's so easy to just stand on the creeps and Fnatic can't push the wave in.
No TP wards for Nuke when he is up. Can't really see that flank TP. You can see one control ward being pinged out by Fnatic on the blue buff. They're going to push down towards this bottom side. Looks like Humanoid's going to catch that wave and shove it in.
Lads, it's all come down to one fight.
Yep.
It's going to be one big fight at this Elder Dragon, and whoever smites it, whoever wins that fight, that's going to be the game. That is it. That is everything.
I respect that you're optimistic enough to believe it'll only be one fight. We'll wait and see how many left. But Elder is in 4.5 minutes, and honestly, I think it'll come down to that. But you never know in Fnatic games, I will be honest. BDS are putting up a valiant effort. Backs are definitely against the wall, but they've been able to successfully close the gap. We're going to look back at the pro view from Noah. Interrupts with the ultimate to start things off, then uses the E into Q connect. Look at the damage from the Q as well. And just flawlessly done, doesn't miss a single Q.
It's 5-1-11 on this Ezreal, almost full build, sitting the BF sword. You can place that. Nuke looking for an objective bounty here in the bottom lane. Does have the TP to join up with his team. Mid lane push coming out from Fnatic. Baron about to expire 7 seconds ago. As you say, Oscar in and pushing in top. Labrov looking to flank. He's on a ward share going in. There's a TP as well. Oscar in the top lane is already on that inhibitor tower. Humanoid dances across and immediately demolished the standing tower. Oscar on the front line. Adam lets bounce but can't find it. The hook lands. Ice pops away from the depth charge, but he's going to land afterwards. Noah's already got one as the Brock falls low. Nuke falling low as well. And the fight might not even be around the Elder because Fnatic have found it in the top lane. They'll take the inhibitor. They're not going to push for more. No minion wave yet. But will they go for the win? Oscar backing. He can TP in.
Right now the debate is happening within Fnatic. Oscar choosing to reset. They're waiting for the next wave. 3 members still alive. Ice, crucially, still alive. Flash barely off cooldown as the wave makes connection with the tower.
Oscar has TP to keep the minion wave alive. He can TP on, but Adam goes.
Adam looks for it. Magnus Storm on the backline. Ice locked up, and Ice has been absolutely melted. Fnatic break the hearts of the BDS fans. They will lock their spot at MSI and then have a rematch with G2 tomorrow.
The reverse sweep from Fnatic. It looked disaster from the get-go in those first 2 games, but the fact they managed to pull through game 3 to get to this game 5, to get into this early game where Razork was monstrous, Noah looking fantastic, and Oscar in and on this Rek'Sai causing so much disruption for BDS.
I wasn't expecting it to end the way that it did. You can, of course, vote for your key player of the series at LEC, Onyx, Razork, Noah, or Jun. All excellent candidates. It's been a pretty back and forth series overall. Incredibly close. But it is Fnatic that make the reverse sweep happen. Congratulations once again to Fnatic as they lock a spot at MSI and a rematch with G2 in the finals.
Fnatic have looked absolutely incredible in the last 3 games. They now have to try and wipe off what was a very tough 5 games for them to try and face up against G2 tomorrow, but a well-earned spot in MSI, but heartbreak for BDS. Twice they've been 1 game away from going to MSI, and twice they've been denied that opportunity in spring.
Fnatic in the last 3 games just outplayed them. When Fnatic got an early game lead, it was very hard to wrestle it away from them. Fnatic just constantly putting the pressure down, making BDS make difficult decisions, and overall, all credit to them. It looked dead and done for after the first 2 games, but Fnatic were not willing to go out without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptations that Fnatic needed to make, they did make. They showcased some great stuff in the Game 5 as well, and overall, very impressive stuff. I still think there's things they need to work on. G2 is not going to be an easy opponent for them tomorrow. The last time we saw them play, it was a very one-sided affair in favor of G2, but yeah, what impressive stuff from Fnatic to make that reverse sweep a reality.
I'm ready.
I think Razork, absolutely fantastic. I think he played absolutely stellar in that last game.
Yeah, you really did. We're going to hand it over to an interview with Oscar and Noah. I believe Law is standing by on stage. Take it away. And Razok's on PGL.
The mic is on. You guys want to talk maybe already? Congratulations. 축하드립니다. Felicidades. Wow. It is the second time Fnatic manages to reverse sweep. Tell me about these 2 last games and how did you come back into the series, Noah?
I mean, today I think I'm not playing with Jerry, so I just said, just ban Jerry and play, and I came back,
It was an amazing performance and fantastic pentakill as well. We're going to check it a bit later, but first, Oscar Inin, how does it feel about reaching finals again?
It feels nice to play finals now and to go to MSI. I think it also feels mega nice to reverse sweep because, we were 0-2 and I think there was a lot of pressure to perform and everything, and we did it, so it feels mega nice that in these situations we can make it.
I know. Tell me about the switch, though, this switch of momentum. After losing game 2, you guys came back. What happened backstage? How did you manage to come back?
I mean, we were talking and we knew that we were a better team, but we were just not playing aggressive enough, I think. We were not making proactive plays or anything. And then when we were 0-2, we said, okay, guys, let's play like we used to. We picked the Bolivar, we picked the tools to actually make things happen. And we played aggressive, and we made things happen, I guess, in the games.
Yeah, aggressive and trusted yourself. Noah, tell me about this confidence, because you tweeted, BDS got sent home last year by Chasey. This year, I'm sending you guys home. You're not going to MSI. And tell me about this confidence, and we're going to watch the pentakill again, because I want to know what happened there as well.
Everyone remember last year spring, BDS win-win and lose, and couldn't go MSI. I want to make it again,
And you made it again with this play as well. Tell me what happened here. What was the communication like when you made this pentakill happen and come back to the game?
I mean, we knew I'm so fast, so I knew if we fight, we won. We will win, so we just fight,
It was an amazing game, and honestly, fantastic ways for you guys to turn games around, but focusing on what you guys have, amazing play. Yeah. Oscar, anything you want to tell me about this play and what was happening with comms and how you made him get his pentakill, maybe?
I mean, I was shouting penta, 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 Ivan didn't want to give it since he was gonna die, right? But then he just died, and I could take it for free.
If Marek said, if Marek had mana, he was taking, But he has no mana, so lucky.
The mana lucky. Noah, I know that you going to MSI means that there's a special reunion that I want to see happen. I want you to see Roller. I want you to play against Roller, but he hasn't qualified yet.
Yes. What?
He hasn't qualified yet. Do you think he can make it?
Yeah, he can make it, for sure.
You told me he talked to you recently. What did he tell you?
I mean, I was talking with Roller yesterday, and we talked something, and we said good luck and fighting each other. So I want to Roller win tomorrow.
Full trust in this, and trusted by the king himself. Noah, you got players of the series today. Congratulations on this.
You.
Are you happy about it?
Yeah, I mean, I thought maybe Jun will get, so it's fine,
Fans chanting for you. It is completely deserved. Thank you to the fans. 축하드립니다 once again. Thank you so much. Felicidades for making it to finals. And fans, we're waiting for you in the fan area for PGL with Shox and Razork. Take it away, dear.
Thank you.
And me.
And you.
Thank you so much. Aragon is here as well. The fans are not here yet, but I guess that's because they were watching the interview live on stage. They're coming. I can hear them already. Razor, congratulations. You're going to MSI for the very first time.
Yeah. First time MSI.
Yeah, crazy. I was thinking about it, and even Fnatic, I mean, the last time they went is in, let me check, 2018, I think? Like a really long time ago. But generally, this iteration of Fnatic is not a team that usually peaks in spring, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare it to last year, we were not even in playoffs.
No.
So, I mean, now we are qualifying to MSI, so it's a huge improvement, I would say, to last year. And we have a final to play tomorrow, so job's not done.
It isn't done.
I've got to say, it's so respectable that you and Humanoid have stuck together for so many years, because I remember the community gave you so much backlash about, this duo just won't work, But you guys keep making it work. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, me and Marek, I think we are really close together, and I think we understand each other pretty good in game. I learned a lot from him, so I feel like we are on the same page. So, I mean, I understand the criticism that we got because the team was not working well, and you always have to find someone to blame. But yeah, I like him a lot. I think he's playing good. Maybe not the Aurelion Sol game, early game, but it's fine. I think it's completely respectable. We in together, we carry together. So, I mean, I'm really proud of him, yeah.
We in together, we carry together. I like that a lot. He was also asked about you specifically in the last couple of weeks because we made that big feature piece about you because you've had a wonderful performance this year, I think, so far. And I was wondering because I know that Humanoid is often touted as this player who is really invested in kind of like the macro and the decisions and the shot calling and the bigger picture of the game. And he said that you were also getting much better in that aspect. I was wondering if that was maybe tricky because you're learning so much more, like your mind is expanding, but you still have to play that core role that you do. Is that maybe why you were a little up and down?
I think it's, yeah, kind of a bit like that. I feel like before I was like a player that was just like instincts, mechanics, and outplay enemy. And I think I developed with the time into a more strategic jungler and try to like take as less risk as possible if the game is won. For example, this last game, that mid lane fight on T2 was completely unnecessary and we almost lose.
Yeah.
I mean, we actually lost, we got aced, so yeah. It wasn't the greatest, but yeah, the point is like right now I'm trying to be more disciplined and I learned a lot from how he was like approaching reviews and talking to us, so I feel like we are on the same page right now and we are trying to play the macro. Sometimes it's not really good. I mean, the first 2 games we didn't play macro at all, we were completely FK, but I feel like when I have a champ that I can actually play and have some impact, not like Maokai, so then I feel like I can do stuff.
Sometimes maybe shit, sometimes maybe good.
Yeah, I really wanted to ask about this. How was the mindset change? Because I feel like when you were down 2 games, but going into the 3rd game, I feel like you were reinvigorated because you actually had tools to play the game. You could play Volibear, you had Prio in a lane, which is very different, right? You had the Talia to play through, and you could actually invade and make proactive plays. What was it like? Did you say, you know what, guys, we can actually turn this around because I can do something?
I mean, I just said, guys, we did last pick Poppy, didn't do anything in the entire game. Pick Maokai, I was completely FK, and we were just like losing and not doing anything. So I just told them, just pick me some aggressive jungler, something that I can have some agency. And I mean, we went for the volley. The next one was the Jax, and this game was the Rel. So I felt like these 3 games I could have some impact in the game and I can make plays on my own. And I feel like, yeah, that kind of worked out.
Yeah, but then the big question is, we know that that's how you thrive and how you play the best and how the teams play the best. So why wait 3 games to pull it out, you know? Were you drafted into a corner? I don't think so, really.
I mean, I think our first 2 games, our draft was not great. I feel like we tried to get a good comp, but honestly, we are just not a LCK team. We are just Fanatic, and we should just draft what's comfortable for us and what works. And I mean, we wanted to go for the front-to-back comp with the Seri, Asir, Maokai, but we were just not playing good. So it doesn't matter what you have if you are actually playing without hands.
Yeah, that's a good point. I want to talk about the final in just a second, but first, let's talk about MSI. You said we're not an LCK team. You might have to, actually for sure you'll have to play them, I guess. You might be 1st or 2nd seed, but how do you feel that you can match up versus the best teams in the world? And for our sake, also against NA, please.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you see LCK and then you see LEC, maybe like it can look like a completely different game, not gonna lie. But I mean, I can only speak for myself and for my team. We will actually try to work really hard to actually match their level. And I mean, we will play there and see how we do screaming against the Asian teams. But yeah, same as Worlds, we will just work hard and try to learn. It's my first MSI. So it will be a great experience for sure.
Yeah, I've got to say, like, I don't know if you're probably watching the series this morning and recently as well, the TSBLG as well. Are you intimidated at all? Is there a team you'd like to face?
No, I'm not really intimidated.
Okay.
I think like I feel like we can beat everyone. Like honestly, I feel like they are really fucking good, but they are human and they make mistakes, and you can see that they are like misplaying and stuff. So I feel like we're just gonna play how we know, and let's see what's happening.
Please never Lulu for Jun again. I've got to say, I love this guy on Playmakers, Blitzcrank, Rakan, Nautilus, do anything with Engage and have him link up with you, and I think you're good to go.
Yeah, I love him. I think he has aimbot with Blitzcrank, actually. Yeah. It's crazy. Like, we should just pick this champ first pick. He can't miss a hook.
But he also flashes in and throws them.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Take the good and the bad.
The good and the bad, indeed. In terms of the bracket, there's only one match left to be played. You made it to MSI, but now, of course, you also have the finals to play tomorrow. It's the rematch versus G2. I had really high hopes before, like the first time you played them, and I mean, same for you as a team, that didn't really work out. But I also had really high hopes that in between that time, if you made it back to the final, you'd be able to improve enough to make it a close best of 5. I'm wondering how you see that, and if you feel like you did make those steps.
I mean, I feel like, yeah, the BO3 that we play against C2, we didn't show up. We just got stomped by them and we didn't do anything. I think we were playing really bad mechanically. We were losing the early game, and then in macro, we were also not doing much. And I hope that tomorrow we actually come to the series and we start on point, because I feel like all the time we have been playing like best of 3, best of 5 series. The first on the second game, we are just not playing the game. Yeah. I feel like we need time to like start playing, and I feel like we should come like prepared and ready to match their levels from game 1. Otherwise, yeah, if we are 1-0-1 or 0-2 against C2, might be harder to reverse sweep for sure.
You actually took the words right out of my mouth, because I was going to ask, in all these series, you lose the first game. What is going on there? What do you think is actually, it's like versus Vitality versus not versus Fnatic, you know who I mean. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, some of the best teams in the world like drop the
every
first
time,
game
though. Every time.
I don't know why we lose the first game, but it's just a tradition now that we just laid the int out in the first game. But I would prefer to start 1-0 instead of 0-1 every game. So yeah, we'll have to see tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah, it's all up to you, indeed. Aragon, what's your prediction?
Ooh.
He's right next to you.
Ooh, this is such a rough spot to be in.
I'm gonna
go. Okay, you're gonna take a game, but it's gonna go 3-1 G2.
I respect that, but it's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
I respect it.
Oh, actually, before I forget, G2's been lane swapping, of course. They did it versus BDS as well. Obviously, now you know it's not going to be leaked info, because you know, not that it was in the first place, by the way. You know who I'm talking about. But is that anything that you now have to go to the drawing board tonight? I probably did already this week, but in terms of, oh, we haven't actually done this.
I mean, I think it's something that we played against. Like, we screamed, and many people and many teams are like actually trying to test it. We tested for a while already, and I think we are well prepared.
Cool. That's good to hear. So we'll see. What do the fans think? Is Fnatic going to do well tomorrow? Yeah. I love it. Super excited. Let's go. We'll sign off on that note. We've seen the G2 Fnatic final a few times already, and tomorrow we are treated to it once again. So we'll see you all there for the spring final, G2 Esports versus Fnatic. Good night.
Keep going. I keep there, Karim. Flash open. I cannot reach open. Go knife. Nice.
Open no flash.
I'll flash on Isaac. Yeah. I don't have combo, but you can look for it.
The flash is all on Noah to take down Ice. Adam and Luke, he gets one, but he can't get more.
Kill Lulu first.
I'm bugging.
Nice. Full click, nice.
How can we miss? No flash on Talia. Get the shin, okay? Get the shin.
I'm going
Possibility all out already used. There's a hemorrhage stacked up, and Adam is very familiar with a guillotine. He's waiting, he can't get there. 1-for-1 in the end.
We can find I just tanked him.
You kill him.
Nice.
Reset as Nuke kills Humanoid and flashes away. Just a solo polo.
Noah's catching the wave. Can't quite see if he's got a freeze, but Rob is doing
the same as the arrow goes in. Nuke Emperor survived back,
And even if Jun's here, it doesn't really matter.
Hop there. Yeah. I go.
You.
Penta. No, I don't care. Get.
And in the end, it's 5 for Fanoa.
No push it. I can go in Saya. No push up.
Look, shin.
I can stand it. Talia. Look.
I kill her.
Let's press Talia.
You. No flash.
Bro, but why are we making it so hard, man?
Oh, it was mega easy.
It was mega easy, yeah.